The Project Gutenberg ebook of the Chronicles of Enguerrand de Monstrelet, Volume 09 of 13. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: The Chronicles of Enguerrand de Monstrelet, Volume 09 of 13, containing an account of the cruel civil wars between the houses of Orleans and Burgundy, of the possession of Paris and Normandy by the English, their expulsion thence, and of other memorable events that happened in the Kingdom of France, as well as in other countries. Author: Enguerrand de Monstrelet. Translator: Thomas Johns. Release date: March 13, 2024. Ebook number 73160. Language: English. Original publication: London, Longman, Hurst, Rees, Orme, and Brown, 1810 credits. Graham Macrith and the online distributed proofreading team at https://www.pgdp.net. This file was produced from images generously made available by the Internet Archive. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook. The Chronicles of Enguerrand de Monstrelet, Vol. 09 of 13. The Chronicles of Enguerrand de Monstrelet. H. Breyer, Printer, Bridge Street, Blackfriars, London. The Chronicles of Enguerrand de Monstrelet, containing an account of the cruel civil wars between the houses of Orleans and Burgundy, of the possession of Paris and Normandy by the English, their expulsion thence, and of other memorable events that happened in the Kingdom of France, as well as in other countries. A history of fair example, and of great profit to the French, beginning at the year MCCCC, where that of Sir John Froissart finishes, and ending at the year Mauclxi, and continued by others to the year Mxi. Translated by Thomas Johns, ESQ, in 13 volumes. Vol. 9, London, printed for Longman, Hurst, Rees, Orme, and Brown, Paternoster Row, and J. White & Co. Fleet Street. 1810. Contents of the 9th volume. Page Chap I. The King of France, being satisfied that the English had broken the truce, declares war against them. Verneuil is taken by a miller, whom an Englishman had beaten. 1 Chap 2. The Count de Saint Pol appears before Nogent, which surrenders to him. The capture of Pointe-Audemer. 7 Chap 3. The English invade Scotland twice, and are as many times repulsed. The Tower of Verneuil surrenders to the King of France. Other matters. 10 Chap 4. The King of France summons Mantes to surrender, which it does, and is taken possession of, in the name of the King, by the Count de Dunois, his Lieutenant General. 17 Chap v. The King of France makes his entry into Verneuil. The reception he receives. The Sénéchal of Poitou undertakes an expedition against the castle of Loigny. It surrenders to the king, and several English are taken in it. Vernon surrenders to the king. 20 Chap 6. The King of France comes to the town of Évreux, where he is handsomely received, and goes thence to Louviers. The castle of Anjou submits to the king. Gournay surrenders also. John Howell yields up the castle of La Roche-Guyon to its lord, and turns to the French. 27 Chap 7. The Counts of Eu and of Saint Pol take by storm the new castle of Nécourt. The castle surrenders on terms. The Count de Dunois gains the castle of Harcourt. 33 Chap 8. The Duke of Brittany and the Constable of France enter Normandy with a great army and lay siege to Saint-Lô, which surrenders to them, as do many other small places. The town of Carentan surrenders also. 37 Chap 9. The Duke of Alençon conquers his town of Alençon. The Count de Foix gains the town and castle of Malian. The Count de Dunois takes Argentan. The English retire into the keep of the castle, and, on surrendering it, march away with only staves in their hands. 42 Chap X. The King of Sicily waits on the King of France at Louviers. Fresnoy surrenders to the Duke of Alençon. Guisers capitulates. The castle of Gallon is besieged. 49 Chap 11. The King of France orders the Counts de Dunois, Deu, and de Saint-Pol to join him, as he intended to march to Rouen, whence, after remaining 3 days he returns. Some of the inhabitants of Rouen are near delivering up the city to him. The Duke of Brittany besieges Faugeries. Condé is taken. 52 Chap 12. The Archbishop of Rouen and others of the citizens negotiate to surrender that city to the King of France. The keys are presented to the Lieutenant General, the Count de Dunois, who enters the town with his army. 60 Chap 13. The King of France besieges the Duke of Somerset, Lord Talbot, and their men, in the government palace of Rouen. They surrender, on condition of being allowed to march away on yielding up the castle of Arcaz, and other places mentioned. 70 Chap 14. The King of France makes a grand entry into Rouen. He is sumptuously received. The English restore to the king the castle of Arcaz, Caudebec, Tancarville, Montstierville, and c. 75 Chap 15. The castle of Gaillon submits to the obedience of the King of France, Faugeries surrenders to the Duke of Brittany, and Bellemay to the Duke of Alençon. A well-fought battle takes place between the French and English. 88 Chap 16. The King of France leaves Rouen. He sends his lieutenant general to besiege Harfleur, which surrenders on capitulation. The fair Agnes is taken ill. Her death, and her last testament. 92 Chap 17. The Count de Foix raises a large army to besiege the castle of Guise-Chen. The English assemble to raise the siege, but are defeated by the Lord de Lautrec and the bastard de Foix. 101 Chap 18. After the capture of Valognes by Sir Thomas Kyriel, he takes the field with a large army of Englishmen. He is met by the Count de Clermont, who attacks and defeats him. 108 Chap 19. The Duke of Brittany besieges Avranches, with his whole force. It surrenders to him. He takes Tourmalin. Bayeux is won. The Constable gains Brick Quebec, Valognes, Saint-Sauveur-le-Vicomte. Other incidents. 117 Chap XX. The Siege of Caen. The King of France, attended by the King of Sicily and his son, the Duke of Calabria, appear before it with a large army. The English, after sustaining much damage from the batteries, surrender the town and castle of Caen. 123 Chap XXI. The King of France makes his entry into Caen, and is nobly received there. The English surrender Falaise. Poton de Saint-Trailles is appointed governor of it. Domfront is reduced to the king's obedience. 131 Chap XXII. The decease of the Duke of Brittany, and of the Lord Giles his brother, whom he had cruelly put to death before his decease. Cherbourg is besieged by sea and land, and is taken by the French. 136 Chap XXIII. The author particularizes the valor of several of the nobles in the conquest of Normandy. The King of France sends the Count de Penthièvre, as his lieutenant, into Guienne. 143 Chap XXIV. The Lord d'Orville defeats the men of Bordeaux. Duke Peter of Brittany does homage to the King of France. The Duke of Burgundy attempts to lay attacks on Soult throughout Flanders. 154 Chap XXV. The King appoints the Count de Dunois his lieutenant general in Guienne, who besieges Montguyon. It surrenders to him. He lays siege to the town of Blaye, which is taken by storm. The castle capitulates. 159 Chap XXVI. The greater part of the towns and castles in the Duchy of Guyenne enter into treaties for their surrender, with the exception of Bayonne. Bordeaux surrenders 166 chap XXVII. The city of Bayonne is besieged by the Counts de Foix and de Dunois, lieutenants general to the king. It surrenders. The regulations made in consequence. Pope Nicholas marries the Emperor of Germany to the daughter of the King of Portugal. The events that take place in England 180 chap XXVII. Jacques Coeur is arrested and confined. The reasons of it? The King of France declares war against the Duke of Savoy, but peace is made, by the mediation of the Cardinal de Touteville. Lord Shrewsbury regains Bordeaux from the French 196 chap XXIX. The men of Ghent besiege Dinard. The Duke of Burgundy sends an army against them. The Picards conquer the Pont d'Espières from the Ghent men, and kill many of them 202 chap XXX. The Count d'Estampes, with the aid of the Picards alone, raises the siege of Dinard, and defeats the Ghent men, without the knowledge of the Duke of Burgundy 205 chap XXXI. The Duke of Burgundy establishes garrisons round Ghent. He makes several inroads into the country of Ways 210 chap XXXII. The Ghent men fortify Nineve. The Count d'Estampes defeats them there. The men of Ghent attempt to destroy a dike, to drown the country of Ways, but are again defeated by the Count de Saint-Pol 215 chap XXXII. The Battle of Rupelmonde, where the Ghent men are defeated by the Duke of Burgundy 218 chap XXXIV. The Ghent men who had fled to Acre abandon the place, it is burnt by the Duke of Burgundy. The King of France sends ambassadors to the Duke in Flanders, to restore peace to that country's 221 chap XXXV. The Cutler of Ghent is made prisoner in battle. The Ghent men are defeated. They are again defeated at Hulst and Moerbeke 224 chap 30. The articles proposed by the ambassadors from France as the groundwork for a treaty of peace between the men of Ghent and their lord, but which are not agreed to by those in Ghent 230 chap XXXVII. The Ghent men recommence the war against their lord, and burn Hulst. A French herald escapes from Ghent 234 chap 38. The Duke of Burgundy raises a large army to combat the Ghent men, who burn Harelbeke, a large village near Courtrai. Other events of this war 238 chap 36. The Marshal of Burgundy burns the small town of Eckeleux. The Ghent men are defeated before Alost, which they intended to besiege 243 chap XL. Mention made of different encounters between the Picards and Ghent men. The latter attempt to set fire to some parts of Hainault. They are met by the Picards soon afterward 246 chap XLI. The Ghent men send a deputation to the Count d'Estampes, to mediate a peace. Immediately after they besiege Courtrai, but without success. They are near taking prisoner the Duchess of Burgundy, on her road to Bruges 249 chap XLII. Pierre Moreau makes another attack on Dendermonde. The Ghent men invade Hainault, and commit great ravages there 254 chap Slien. The Ghent men would have taken Alost by storm, had it not been well defended. The three estates of Flanders are urgent for peace 256 chap XLIV. The Duke of Burgundy sends an army into Luxembourg against some Germans who, from Thionville, were wasting that country. The Duke enters Flanders with a large force, to make war on Ghent 259 chap XLV. The Duke of Burgundy takes the castle of Poulcres, but that flower of chivalry Sir James de Lalaine is slain before it. He besieges the castle of Gavre, takes it, and hangs all within, before the Ghent men advance to offer him battle. They are defeated 262 chap XLVI. The Battle of Gavren, where the Ghent men are completely defeated, with the loss of upward of 20,000 men slain and drowned 270 chapslaii. The Duke of Burgundy, moved by pity, sends his herald to Ghent to know if the townsmen would submit to his will and he would have compassion on them. The men of Ghent send him a deputation to beg his mercy 275 chapslaii. Here follow the articles of the treaty between Philip the Good, and the town of Ghent 278 chap-xlix. The manner in which the Ghent men humble themselves to their lord, the Duke of Burgundy 283 chap-l. While the Duke of Burgundy is carrying on his warfare against the Ghent men, the Lord de Croix is very active in opposing the Germans in the Duchy of Luxembourg, where they had done much mischief. 286 chaply. King Charles of France conquers Bordeaux and the Bordellois a second time. 287 chaply. Pope Nicholas notifies to the Duke of Burgundy a croisade against the Turks. The Duke vows to undertake an expedition to Turkey, on certain conditions. 289 chapli. Charles Count de Charolois, son to the Duke of Burgundy, is betrothed to his cousin Germain the Lady Isabella of Bourbon. The Duke goes into Germany, and soon after his return the Count marries his cousin Germain. 295 chapliv. The King of France goes to his castle of Lusignan. The Earl of Shrewsbury takes Fronsac. The French besiege Chastillon. Lord Shrewsbury assembles a large force to raise the siege. He is there slain. 297 chap-lv. After the reduction of Chastillon, the French take Saint-Emilion and Libourne. The king joins his army before Bordeaux, in which were great numbers of English. That town surrenders on capitulation. 305 chap-lvi. The Grand Turk besieges Constantinople and batters the city with heavy artillery. It is taken by storm. The cruelties committed there. A remedy proposed to resist the Turk. 314 chap-lvii. The Turk sends letters to the Pope, who, in consequence, wishes to form a croisade against him. Le Blanc, Knight Marshal of Hungary, defeats the Turks near the port of Sambrin. 335 chapleiin. Judgment given against Jacques Coeur and the Damsel of Morton. Master William Edelin, Doctor of Divinity, is publicly reprimanded at Evreux. 341 chaplix. The King of France sends an embassy to the King of Spain. He builds 2 castles at Bordeaux to keep the inhabitants in subjection. The Duke of York imprisons the Dukes of Somerset and Gloucester. Other events. 347 chap-lx. The marriage of the Count de Charolois with the Lady Isabella of Bourbon. The Duke of Burgundy returns from Germany, and is most honorably received in the towns of Lille and Arras. 351 chap-lxi. The Duke of Burgundy lays heavy taxes on his estates, to defray his expedition against the Turks. 353 chap-lxii. The Bishop of Utrecht dies. The Duke of Burgundy goes to Holland to procure the election to the bishopric for his bastard son David, then Bishop of Therouanne. 355 chapelziath. The Count de Clermont, the Lord de la Hesse Marshal of France, and other captains, arrest the Count d'Armagnac, and deliver him up to the king. They put the Archbishop of Auch in possession of his archbishopric. Other events. 357 chap-lxiv. The King of France is discontented with the Dauphin, for going to the Duke of Burgundy without his consent. Pope Calixtus makes regulations respecting the croisade against the Turks. 360 chap-lxv. The Duke of Burgundy, with a large army, escorts his bastard son into Holland, and puts him in peaceable possession of the bishopric of Utrecht. He besieges Deventer, and forces its inhabitants to obey the new bishop, which they had before refused. 372 chap-lxvi. The Duke of Alençon is arrested and thrown into prison. The Turks are miraculously defeated in Hungary. Other events that happened in this year of Mauchelvy 376 Chaplexii. The Dauphin of France takes refuge with Duke Philip of Burgundy. Other events that happened in this year 381 Chaplexii. A quarrel takes place between Duke Philip of Burgundy and his son the Count of Charolois, but is appeased by the Dauphin. The Countess of Charolois is brought to bed of a daughter. Other events that happened in divers parts 388 Chap LXIX. An embassy from the King of Hungary arrives at Tours, and is honorably received by the King of France. The King of Hungary dies. The French take the seaport of Sandwich by storm 392 Chap LXX. Duke Philip of Burgundy carries the Dauphin to Bruges, where he is joyfully received with many honors. Other events mentioned and repeated 402 Chap LXXI. A coolness between the Duke of Burgundy and the Count of Saint Pol. Other matters 406 Chaplexii. The death of Lancelot King of Hungary, which causes great mourning at the court of France. The deaths of John of Coimbra, King of Cyprus, and of the Duke of Brittany, which last is succeeded by his brother Arthur Count de Richemont 414 Chaplexii. King Charles is dangerously ill. On his recovery, he sends to inform the Duke of Burgundy that he shall take under his ward the estates of the youth of Rodemack. The Duke's answer. Of the storms of wind, frost, and snow in this season 417 Chaplexii. The Duke of Burgundy, at the request of the town of Ghent, goes thither. A great feast is made there 420 Chap LXXV. The death of the King of Aragon. His bastard Fernando succeeds to the throne of Naples. Of Pope Pius, and the events that happened about that time, such as the death of the Duke of Brittany, and the embassy from England to the Duke of Burgundy 424 Chaplexii. The Duke of Burgundy makes his entry into Ghent, and is magnificently entertained by the town. The King of France sends to summon the Duke of Burgundy to attend the trial of the Duc d'Alençon 427. Here beginneth the 9th volume of the Chronicles of Enguerrand de Monstrelet. Chap I. The King of France, being satisfied that the English had broken the truce, declares war against them. Verneuil is taken by a miller, whom an Englishman had beaten. The King of France, having received full information of the warfare carried on by the English against Scotland, which was included in the truce, and of that against the Spaniards by sea, who were also included in it, as well as that on his own subjects of Dieppe, La Rochelle, and elsewhere, ever since the signing of the truce, without making any restitution whatever for the damages done by them, more especially in the capture of forgeries from the Duke of Brittany, for which they refused to make any reparation, although often summoned by the king so to do, as well by ambassadors to King Henry as to those who had the government of Normandy, having, therefore, maturely deliberated on all these grievances in his council, and knowing that he had fully acquitted himself of his duty in endeavoring to preserve peace, he declared war against England by sea and land. During the truce, the English garrisons of Mantes, Verneuil, and Lagny had gone on the high roads between Orleans and Paris, and had robbed and murdered all passengers and merchants that fell in their way. In like manner did the English of Neuchâtel, Gournay, and Gerberoi, on the roads between Paris, Abbeville, and Amiens. They also made inroads over the country, seizing all they could lay hands on, and murdering gentlemen in their beds, who had sworn allegiance to the King of France, such as the Lord de Maillebois, the Lord de Saint Remy, Olivier de Noirquerque, and several more. On the other hand, such tradesmen and labouring farmers as had, on the faith of the truce, returned to their occupations, houses, and villages, were continually harassed and put to death by the English, who called them false Armagnac traitors. These were the fine exploits of the English during the existence of the truce. They were called vizards, from wearing masks and frightful disguises over their other clothes, when they went on any such expeditions, to prevent them being discovered. To put an end to all these deceitful proceedings of the English, the King of France assembled a large body of men at arms, as did the Duke of Brittany, on their frontiers. The garrison of Faugeries made a sally on these last, but they were repulsed so valiantly that they lost upwards of 60 in killed and taken. At this time a miller in the town of Verneuil was beaten by an Englishman going the rounds. In revenge, he went to the bailiff of Évreux, and promised, on certain conditions, to admit him and his men into the town. In consequence of this, Sir Pierre de Breze, Sénéchal of Poitou, the said bailiff of Évreux, Jacques de Clermont and others, collected their men with all haste, and appeared before the walls of Verneuil by break of day on the 29th day of July. The miller was on guard this night, and dismissed the watch sooner than usual because it was Sunday, that they might attend mass and then breakfast. The French, by the aid of the miller, fixed their ladders to his mill, and, by this means, entered the town without any one knowing, or even suspecting it. 60 English were in garrison, some of whom were killed or made prisoners, and the rest fled in haste to the castle. On the morrow, the miller drew off most part of the water from the ditches of the castle, which was then vigorously attacked and defended, but at last it was taken by storm. Many gallant deeds were done, particularly by the Sénéchal, who acquired greater renown than any other, although all fought well, for they had not any heavy artillery and numbers of the English were killed, wounded, and taken. The remainder took shelter in the Tour Grise, which was impregnable so long as provisions did not fail, being very thick and high, and detached from the castle, surrounded with ditches full of water. Notwithstanding its strength, the French attacked it on all sides, and while they were thus engaged, the Count de Dunois arrived with the Lord de Coulant and many other knights and esquires. The first had been lately appointed Lieutenant General of the armies of the King of France, and the Lord de Coulant had been made Grand Master of the household. Having had information that Lord Talbot was on his march to relieve his countrymen in the Tower, and was arrived at Breteuil too, they soon departed, leaving Sir Florent d'Illiers, who remained to manage the siege, with about 800 combatants. The Count de Dunois kept advancing until he met Lord Talbot near to Harcourt 3, who, when he perceived the French, fortified himself so strongly, with stakes and the baggage carts which carried his stores, that they could no way injure him. At nightfall, he retreated in haste to Harcourt. All the ensuing day the French were drawn up in battle array in the expectation of an engagement, but Talbot would not quit the town. The following knights were this day created, the Lord de Herbault, Sir John de Bar Lord of Beaujeu, and John Dollin, equerry of the King's stables, and the French, finding that Talbot would not come out of Harcourt, withdrew that evening to Évreux. On the 6th day of August, in this year, the King of France advanced toward Amboise, to cross the river Loire, and march his army into Normandy to support the besiegers of Verneuil. The Count de Dunois and his company remained 2 days in Évreux. Footnotes: 1 Verneuil, a town in Normandy, Diocese of Évreux. 2 Breteuil, a town in Normandy, near Conches. 3 Harcourt, a town in Normandy, election of Conches, 10 leagues from Rouen. Chap 2. The Count de St. Pol appears before Nogent, which surrenders to him the capture of Pointe-à-Mer. On Friday, the 8th day of August, in this year, the Count de St. Pol, with about 404 horse, came before the castle of Nogent, of whom 20 or 30 of the most valiant of the van, at the first shock, forced their way into the lower court, and gained the barriers. Fearing the cannon of the English, they instantly retreated, to wait for their companions, but not before the portcullis had been rapidly let down, and enclosed 2 of their number, who were made prisoners. On the approach of the main army, the place was courageously attacked on the side toward the fields, when many were killed and wounded on each side. The governor for King Henry was called Jean Lefebvre, born near to Louviers, who had with him about 30 companions in arms. On the Saturday, the place surrendered between 11 and 12 o'clock, on condition that the garrison should march away in safety unarmed, except the governor, who was to wear his sword. They deposited all their effects in the church of St. Peter, whence they afterward came to seek and carry them away whither they pleased. The conquerors, perceiving on the Sunday that the place was not tenable, decamped, but not before they had set fire to it, and burnt it to the ground. The same Friday, the Count de Dunois marched from Évreux with a large company of knights and esquires, and 2,500 combatants. 2 days after, the Counts d'Eu and de Saint-Pol, the Lords de Saveuzes, de Roy, de Moy, de Rambouers, and others, to the number of 300 lances, and from 14 to 1500 archers, passed Pont de l'Arche, and continued their march until they formed a junction, on the 12th before Pont Audemer, with the Count de Dunois and his army. The Count de Dunois was posted on the side toward Rouen, and the Counts d'Eu and de Saint-Pol nearer to Honfleur, on the other side of the river Rille, which runs by the town, and each lord drew up his men to the attack of the place. That part of it near to the quarters of the Count de Saint-Pol was so courageously attacked that it was carried by storm, notwithstanding the very gallant defense of the English. Many brilliant acts were done by the Count de Dunois men, who entered the place at the same time with the others, crossing the ditches with water up to their necks. 420 English retreated into a strong house at the end of the town under their captains, Montfort, treasurer of Normandy, and Fouquet's Eben, who surrendered themselves prisoners to the Counts de Dunois and de Saint-Pol. 22 new knights were made on this occasion, such as the Lord de Moy, the son of the Vidame of Amiens, the son of the Lord de Rambouers, and others. Thus was Pont Audemer replaced under the obedience of the King of France. King Charles came to Vendôme on this day, the 12th, and remained there until the 18th day of August, when he marched for Chartres, and arrived there on the 22d. Footnotes, 400. In the original it is 4,000, but this number appeared to me too great. Chap 3. The English invade Scotland twice, and are as many times repulsed. 5. The Tower of Verneuil surrenders to the King of France. Other matters. It was evident that heaven was against the English, and they were deserving of it, for it is a fact that they have always encroached on their Christian neighbours, as well in the kingdom of France as in Scotland, Ireland, Wales, and elsewhere. Many violences have most unjustly been done by them, by reason of their not having the words of our Saviour Jesus Christ before their eyes, render unto Caesar the things that be Caesar's, and unto God the things that be God's. Among their various plans of annoyance to their neighbours, they carried one about this time into effect, namely, an invasion of Scotland. The Earl of Salisbury sent 2 lords of great renown, natives of England, Sir Thomas de Hanton, knight, and the Lord Percy, son to the Earl of Northumberland, to wage war against Scotland. They had with them 15,000 combatants and a numerous body of peasants, and, crossing the river Solway, entered Scotland, where they remained 3 days, having advanced 6 miles of that country, equal to 3 French leagues. When the Earl of Douglas heard of this inroad, he collected, without delay, 6,000 Scots, and attacked the English on the plain in open day. The battle was well fought on both sides, and many were killed and wounded, but it was won by the Scots, who kept the field, and made many prisoners. In the number were Sir Thomas de Hanton and Percy. The rest escaped as quickly as they could, to carry the melancholy news to Lord Salisbury. He was very much grieved, and not without cause, but not cast down, for he instantly raised a greater army than before, consisting of 60,000 men, thinking to destroy the whole kingdom of Scotland. When the Earls of Murray and of Ormond heard of the English having crossed the Solway with a large army, they, having the fear of God before their eyes, and finding the English determined thus conjunctly to destroy their country, took measures to oppose them, for it is perfectly lawful that every one should fight for his country. They soon, with the aid of other Scots lords, assembled a force of 32,000 able warriors, and, falling on the English camp unawares, put them to the rout, with great slaughter and loss in prisoners and wounded. They were pursued as far as the Solway, wherein many were drowned. The English lost in these two invasions from 20 to 24,000 men in killed and prisoners. The Scots gave all the merit of the signal defeat to God, and not to human force, for which they celebrated a thanksgiving, and, to prevent the English from being in future so eager to invade their country, they resolved to continue the pursuit into England. Having crossed the Solway, they destroyed the country, full 20 leagues in length, and 6 in breadth, as far as the strong town of Newcastle, without leaving a town or house on their road unburnt. On this expedition, a knight of great power in Scotland was slain, called Sir John v. Wales, and the Scots then returned unmolested home. The account of these battles was given to the writer of the Chronicles of St. Denis, at that abbey, by 3 Scots priests of the diocese of Dunblane, of which church one was a canon, and affirmed it for true before the holy shrine of St. Denis, in the manner above related, and in the presence of the monks of that abbey. On the 12th of August, the King of France came to Vendôme, grandly accompanied by men at arms, as well lords, knights, and esquires, as others. He remained there until the 18th, and, during this time, the Lord de la Hesse, Marshal of Brittany, Sir Geoffrey de Couronne, and Joachim Rohald and others, attacked the town of Saint-Jacques-de-Beuvron with great vigor from 9 in the morning until night, and, with heavy and small artillery, kept up a continual fire on the walls. It was, however, gallantly defended, but on the morrow, the English capitulated for its surrender, on being allowed to march away in safety with their effects. On the 22d of the said month, the King of France entered Chartres, and, on the next day, the garrison of the Tower of Verneuil surrendered themselves prisoners. They were but 30, of whom the greater part were renegado French, several having escaped a little before, carrying off all their valuables, owing to the negligence of those who had the guard during the night. Sir Florent was very much blamed for this, as the king had sent him orders, by one of his heralds, to be very attentive in guarding the place. The king, on the departure of the principal leaders, made matters easy to those who had remained, from the consideration that the place was impregnable but from want of provisions, and he concluded a treaty with the lords de Pricigny and de Bauge, for their paying a moderate ransom, on delivering up the tower to the king. At this time, or a little after, Joachim de Rohald, with these lords who had gained Saint-Jacques-de-Beuvron, took, after an attack of 10 hours, the town of Mortain. The Count de Dunois, with the Count de Saint-Pol and those who had been at the capture of Pont-Audemer, marched to lay siege to the city of Lisieux, but when those within the city observed the great force brought against it, and which it was impossible for them to resist, fearing also that, should it be taken by storm, they would lose everything, they held several conferences together, and, by the advice of their bishop, offered to surrender the place to the King of France. The bishop managed so honorably and ably that not the smallest damage was done to any individual, but each peaceably enjoyed his property as before the surrender. Several small places round Lisieux surrendered to the Count de Dunois at the same time. Footnotes: 5 under the years 1446, 47, 48, 49, 50, in Andrew's History of Great Britain, and see an invasion of Scotland is attempted by the English, led by the Earl of Northumberland and Magnus Readman. They are defeated at Sark 6 by the Scots, under the command of the Lord Douglas and his brother the Earl of Ormond. I see from Douglas's peerage that it ought to be Archibald Earl of Murray, and not Lord Douglas, third son to James VII. Earl of Douglas. The Earl of Ormond was his next brother. The following extract is from Hutchinson's History of Northumberland, page 233, volume 2. Henry Earl of Northumberland, in the 14th Henry VI. Made an unsuccessful eruption into Scotland and at Piperton was defeated by the Earl of Angus, with the loss of 1,500 men. In the 29th of the same reign he entered Scotland again, and engaged, near the river Sark, a large body of Scots under the command of Sir William Wallace of Craigie, where he again had a defeat, and narrowly escaped being made prisoner, his son choosing to throw himself into the hands of the enemy to save his father. 6. Sark, a river in Scotland formed of two branches, the White and Black, falls into the Eden 4 miles below Carlisle. 7. De Couronne. Couvarin mis du Cange. 8. Morton, a town in Normandy, on the river Lances, on the borders of Maine. Chap 4. The King of France summons Mantes to surrender, which it does, and is taken possession of, in the name of the King, by the Count de Dunois, his lieutenant general. On the 26th of this same month of August, and on the morrow of the feast of St. Louis, the King left Chartres with a noble company, and fixed his quarters at Châteauneuf-en-Thymerais 9, and, the same day, sent his heralds to summon the garrison of Mantes, which town was held and occupied against his will. While the heralds were on their embassy, the Counts de Dunois and Saint Pol arrived with 500 or 600 combatants, the same day, before the town of Mantes, and summoned the inhabitants to return to their obedience to the King of France. They at first refused, from fear of the garrison, although in their hearts they were well inclined to obey the summons, and the lieutenant general ordered preparations for an immediate attack. The inhabitants noticed this, but were fearful that the English garrison, amounting to 260 men, under the command of Sir Thomas Hose Ten, Knight, and Chancellor for the King of England in these parts, would make a defence. He was indeed not in the town, but his lieutenant, Thomas de Saint Barbe, bailiff of the place, was present, and determined on resistance as long as he could. The inhabitants, therefore, foreseeing the ruin of their town, caused the bailiff to be informed, that if he would not enter into a capitulation for the surrender of the place, they should certainly do so. This they would not have dared to say, if they had not felt themselves the strongest, and the better to force the English to terms. They seized the tower and gate called the Port au Saint, with the whole of that quarter, and then went in a body to the lieutenant general, and concluded with him a treaty for the surrender of their town. The English were desirous of making resistance, and would have opposed the French, had not this tower and its defences been occupied by the townsmen. A copy of the capitulation was sent them, about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, by a herald accompanied by 50 men at arms, who were received by the inhabitants, and posted in this tower, to guard them against the English, should there be occasion. Although the lieutenant governor had accepted the terms for himself and his companions the bailiffs, the Count de Dunois remained with his army in order of battle before the walls from morning to evening, when he entered the place with a strong detachment, to guard the inhabitants from pillage and other mischiefs, which men at arms were accustomed to do on similar occasions, and also to confirm the townsmen in their loyalty and obedience toward the king. Footnotes: 9 Châteauneuf-en-Thymerais, a town in Perche, election of Verneuil. 10 Sir Thomas Hose Q. Chap v. The King of France makes his entry into Verneuil. The reception he receives. The Seneschal of Poitou undertakes an expedition against the castle of Loigny. 11. It surrenders to the king, and several English are taken in it. Vernon surrenders to the king. On the 27th of August in this year, the King of France made his entry into Verneuil, with much pomp and grandly attended. He was received there as magnificently as possible, for the churchmen and chief inhabitants came out in procession to meet him, dressed in their best clothes and hoods. The populace issued out also in crowds to welcome his arrival. They made bonfires, and strewed the streets with flowers in the best manner they could, singing carols day and night. The king remained some time in Verneuil, and thither came the bishops of Lisieux and Auxerre to do him homage. During this interval, the Sénéchal of Poitou formed a plan to gain the castle of Loigny, held by an esquire of Normandy, called the Lord de Sainte Marie, as governor for Sir Francis de Surian, called the Aragonien, the owner of this castle, and who had married Sir Francis's daughter. Although the Sénéchal did not come before the place personally, he had practiced with the governor, who had under his command 200 combatants quartered in the lower court, so that when the French appeared, they were admitted into the dungeon, without the knowledge of the men-at-arms sent by Sir Francis for its defence, or of his lady, who was in the castle. The English, when they saw the French, thought to defend themselves, but finding they were too weak in numbers, they desisted, and were, with their horses in the lower court, and all their effects, seized in the name of the King of France, except the lady of Sir Francis, who departed with her baggage, much enraged at the treachery of her son-in-law. The Lord de Sainte Marie was reappointed to the government of the castle, on the terms he had held it before. On the same day, the captain of Robert de Floquet's, bailiff of Évreux, was sent with a certain number of men-at-arms to summon the garrison and inhabitants of Vernon to submit themselves to the King of France, by sending to him the keys of the town. The governor, John Ormond, an esquire, son to the Earl of Ormond in Ireland, replied, that he would willingly do so and, by way of derision and mockery, sent for all the old keys he could from the locksmiths in the town, and presented them to the pursuivant who had brought the summons, but he made answer, that they were too old to be of use to such a place, and departed, to make his report of what had passed to the Count de Dunois, who was not far off with the main army. On the morrow morning, the 28th, came the Lieutenant General, attended by the Counts de Saint-Pol and Deu, the Lord Sénéchal of Poitou, and several other captains, with a large body of Frank archers, an institution lately established in France, attacked, and instantly gained possession of a small island, on which they raised a battery of cannon, although they did not fire them, but some sharp skirmishings took place between the archers and the English lost the bridge, when their governor was pierced through both his cheeks with an arrow, to their great dismay. Seeing, therefore, the great force that was brought against them, and that numbers of towns and castles had of late surrendered, they, in conjunction with the inhabitants, demanded from the Count de Dunois passports for 4 or 6 persons to hold a parley respecting the summons that had been sent them. This was agreed to, and the following persons were selected by the governor and inhabitants to wait on the Count de Dunois, namely, John Aberon 12, an Englishman, captain of the troops in the town, Master Guillaume d'Aiguinet, a most determined partisan of the English, Regault de Bordeaux and others, and d'Aiguinet was appointed spokesman. Having made the usual salutations to the Lieutenant General, he thus addressed him: My lord, you have summoned us to surrender the town of Vernon to the king your lord, tell us on what grounds you have made this demand. The Count de Dunois, with coolness and dignity becoming the representative of a king, answered most eloquently, for he was one of the most eloquent men in all France, that the said town of Vernon, and its dependences, belonged to the king his lord by rightful inheritance, that it had been taken from him more by violence than otherwise, with great part of his kingdom, during the life of the late king his father, and he then recited, in a style that would have done credit to a doctor, a history of the war between the kings of France and England, and the innumerable evils that had resulted from it, that the King of France, moved by his great charity, had consented to certain truces, in the hope that, during their continuance, means might be found to establish a permanent peace, but that the English had, through their disorderly love of conquest, in the interval, gained by force the town of Faugeries from the Duke of Brittany, a relative and subject of the king, and especially named in the said truces. He then related all the conferences that had taken place on the occasion, and their result, which have been already mentioned. The king, therefore, having maturely considered this conduct with his council, captains and allies, and witnessing the infidelity of the English, has raised a sufficient army to regain all that legally belongs to him, and has appointed me his lieutenant general to carry his intentions into execution. I therefore have summoned, and do now summon, you to restore this town to its rightful lord, to avoid the perils you will run into from your rebellion and disobedience, and that you may not attribute the evils that will ensue from your refusal to your lawful lord and mine, whose benign grace is willing to receive you again as his subjects. At the close of this speech, the English and the other deputies withdrew to consult how they should act. In the discussion, great disputes arose, for the French, considering King Charles as their lawful king, and feeling that what the lieutenant had said was founded in reason, wanted to surrender, but the English would not. After much altercation, the townsmen declared that they would surrender, whether the English would or no, if a fair treaty were offered for the Tower, in which the English should be included if they were agreeable to it. The English, perceiving they could not resist the will of the inhabitants, so plainly discovered, demanded letters, under the town seal, declaratory that the surrender was agreed to without their consent, which were given them. The deputies returned to the Count de Dunois, who concluded a treaty, with the assent of the lords in his company, by which the town and castle of Vernon were surrendered, in which were 12 English, under the command of the son of the Earl of Ormond. They marched away in safety with their baggage, and the inhabitants remained peaceably in the town, without losing an article of their effects. The king afterwards gave this town and castle to the Count de Dunois, for the great services he had rendered him, and in the expectation that he would do more in conquering Normandy, or wherever else he might be employed. Footnotes: 11 Loigny, a village in Beaussy. 12 John Aberon. Q. Chap 6. The King of France comes to the town of Évreux, where he is handsomely received, and goes thence to Louviers. The castle of Anjou submits to the king. Gournay surrenders also. John Howell yields up the castle of La Roche-Guyon to its lord, and turns to the French. About the end of August, the king departed from Verneuil, and made his entry into the city of Évreux with great pomp. He was sumptuously received by the inhabitants, who went out in procession to meet him, made bonfires, sang carols, and hung all the streets with tapestry through which he passed. He slept one night only in Évreux, and on the morrow went to Louviers, where he was equally well received. He was accompanied by the Count du Maine, brother to the King of Sicily and the Queen of France, the Count de Clermont, eldest son to the Duke of Bourbon, the Viscount de Longmain, eldest son to the Count d'Armagnac, the Count de Casters, son to the Count de la Marche, the youngest son of the house of Albrecht, John Lord of Lorraine, many other great lords and barons, and knights and esquires without number. The king had 200 lances for his bodyguard, and his usual archers, without including 4 armies he had in the field, namely, the army of the Duke of Brittany, another under the command of the Count de Dunois lieutenant general, the army of the Counts d'Eu and de Saint-Pol, and that of the Duc d'Alençon. The king was very active in supplying these armies with everything they might want, as well with money as bombards, artillery, and all kinds of stores, and couriers were constantly passing and repassing between him and them, to convey orders and intelligence. During this time, William de Chance, governor of Pontoise, marched a body of men before the castle of Anjou, and summoned Portugal, the governor, to surrender it to the King of France. Portugal, hearing how the whole country, with its towns and castles, was submitting daily to King Charles, and knowing the impossibility of any effectual resistance, capitulated for its surrender when de chance was appointed, by the King of France, the governor. Sir Louis de Luxembourg, Count de Saint-Pol, marched, on a Sunday, from Vernon, to lay siege to Gournay. On his march, he was met by some of the townsmen, who came to make an offer to yield up the place, which was under the guard of William Harper, lieutenant to William Coram, an Englishman. The lieutenant, fearful of the event of a siege, and knowing also how the tide of war was turned and that all the towns and castles were surrendering to the French, having also in mind that prudent maxim, Felix quem faciant aliena pericula caudam, went out with one of the inhabitants, called Raoliot Palivoine, and some others, to the Count de Saint-Pol, on his arrival before the place, and confirmed the treaty that had been made at Longueville. It was articled that the town and castle should be surrendered to the Count de Saint-Pol, notwithstanding that the Lord de Moy and William de Chance, ignorant of the Count's enterprise, had attempted to take it by storm, and had opened batteries against its walls. The moment they were informed of the Count's intentions, they abandoned their enterprise, and the King of France gave it to the Count, with all its dependences, for his life. He appointed, therefore, as governor of the castle and town, Sir George de Croy, Lord of Blainsell. While this treaty was carrying on, the Count d'Eu remained at Andely-sur-Seine 13, and thence went to quarter himself and his forces at Pont Saint-Pierre 14, where he stayed 3 days, when he crossed the Seine to besiege Harcourt 15. On Monday, the 29th of August, all the lords who had been at the surrender of Vernon joined the king at Louviers, to arrange their plans for further conquests. During their assembly, the Lord de Jalagnies, Marshal of France, and the Lord of Rocheguyon, marched a large body of men at arms to conquer the castle of La Rocheguyon 16. To effect this, they detached about 30 men by water, well supplied with cannon and ammunition, who approached the place as if intending to besiege it, making as much noise as though they had been 200, and remained before it for 3 days, constantly skirmishing with the garrison, but although this garrison did not consist of more than 16 men, the French gained no advantage over them. On Thursday the 3d of September, the Lords de Jalagnies and de La Rocheguyon appeared before it with their forces, and when John Howell, the English governor, saw so numerous a body that it would be vain for him to oppose it, at the same time fearing the event of a siege, and considering the right the king had to reconquer his kingdom, entered into a treaty with these lords conditionally to surrender the castle, unless he should be relieved by the King of England or his lieutenant in Normandy, within 15 days, and that he and his men should have free liberty to march away with their baggage whither they pleased. Intelligence of this was sent to the Duke of Somerset, Lieutenant of Normandy, in Rouen, who tampered with the messenger to introduce 24 English into the castle, and put Howell to death. On his return, he attempted to gain over some of the garrison to his purpose, of admitting the 24 Englishmen to execute his damnable design, but knowledge of this plan coming secretly to the ears of Howell, he sent in haste for the Lord de La Rocheguyon, who had withdrawn himself and his forces until the 15th day should arrive, to whom he surrendered the place. The garrison marched away, under passports, with their effects, but Howell was so indignant at the plot formed against his life that he became a Frenchman, and took the oaths of allegiance, on condition that he should enjoy the landed property of his wife, who was a native of France, and the Lord de La Rocheguyon continued him in the government of his castle. Footnotes: 13 Andely-sur-Seine 3 leagues from Mantes. 14 Pont Saint-Pierre 4 leagues from Andely. 15 Harcourt 10 leagues from Rouen, near Brionnais. 16 La Roche-Guyon, a market town in Normandy, 3 leagues from Mantes. Chap 7. The counts of EU and of St. Pol take by storm the new castle of Nicourt. 17. The castle surrenders on terms. The Count de Dunois gains the castle of Harcourt. About the middle of September, it was resolved, in the councils held at Louviers, that, considering the great body of French chivalry, it would be necessary to form 2 divisions, the one under the command of Charles d'Artois, Count of EU, Louis de Luxembourg, Count of St. Pol, and other captains, having with them from 3 to 4,000 combatants, were ordered to besiege the new castle of Nicourt, which was held by the captain, Adamilton 18, an Englishman. The French army came before it on Tuesday the 12th day of September, and took the town by storm on the following Thursday. The castle was then besieged and surrendered on capitulation 15 days afterward. The other division was under the command of the Count de Dunois, Lieutenant General, having with him the Counts de Clermont and de Nevers, with 4,000 veteran soldiers. On leaving Louviers, they marched to lay siege to the castle of Chambreus 19 on the 18th of September, of which an Englishman, called William Crinton 20, was governor, and had under him 200 men for its defense. After 7 days' siege, it surrendered on capitulation with the Count de Clermont, and thus was it restored to the obedience of the King of France. Without losing time, the Lieutenant General marched his army before the castle of Harcourt, which is handsome and strong. It was governed by Sir Richard Frongbel 21, an Englishman, having under him about 80 of his countrymen. The siege lasted about 15 days, with daily skirmishes with the garrison. Great advances were made, in which a very valiant man-at-arms from the garrison of Louviers was killed by a cannon shot, and an Englishman lost his life by the shot of a culverin, on the portal of the lower court. A mutiny now took place in the garrison, when the governor was disgraced, and hung by his feet under the gate, when the French, taking advantage of it, played their cannon so well that they greatly damaged the walls of the lower court. The English, fearful of consequences, entered into a capitulation to surrender, if they should not, on the ensuing Friday, be enforced to meet them in the field, and gave hostages for the performance. When the day arrived, not receiving any succor, they yielded up the place. While these armies were thus employed, the English garrison of the town and castle of Sa-22 made an excursion to fish a pond at some distance, which, coming to the knowledge of the Duc d'Alençon, he instantly ordered his men to mount, and marched, as secretly as he could, to cut off their retreat. He succeeded in making the whole prisoners, and, carrying them to Sa, forced them to deliver up the town and castle, on pain of losing their heads. The French garrison in Dieppe, knowing that there was but a small garrison in Fécamp, which is a seaport, marched thither secretly, and won it by storm. Shortly after, arrived a vessel from England, having on board 97 soldiers to garrison the abbey, supposing it still to belong to King Henry, whom the French suffered to land without opposition, but instantly afterwards took them all prisoners. Footnotes: 17 Nicourt, a village in Normandy, diocese and election of Coutances. 18 Adamilton, Elton, or Hilson. 19 Chambreus, a market town in Normandy, 13 leagues from Évreux. 20 W. Crinton, Clinton. 21 Sir Richard Frongbel, Q22 Sa, a market town in Normandy, 5 leagues from Alençon, 2 from Sees. Chap 8. The Duke of Brittany and the Constable of France enter Normandy with a great army, and lay siege to St. Lo 23, which surrenders to them, as do many other small places. The town of Carentan 24 surrenders also. About the same period of this year, the Duke of Brittany, his brother the Count de Richemont, Constable of France, with other nobles and men at arms from his duchy, amounting to 1,000 or 1,200 lances, entered Lower Normandy, to restore it to the obedience of the King of France from the dominion of the English, the ancient enemies of the realm, who had usurped the government of it for nearly 32 years. They first advanced to the town of Mont Saint-Michel 25, and the nobles and men at arms were quartered in the villages of Upper and Lower Les Pas 26, Cordis 27, Saint George en Gain, Postolbank, and thereabouts. The Duke, on quitting Brittany, had left his brother, the Lord Peter, on the frontiers, near to Faucheries and Avranches, for their defence, with 300 lances. On the morrow, the Duke and the Constable formed their vanguard under the command of Sir James de Luxembourg, Lieutenant to the Constable, the Marshal and Admiral of France, of 500 spears, who that day marched to Coutances 28, and lay before it while the Duke and the main army, consisting of 500 or 600 lances, remained that night in and about Granville 29. On the morrow, the Constable advanced the main army toward Coutances, and halted opposite to the hospital, but they were not there a day before the English in the town marched away, and the inhabitants continued in the same peaceful state as before this renewal of war. The Duke of Brittany next marched to lay siege to Saint-Lô, and ordered his van to advance and take up their quarters on one side of the town while he followed with the army on the next day, and posted himself on the opposite side. Sir William de Poitou commanded in the place, with a garrison of 200 men, but notwithstanding these numbers, he made no resistance, but capitulated with the Duke for its surrender, on being allowed to march away with his men whither he should please. The Duke and the Constable, during their stay at Saint-Lô, won the following towns, villages, and castles, namely, Le Hummet 30, Neufville 31, Tourigny 32, Buisseville 33, Hamby 34, La Motte-l'Évêque 35, La Haye-du-Puy 36, Chanteloup 37, Elanay 38, and many other small places round Saint-Lô, in which city, as well as in those captured places, strong garrisons were posted. The van was now detached to the town of Carentan, and followed by the main body, but the garrison held out only 3 days before they surrendered, and then marched away with staves in their hands, and those in the town were reinstated in their possessions. The Marshal and the Admiral of France now separated from the Duke and the Constable, and came before Pont d'Oue 39, which having taken by storm, they overran all the country of Coutances, without meeting any resistance. The government of it and Carentan was given to Joachim Rohault. From Carentan, the above lords returned to Coutances, and thence, in the month of October, detached a party to Gavry 40. On the morrow, the Duke and the Constable came to Coutances, where the Duke stayed that day, and before the Constable could arrive at Gavry, the bulwark had been won by storm, and on the morrow, Sir Geoffrey de Couverin, who directed the siege, having made great approaches by his mines, attacked the castle with such vigor that the English garrison, of about 60 men, demanded a parley, and concluded a treaty with the Constable for its surrender, on being allowed to march away in safety with their effects. Footnotes: 23 Saint-Lô, a city of Normandy, on the Vire. 24 Carentan, a town in Normandy, 3 leagues from the sea coast. 25 Mont Saint-Michel, a strong town in Normandy, built on a rock, and surrounded by the sea at high water. 26 Les Pas, a village in Normandy, Diocese of Avranches. 27 Les Cordis, a village in Normandy, Diocese of Avranches. 28 Coutances, capital of the Coutances, 2 leagues from the sea. 29 Granville, a seaport in Normandy, 6 leagues from Coutances. 30 Le Hummet, a small town near Saint-Lô. 31 Neufville, a village near Alençon. 32 Tourigny, 3 leagues from Coutances. 33 Buisseville, a village in Normandy. 34 Hamby, a market town near Coutances. 35 La Motte-l'Evêque, a barony and castle near Saint-Lô. 36 La Haye-du-Puy, a market town near Coutances. 37 Chanteloup, a village near Coutances. 38 Elanaï, a village. 39 Pont-d'Ouille. Q Pont-d'Ouille, a market town in Normandy, on the Vire. 40 Gavry, a town on the Seine, 4 leagues from Coutances. Chap 9. The Duke of Alençon conquers his town of Alençon. 41. The Count de Foix gains the town and castle of Molian. 42. The Count de Dunois takes Argentan. 43. The English retire into the keep of the castle, and, on surrendering it, march away with only staves in their hands. The Duke of Alençon, in consequence of intelligence with friends in Alençon, advanced thither by daybreak, and by their means was admitted into the town. The English garrison retreated to the castle, which was instantly surrounded by the Duke, who had with him 800 lances besides archers. There were numbers of English in the place, but their hearts failed them, for they made little resistance, and surrendered the town to the Duke, whose inheritance it was. Sir Louis de Beaumont, governor of Mans, had come to his assistance with 60 lances, and archers in proportion. During this time, the King of France was at Louviers. About this same period, namely, the latter end of September, the Count de Foix, accompanied by the Counts de Comminges, d'Estracte. 44, the Viscount de Lautrec his brother, and many other knights, barons, and esquires from the counties of Foix, Comminges, Estracte, Bigorre and Béarn, to the amount of 500 or 600 lances and 2,000 crossbows, marched from his country of Béarn through that of the Basques. 45, until he came before the town of Molian de Sole, to which he laid siege. The inhabitants, perceiving such numbers, were afraid of the consequences, should the siege be pushed to extremities, and capitulated to surrender, on condition that no harm should be done to them. Upon this, the English garrison retreated into the castle, which is the strongest in all the Duchy of Guienne, and is seated on a high rock. But the Count de Foix, learning that it was badly provided with stores and provision, surrounded it with his troops on all sides, and this coming to the knowledge of the King of Navarre, he instantly issued his summons for the relief of the English, and marched 6,000 Navarro, Aragonese, Gascons, and English, to within 2 leagues of it, to raise the siege. Finding the enemy so strongly entrenched, and so numerous, he retreated, and sent messengers to the Count to say that he was desirous of having a conference with him, if he would send passports for himself and what company he might please to bring with him. The King of Navarre, on receiving the passports, advanced with a small company to within a quarter of a league of the Count's army, where he was waiting for him, when, after the usual salutations from the Count, who had married the King of Navarre's daughter, and had a beautiful family, the King said that he was much astonished, considering how nearly they were connected together, that he had besieged a place under his protection, his constable being governor for the King of England, to whom he had promised to defend it against all his enemies. The Count good-humouredly replied, paying at the same time all honour and respect, that he was Lieutenant General for the King of France of all the countries between the river Gironde and the mountains. He was, likewise, a relation and subject to the King of France, and it was by his command that he had taken the town and besieged the castle, and to preserve his honour unspotted, and that no blame might ever be cast on him by any of his family, he would never raise the siege until the place was reduced to the obedience of the King of France, unless he should be fought withal and conquered, that in every other respect he would assist and serve the King of Navarre, the father of his wife, against all persons whatever, excepting the King of France, his subjects and allies, and all things appertaining to the crown of France. Upon this, the King of Navarre returned with the troops to his own country. The garrison in the castle, finding they had no hopes of succor, and knowing their scarcity of provisions, surrendered it on capitulation, and thus was the castle restored to the obedience of the King of France. Shortly after, the Lord de Luce 46, attended by 600 combatants, all wearing red crosses, came and did homage to the King of France in the hands of his lieutenant general for the town and castle of Malian, which was his inheritance. After he had taken the oaths, he and his company returned to his mansion, wearing white crosses, to the great astonishment of all the men, women, and children of his country. When this had been done, the Count de Foix marched his army back to Béarn, having left a sufficient garrison in the town and castle of Malian. On the 27th of September, the Lord de Blainville came with a large force of men at arms before the castle of Tuquois, strongly situated on a rock close to the sea, and having an English garrison of 60 men. On seeing so large a body, they did not attempt resistance, but surrendered on having their lives and fortunes spared, and being allowed to march in safety whither they pleased. On the last day of this month, the Counts de Dunois and de Nevers laid siege to the castle of Yems 47, which the English instantly surrendered on similar terms. The Count de Dunois then marched his army to besiege the town and castle of Argentan. The English opened a parley, although they had not any intentions to surrender, but when the townsmen saw that they were only laughing at the French by these pretended parleys, and knew their intention of holding out to the last, and that what they were saying to the French was the farthest from their thoughts, they called some of their countrymen aside, and bade them have no more parleys with the English, for that they would hold out as long as they could. At the same time, they asked for a banner or pennon, which they would display from a certain part of the walls, and that when they should see it they should advance thither with courage, and they would admit them into the town, which was done. The English, perceiving themselves betrayed, retreated into the castle, but a large bombard was instantly pointed against the walls, and made a breach wide enough for a cart to pass. The French, on this success, attacked the castle, and entered the breach, but the English retired into the dungeon, which they soon surrendered, fearing to be taken by storm, and although they demanded a capitulation, they were marched away with only staves in their hands. Footnotes: 41 Alençon, a handsome city in Lower Normandy, 47 leagues from Paris. 42 Malian. Q Malian de Sole, a town in Gascony, 8 leagues from Pau. 43 Argentan, 7 leagues and a half from Alençon. 44 D'Estract. In the Ms from Ducange's copy, it is changed to D'Estrar. I suspect that it ought to be de la Train, for the Soldyke de la Train was of that country, and one of Edward III's great captains. He is frequently mentioned by Froissart. 45 Basques, a small country near the Pyrenees, surrounded by Spain, the ocean, Béarn, and the river Adour. 46 de Luce. Lux Mis Ducange. 47 Yems. Q if not Yesma, a village in Maine? Chap X. The King of Sicily waits on the King of France at Louviers-Fresnois. 48 Surrenders to the Duke of Alençon. Gisors. 49 Capitulates the castle of Gallon. 50 Is besieged. At this season, the King of Sicily came to the King of France at Louviers, where he was very joyfully received. He had with him his brother the Count du Maine, and a long train of nobles, knights and esquires, whose names it would be tedious to relate, to the number of more than 200 lances, and archers, without including those from the army of the Duc d'Alençon, the Duke of Brittany, the Count de Dunois Lieutenant General, the Count de Clermont, nor those of the Count d'Eu, or of the Count de Saint-Pol, who all had with them very many men of note. The king, seeing such a numerous and well-appointed body of chivalry, resolved to pursue with vigor the conquest of the whole duchy of Normandy, and began his operations by ordering siege to be laid to the castle of Gallon. This castle was very strong, and impregnable but by famine, for it was seated on a rock near to the Seine, out of cannon shot, and could not any way be won, so long as provision for the garrison should last. The command of the siege was given to the Sénéchal of Poitou and others, who pushed their approaches toward it with great activity. The king went thither in person. In the meanwhile, the Duke of Alençon laid siege to the town and castle of Fresnoy, wherein were many English, but they made no opposition to the prosperity of the king's affairs, and surrendered on capitulation. During the siege of Gallon, and about 3 or 4 days before its surrender, Sir Richard de Merbury, an English knight and governor of Gizers, agreed to terms of capitulation with the brother of his wife, for its surrender on the 17th day of October following. In fact, the governor turned to the French interest, and took the oaths of allegiance, on condition that 2 of his sons, John and Hemond, who had been made prisoners at the capture of Pont-de-Mer, should be restored to him without ransom, and also that he should enjoy unmolested the lands of his wife, which were now held by the French, whether by gift from the king or otherwise. At the solicitations of his wife's relations, the king granted his requests, and, in expectation of the services that he looked to from him and his children, he also made him governor of Saint-Germain-en-Laye, and gave him, for his life only, all the profits and emoluments arising from this government. The king appointed, as governor of Gizers, the Lord de Gaucourt, who had long laboured in his majesty's service, and considering his great age, of 80 years and upwards, he had lately acquired very great honour. Footnotes: 48 Fresnoy, a village in Normandy. 49 Gizers, a city in Normandy, capital of Vexin Normand. 50 Gallon, 10 leagues from Rouen, about a league from the Seine. Chap 11. The King of France orders the Counts de Dunois, Deu, and de St. Pol to join him, as he intended to march to Rouen, whence, after remaining 3 days, he returns. Some of the inhabitants of Rouen are near delivering up the city to him. The Duke of Brittany besieges Faucheries. Condé is taken. In the month of October, the King of France ordered the Count de Dunois, and the lords in his company who had subdued Argentan, to join him, and likewise the Counts Deu and de St. Pol, for it was his intention to march to reduce Rouen to his obedience. They hastily complied with his orders, insomuch that their armies were soon in the plains of Neufbarg 51, and assembled on the opposite side of the river, toward Rouen. The King of France departed from Louviers, attended by the King of Sicily and his nobles, and advanced to Pont de l'Arche, when the inhabitants came out with great joy, to welcome him on his arrival. He then sent heralds without delay to summon Rouen to surrender, that all oppressions might be avoided by a voluntary submission, but the English garrison, aware on what embassy the heralds came, would not let them approach the walls, nor would they hear their summons, ordering them, at the same time, to make haste and return, under pain of death. They reported to the king all they had seen and heard, who, having learnt the answers the English had given to his heralds, commanded the army to cross the bridge at Pont de l'Arche, which was done under the conduct of the Count de Dunois, and thence to proceed to Rouen. They remained before that city for 3 days with a multitude of men at arms and soldiers of all descriptions, but during these 3 days, the army suffered so greatly from the continual rains and storms that the whole was nearly destroyed. Notwithstanding the severity of the weather, the garrison made many sallies, in which very gallant deeds of prowess were done, and a French esquire, called the Bastard de Fourbière, was made prisoner by reason of his horse falling under him. The French lords drew their army up in battle array before the walls, and sent the king's heralds, a second time to summon the city to surrender, but as the English would not suffer them to approach near enough to be heard by the people, they were forced to return as before, which was quite contrary to every rule of chivalry, for heralds are always allowed the liberty of freely going and coming, to deliver their messages, provided such messages do not contain anything treasonable. The heralds, having made their report to the Count de Dunois on their return, and he having considered that there seemed at present no chance that the city would surrender, and that the severity of the weather had much weakened his army, and worse was to be expected during the winter, which was nigh at hand, marched back to Pont de l'Arche, and quartered his men in the villages round that town. On the day of this retreat, the King of France had come with the King of Sicily to a nunnery within a league and a half of Rouen, but the King of France returned to his former quarters at Pont de l'Arche, while the King of Sicily remained until all the companies had marched for their cantonments near to Pont de l'Arche. Shortly after, the king received intelligence that some of the inhabitants of Rouen had gained 2 towers that commanded part of the walls, and that they would admit them by this way into the city. On this information, the Count de Dunois was ordered with the army to undertake the business, who marched off, on the 16th day of October, in handsome array. On their arrival before Rouen, the army was drawn up fronting the new castle, whence 2 detachments were ordered, the one to the gate of the Carthusians, and the gate Beauvoisien, under the command of the Counts de Dunois, de Nevers, Deu, and de Saint Pol, having with them many knights and esquires. The other detachment was to take post between the place appropriated to the execution of criminals and the walls of the city, under the command of the Counts de Clermont, de Chartres, the Viscount de Lomaine and others. Each remained in battle array until 2 hours after midday, when a person sallied out of the city on horseback, and told the above-mentioned commanders that some of the townsmen had gained, and kept by force, 2 towers, purposely to introduce, by their means, the king's army into the town. Upon this, the Count de Dunois, and the other lords in the detachment before the gate of the Carthusians, ordered their archers to march towards that part of the walls between these 2 towers, and the Count and his companions instantly dismounted and advanced to the foot of the walls, against which they raised the few scaling ladders they had, and made all diligence to mount them. On this occasion were made knights the Count de Nevers, the Lord Concresalt, Brunet de Longchamp, the Lord de Pleumartin, Pierre de Lafayette, the Lord de Graville, Master William Cousineau, Jacques de la Rivière the bailiff of Nivernois, Robert de Huronville, who all exerted themselves manfully to scale the walls, so that there were more than 30 Frenchmen who were on the battlements or within the town. The Lord Talbot now advanced, with about 300 men, planting his banner on the wall, charged the French most valiantly, to repulse those who had made good their entrance into the town. They, however, fought well, and great part saved themselves by leaping into the ditches, being forced thereto by the arrows of the English archers. Those who could not thus escape were put to death, or made prisoners, and the English became masters of the wall and of these 2 towers. At this attack, from 50 to 60 French, including those of the townsmen who had assisted them, were killed or taken, and several, in attempting to escape, destroyed themselves. A few saved themselves from the towers, others had their legs broken by their fall, and such as remained were inhumanly slaughtered, so that it was an abomination to see the torrents of blood that ran in streams from the 2 towers. During this time, the kings of France and of Sicily arrived at Darnadel 52, but when they saw that the attempt had failed, and that the citizens of Rouen were not unanimous to assist them, they returned, on the 16th day of October, to Pont de l'Arche. The army was quartered in the villages on the banks of the Seine, according to their former disposition. On the 17th day of October, Sir Richard Merbury, the English knight before mentioned, fulfilled his engagement, and delivered the town and castle of Gisors to the Lord de Gaucourt, for the King of France. In consequence, his children were restored to him, and all the articles agreed on fulfilled, after which, he departed. He, however, sent away, previously to yielding up the place, an English captain called Regnefort 53, who had been his lieutenant in the command of the garrison, and in the guard of the castle. At this period, the Duke of Brittany left Lower Normandy, where he had taken many places, on his return to besiege the town of Faugeries, held by Sir Francis de Surian, called the Aragonien. The French, at this time, won the town of Condé-sur-Noireau 54 through neglect of the guard at the gate, and therein was taken the lady of Sir Francis de Surian, who had been driven from her lord's own residence, and forced to shelter herself in Condé. The French plundered everything within the town, and also carried away the English prisoners. Footnotes: 51 Neufbarge town in Normandy, between the Seine and Rille, 8 leagues from Rouen. 52 Darnadel, a town very near to Rouen. 53 Regnefort. Q. Rainford. 54 Condé-sur-Noireau in the valley of Noireau, Diocese of Bayeux. Chap 12. The Archbishop of Rouen and others of the citizens negotiate to surrender that city to the King of France. The keys are presented to the Lieutenant General, the Count de Dunois, who enters the town with his army. On the 18th day of October, the inhabitants of the city of Rouen, being greatly frightened lest their town should be stormed by the French, and of course pillaged and destroyed, and also to avoid the further effusion of blood, assembled with one accord at the bishop's palace. They were much enraged at the deaths of their relatives and friends, and had they met the Lord Talbot, it was generally supposed that they would have murdered him, as he had done their fellow citizens and friends. They, however, saw the Duke of Somerset, and plainly told him, that it was expedient that a treaty should be opened, with the King of France, otherwise they would be ruined and starved, for it was upwards of 6 weeks since any corn, wood, meat, or wine had entered the town. This language was not very agreeable to the Duke, but looking round, and seeing that he had not more than 50 or 60 Englishmen with him, and that there were from 800 to 1,000 of the townsmen, without including the remainder of the inhabitants who were under arms in the different streets, he began to be alarmed, and, addressing himself with much humility to the Archbishop and people, said, that he was ready to do whatever the inhabitants of the town should wish. To appease the populace, he went to the town hall, where public meetings are usually held, and, after some discussion, it was resolved that the Archbishop, with some English knights and citizens, should attend at the gate of St. Ouen, to confer with the king, or with a part of his great council, respecting the welfare and surrender of the city of Rouen. In consequence of this resolution, the official of the town was sent to the king at Pont de l'Arche to obtain a safe conduct for certain persons therein named, to treat of peace, which being granted, the official returned to the Archbishop and the Duke. The Archbishop, and some knights and esquires on the part of the Duke of Somerset, together with certain of the townsmen, were sent to Port St. Ouen 55, within a league of Pont de l'Arche, where they met, on the part of the King of France, his Lieutenant General the Count de Dunois, the Chancellor of France, the Sénéchal of Poitou, Sir William de Cousineau, and some others. They had a long conference, in which the deputies from Rouen insisted on a general amnesty being granted, and that such as chose might depart with the English, and all who preferred to stay should have the enjoyment of their fortunes unmolested. It was also stipulated, that the English and their party should have safe conducts for themselves and their effects, when they marched away. All these demands having been agreed to by the Count de Dunois and the king's councillors, the Archbishop and his associates promised to deliver up the town to the king's obedience. The Archbishop and his companions then departed, to make their report to the English and the citizens of Rouen, but as they arrived in the night, they could not do it until the following day. On the 18th, therefore, the Archbishop and the other deputies went very early to the town hall, and related everything that had passed between them and the ministers from the King of France, which was very agreeable to the inhabitants, but sorely displeasing to the English, who, when they saw the strong inclinations of the townsmen to turn to the French interest, were greatly astonished, more especially the Duke of Somerset and the Lord Talbot. They therefore left the town hall much discontented, and, instantly arming themselves, withdrew to the government palace, the bridges, and portals of the castle. The citizens, having observed their motions, began to take alarm, and armed themselves also. They, as well as the English, kept up a strong guard the whole of the Saturday, and likewise during the night, but the townsmen, anxious to expel the English for refusing to accept of the terms the deputies had agreed to, sent a messenger to Pont de l'Arche, who arrived there on Sunday by daybreak, to inform the king, that if he would send a force to their relief, it should have free entrance into the town. On this same Sunday, the 19th day of October, about 8 o'clock in the morning, the whole of the inhabitants were under arms, and on their guard against any attempts of the English when they attacked all of that nation whom they found in the streets so sharply that it was with difficulty that they could join their companions on the bridge, and in the palace and castle. In the pursuit, from 7 to 8 English were killed and the townsmen gained possession, in the interim, of the principal gates of the town. The Count de Dunois lost no time in hastening to the relief of Rouen, but instantly mounted his horse, attended by a large company of men at arms. In the number was Floquet, bailiff of Évreux, but in his hurry, he forgot to put his greaves on, and was so badly kicked by one of the horses of his troop that his leg was broken, and he was carried back to be cured at Pont de l'Arche, after he had given the command of his men to the Lord de Maulny. On the arrival of this force before Rouen, those within St. Catherine's were summoned to surrender the place to the King of France, who had, during the summons, set out from Pont de l'Arche, grandly accompanied by men at arms and archers, to appear personally before the walls of Rouen. He had ordered his artillery to be charged, for an immediate attack on his arrival at St. Catherine's, although there was no necessity for the governor of the place, having 60 English under his orders, seeing so noble a company, and knowing that the king was on the road, fearful also of the event, if he made any resistance, surrendered it to the Count de Dunois, and he and his garrison marched away whither they pleased. The bailiff of Évreux was appointed governor, until the king should otherwise dispose of it. A herald was sent with the English garrison of St. Catherine's, to answer for their safety, and to conduct them to Port St. Ouen. On their march, they met the king, who bade them take nothing from the poor people without paying for it, but as they said they had no money, he gave them the sum of 100 francs to defray the expenses, and then they continued their march with their baggage, of which, indeed, they had little, to Honfleur, or wherever else they pleased. The king took up his quarters that night at St. Catherine's, with the intent to accomplish his enterprise. To gain the city of Rouen, the Count de Dunois, the Count de Nevers, the Lord d'Orval, the Lord de Blainville and the Lord de Maulny, advanced with all their men, with the king's banners displayed, before that gate of Rouen called Martinville, and drew up in battle array near to the bulwark of the gate. The citizens came out with the keys of the gates and presented them to the Count de Dunois, at the same time pressing him to enter the town with as many of his men as he pleased. The Count replied, that he would act as should be most agreeable to them, when, after some further conversation respecting the welfare of the city, Sir Pierre de Brise, Sénéchal of Poitou, was ordered to enter with 100 lances and his archers, the Lord de Maulny with the same number of lances, and the archers of Robert de Floquet, and 100 lances and archers from the men of the Count de Dunois. They posted themselves as near to the English as they could, namely the men of the Count de Dunois in front of the government palace, in which were the Duke of Somerset and Lord Talbot, with 1200 English, the Lord de Maulny between the palace and the castle, and the Sénéchal of Poitou facing the castle. The other captains were encamped in the fields, and posted in the villages on the side toward the countries of Caux and Beauvoisis. The king's army was a fine sight, for never, in the memory of man, had the king so grand or so numerous an assembly of lords, barons, knights and esquires, with common men, as were now under his orders. This evening, the English surrendered the bridge, the guard of which was given to the Lord de Héronville, and, on the morrow, the gates of the town were thrown open, for all to enter or go out as they pleased. The Duke of Somerset was afflicted at heart to see the great army the king had brought against him, and demanded a conference with him. On this being told the king, he was well pleased to agree to it. In consequence, the Duke of Somerset set out, on the 5th day afterward, from the palace, accompanied by a certain number of persons, and by some of the king's heralds, who escorted him to St. Catherine's on the Mount of Rouen, where the king received him, attended by the king of Sicily, the Count de Dunois, and others of his council and blood, the Patriarch of Antioch, the Archbishop of Rouen, and other prelates, were likewise present. After the usual salutations, and when the Duke had paid his respects to the king, he requested that his Majesty would be pleased to allow him and Lord Talbot, with the men under their command, to march away with their baggage in safety, according to the terms of the general amnesty which had been agreed to by the lords of his council. The king deliberately and prudently replied, that his request was unreasonable, because they had refused to accept or adhere to the terms of the amnesty, but in contempt of it had held, and now did hold, the palace and castle contrary to his will, and had also done everything in their power to prevent the inhabitants of Rouen from surrendering their town. The amnesty had, therefore, been annulled by their own conduct, and before they were suffered to leave the palace, Honfleur, Harfleur, and all places in the country of Cause, now in the hands of the King of England, must be given up to him. The Duke of Somerset, on receiving this answer, took leave of the king and returned to the palace, and saw every one, in all the streets he passed through, wearing the white cross, which did not tend to raise his spirits. He was escorted back by the Counts of Eu and of Clermont. Footnotes, 55 Saint Ouen. I believe there must be some mistake, for there is no Saint Ouen near to Pont de l'Arche, but a Saint Ouen seems to be within a league of Elbeuf, which is near to Pont de l'Arche. Chap 13. The King of France besieges the Duke of Somerset, Lord Talbot, and their men. In the government palace of Rouen they surrender, on condition of being allowed to march away on yielding up the castle of Arques 56, and other places mentioned. On Wednesday, the 22d of October, the King of France commanded the government palace and the castle of Rouen to be besieged at the same time. 800 lances, with the archers, were ordered on this service, who made deep trenches round the palace, as well in the town as in the fields. Bombards and cannon were pointed against the gates that opened to the country and town. All these preparations greatly dismayed the Duke of Somerset. Having considered that there was very little provision or stores within the palace, and a great many men, and that there was not a possibility of his being relieved, he requested, on the 28th of the same month, that the king would permit him to speak with him, which the king kindly granted. The Duke left the palace accompanied by about 40 of his principal knights and esquires. He was dressed in a long robe of blue-figured velvet, lined with sables, having on his head a crimson velvet bonnet, trimmed also with sables. The king's heralds escorted him through the tower to the sallyport leading to St. Catherine's, where he was met by the Count de Clermont, eldest son to the Duke of Bourbon, and other knights and esquires, who conducted him to St. Catherine's, where the king received him very kindly, in an apartment most richly decorated. The king had with him, at this audience, the King of Sicily, the Counts of Maine, of Dunois, of Nevers, of Clermont, of St. Pol, of Casters, of Tancarville, the Viscount of Limaine, and so many great lords and knights that it would be tiresome to name them all. When the Duke had saluted the king, he requested that His Majesty would be pleased to grant to him, and the English in the palace and castle, the same capitulation he had granted to the town. The king replied aloud, and in handsome terms, that the same capitulation had been granted them at the conference at St. Ouen, but that neither himself nor his countrymen, like ill-advised persons, would accept of it. His request was therefore so unreasonable that he could not grant it. The Duke then took his leave of the king and returned, with those who had accompanied him, to the palace, escorted, for his security, by the Counts of Clermont, of Eu, and of Casters. The king ordered the Count de Dunois to push forward his approaches to the palace with the greatest vigor, on the side toward the country as well as on that toward the town. The lieutenant general obeyed this order with so much activity, valor, and prudence, that the English were completely blockaded in both the castle and the palace. The English now demanded a parley with the Count de Dunois, and a truce was concluded between them. The bailiff of Évreux, the Marshal de Lafayette, and others of the king's council were called into the conference, when the truce was prolonged from day to day, for the space of 12 days, because the English would not leave the Lord Talbot as an hostage for the performance of the treaty. After many discussions, it was at length agreed that the Duke of Somerset, Lieutenant of the King of England, his lady, children, and all the English within the palace and castle should depart in safety with their effects whithersoever they pleased, leaving behind the prisoners and heavy artillery. They were bound to pay the King of France the sum of 50,000 crowns within the 12-month, and to those who had concluded this treaty 6,000. They also promised faithfully to pay everything they owed to the innkeepers, townsmen, tradesmen, and others of Rouen. The Duke of Somerset and his companions were besides bounden to deliver up the castle of Arcaz, the town of Caudebec, the castle of Tancarville, and L'Isle-Bonne, the towns of Honfleur and Montstierville, to the King of France, or to such commissioners as he should appoint to receive them. For the fulfillment of these engagements, the Duke of Somerset gave written promises, and also left, as hostages for their performance, Lord Talbot, the sons of Lord Abergavenny, of Lord Roos, and of the Duchess of Somerset, of the Earl of Ormond in Ireland, and 2 other English noblemen. On the conclusion of this treaty, the Duke of Somerset and the English departed from the palace on the 4th day of November, and went straight to the town of Harfleur, some by water, others by land. The hostages remained under the care of the king's commissaries in Rouen. The Duke of Somerset, before his departure, had directed Sir Thomas Hoe and Fulk Hoe 57 to restore to the King of France the places mentioned in the treaty, which was done, excepting Honfleur, for the governor, called Master Thomas Corson, refused to surrender it, and the Lord Talbot, therefore, remained prisoner to the king. On Monday, the 10th of November, the eve of the feast of Saint Martin, the Count de Dunois and the bailiff of Rouen had the king's banner displayed from the castle, palace, and walls of the city, by one of the king's heralds, and in the presence of the principal inhabitants. Footnotes: 56 Arcaz 2 leagues from Dieppe. 57 Sir Thomas Hoe, and C.Q. Howe. Barry changes the names into Hugh and Heston. See Hollingshed, N.C. Chap 14. The King of France makes a grand entry into Rouen. He is sumptuously received. The English restore to the king the castle of Argues, Caudebec, Tancarville, Montstierville, N.C. While the negotiations were carrying on with the English, the King of France celebrated the feasts of All Saints in St. Catherine's with the utmost joy on seeing his enemies fall before him, and he returned thanks to God for the good fortune that was daily pouring in upon him. The Count de Dunois having restored good government in the town of Rouen, the king prepared to make his solemn entry into it. He set out from St. Catherine's on this same Monday, about 1 o'clock after midday, attended by the King of Sicily, and several great princes, as well of his blood as otherwise, with his army drawn out in handsome array. First marched his archers, the leaders of whom were dressed in striped jackets of red, white, and green, covered with embroidery. After these came the archers of the King of Sicily, of the Count du Maine, and of other great lords, to the number of 600, well mounted, and all armed with plate armor, under jackets of various colors, having greaves, swords, daggers, and helmets, richly ornamented with silver. The king appointed the lords de Prie and de Clear, Sir Thealda de Valperge, and a few more, to command them, who had their horses covered with satin housings of different forms and colors. After the archers came the heralds of the King of France, the King of Sicily, and the other princes in company with the king, all dressed in their tabards of arms, and with them were some pursuivants. Then came the trumpeters and clarions, who sounded so loudly that it was very melodious, and gave much delight to hear them. The king's trumpeters were clothed in crimson, having their sleeves covered with embroidery. Next came Sir William Juvenal de Ursins, knight, lord of Trainel and chancellor of France, dressed in his robes of ceremony, namely, a robe, mantle and hood of scarlet, trimmed with miniver, and on each of his shoulders were golden ribbons, interlaced with strips of fur. Before him walked two footmen, leading by the bridle a white hackney, covered with a housing of blue velvet, besprinkled with flowers de luce and gold tissue. On this housing was placed a small coffer, covered also with blue velvet and flowers de luce in silversmith's work, in which were the seals of the king. After him rode an equerry of the stables, called Pierre Fontville 58, fully armed, and mounted on a charger covered with housings of azure velvet, having great clasps of silver gilt. He had on his head a pointed hat, with the point trimmed with crimson velvet and ermine. He bore before him, in a scarf, the royal mantle of scarlet, ornamented with purple fringes and ermine. Next came, without any interval between him and the king, the Lord de Saint-Trailles, grand equerry of the royal stables, and bailiff of Berry. He was in complete armor, mounted on a charger with similar housings and clasps as the said Fontville, and bore in a scarf the royal sword of state, whose handle, cross and sheath, were covered with blue velvet, besprinkled with flowers de luce of gold. Then came the king, in complete armor, on a stately charger with housings, reaching to the ground, of blue velvet, covered with flowers de luce in embroidery. On his head was a beaver hat lined with crimson velvet, having on the crown a tuft of gold thread. He was followed by his pages dressed in crimson, their sleeves covered with silver plates. The armor of their horses' heads was of fine gold, variously ornamented, and with plumes of ostrich feathers of divers colors. On the right of the king rode the King of Sicily, and on the left his brother the Count of Maine, both in full armor, their horses richly ornamented, with similar housings, having white crosses, and their devices intermixed with tufts of gold thread. Their pages' horses had the like housings, but their head armor was of fine gold with their devices. After them came the Counts de Nevers, de Saint Pol, and de Clermont. The first was mounted, fully armed, on a charger covered with green velvet embroidered with gold, and followed by 3 pages dressed in violet and black. He was also accompanied by 12 gentlemen completely armed, mounted on horses covered with violet-colored satin. Each housing bore a white cross, except one whose housing was of green satin. The Count de Saint Pol was likewise in full armor, mounted on a charger having a housing of black satin covered with silversmith's work and embroidery. His 5 pages were clothed in black satin, slashed below, which slashes were covered with silversmith's work. The housings of their horses were the same. One of them bore a lance covered with crimson velvet, another a lance covered with figured gold tissue, and the third bore on his head an helmet of fine gold richly ornamented, and behind these pages was his groom handsomely dressed, with the housings of his horse similar to the others, leading a handsome charger in hand. The Count de Clermont was also completely armed, mounted on his charger covered with housings of his livery, as were his pages. The Lord de Coulant, Grand Master of the king's household, having the command of a battalion of 600 lances, each having a pennoncelle of crimson satin with a golden sun in the center, followed the pages of the king, in complete armor, a hat on his head, and mounted on a charger covered with a housing of blue and red velvet in stripes, each stripe having a large golden or silver leaf. The armor of his horse was similarly ornamented. He wore round his neck a baldric of pure gold, that hung down below the crupper of his horse. With the Lord de Coulant was an esquire called Rogerin Blosset, equerry of the stables to the king, who bore the royal standard of crimson satin, having the figure of Saint Michael in the center, and besprinkled with leaves of gold. Jean de Scanville was also in the rear of the king. He was surnamed Havard, bailiff of Dreux and esquire carver to the king, and bore the royal pennon, which was of azure velvet, with 3 flowers de luce embroidered thereon in gold, and the border of this pennon was of large pearls. In their attendance on the king were numbers of great lords, such as the Viscount de Lomagne, the Count de Casters, Ferry Lord of Lorraine, Sir John his brother, the Lord d'Orville, the Count de Tancarville, the Lord de Montgascon, son to the Count de Boulogne and Auvergne, the Lord de Jalagnes Marshal of France, the Lord de Beauvau, and more than I can remember, all clad in complete armor, and their horses covered with housings of velvet or satin, having on each a white cross. Thus did the king advance until he came within bowshot of the Beauvoisine gate, near to the Carthusian convent, where the Count de Dunois, his lieutenant general, came out to meet him, mounted on a charger covered with crimson velvet, and himself dressed in a crimson velvet jacket trimmed with sables. He was girt with a magnificent sword, whose pommel was set with diamonds, pearls, and rubies, to the value of 15,000 crowns. The Sénéchal of Poitou, and Jacques Coeur, master of the king's wardrobe, attended him mounted on chargers covered and clad like to the lieutenant general. The bailiff of Évreux and Sir William Cousineau were also there, the first mounted on a charger covered with crimson velvet, and himself clad in the same stuff. Sir William Cousineau had lately been nominated bailiff of Rouen, and was dressed in blue velvet with rich clasps of silver gilt. His horse had housings of the same. The lieutenant general had brought from the town, to do reverence to the king, the Archbishop of Rouen, the bishops of Lisieux, Bayeux, and Coutances, and the principal inhabitants. When these prelates had done their obeisance, they returned into the town, leaving the citizens, who were very numerous, clad in blue with red hoods, with the lieutenant, who presented them to the king. After paying their humble reverence, they delivered the keys of their town into the hands of the king, as their sovereign lord, and after many fine speeches from them, which he heard with kindness, he gave the keys to the before-mentioned Sénéchal, appointing him governor of the place. The king then began his entrance into the city in the same order as I have described, but the moment he began to move a procession of prelates and churchmen, in their pontifical habits, regulars and seculars, bearing jewels and relics, and accompanied by the 4 mendicant orders, came out to meet him, singing Te Deum Laudamus, for the joyful arrival of the King of France, their sovereign lord. They placed themselves before the Chancellor of France, the Lord de Lafayette Marshal of France, the Lord de Gaucourt First Chamberlain to the King, the Lord de Pressini, and Jacques Coeur, who all had their horses covered with velvet and satin, and had jackets of the same with white crosses. The Count de Dunois placed himself directly before the king, near to the equerry of the stables. It is certain, that in the memory of man, never was king seen with such a handsome body of chivalry, so finely dressed, nor so great a number of men at arms as the King of France had with him on his regaining his good city of Rouen. At the entrance of the gates, a youth, aged about 12 or 13 years, and son to the Lord de Pressini, was knighted by the Sénéchal of Poitou. At the gate of the bulwark were 4 of the most distinguished of the citizens with an exceedingly rich canopy, which they held over the head of the king until he came to the church of Our Lady in Rouen. All round this gate, and on the bulwark, were immense crowds of people, who, on the king's entrance in the midst of his men at arms, sang carols for joy at the happy event. In all the squares were different pageants. In one was a fountain ornamented with the arms of the town, namely, a lamb, who spouted out liquors from his horns. Elsewhere was a tiger with its young ones, who were admiring themselves in looking glasses, and near to the church of Our Lady was a flying stag, sumptuously made, having on his neck a crown, and he kneeled down, by way of reverence to the king as he passed on his way to the church. At this place were the Count de Dunois with Lord Talbot and the English hostages at a window to see the pageant. The last were very pensive, and hurt at heart, on witnessing a sight so disagreeable to their interests. The king dismounted on his arrival before the church, where he was received by the archbishop and his clergy, richly dressed in their copes. Having entered the church, he continued some time in prayer, and thence went to the palace of the archbishop, where he was lodged. Every one now returned to their homes, and the populace made great bonfires in all the streets, to testify their joy on the occasion. The archbishop, on the morrow, led several solemn processions, and the day was kept sacred from all labor and work, the same as if it had been Sunday. On the Wednesday and Thursday, the rejoicings were continued, and tables were spread in the street, covered with meats and wines for all comers, at the expense of the inhabitants. They also made rich presents to the king, his officers, his heralds and pursuivants, then present. While the king remained at the archbishop's palace, the churchmen, citizens, and inhabitants, required an audience of him, touching certain requests they had to make. On its being granted, they entered the great hall, where the king was seated on his throne richly adorned, and himself dressed in cloth of gold, surrounded by his ministers. They proposed various measures to him, and, in the number, most humbly supplicated that he would be graciously pleased to pursue his ancient enemies the English, for by means of the towns they yet possessed in Normandy they were still enabled to do great mischiefs to the country. To assist him in this measure, they offered their lives and fortunes. The king was well pleased with their proposal, more particularly with their offers of service and of money, and made, by means of the chancellor, a satisfactory answer to all they had proposed. They then took their leave, and retired to their homes. The king stayed some time in Rouen to remodel the government of it, during which the English surrendered all the places they had given hostages for, namely, the castle of Arcaz, Tancarville, Lillebonne, Montstierville 59 and Caudebec. But although they had engaged to restore Honfleur, it was not done, because the governor refused to obey, in this point, the orders of the Duke of Somerset, and, consequently, the Lord Talbot with the other hostages remained prisoners to the King of France. Sir Pierre de Brise, Sénéchal of Poitou, was appointed governor of Rouen. Footnotes: 58 Fontville. Fontenay-Mez du Cange. 59 Montstierville should be Montivillers, a town in Normandy, 3 leagues from Havre, 8 from Fécamp. Chap 15. The castle of Gaillon submits to the obedience of the King of France. Faugeries surrenders to the Duke of Brittany, and Bellemay 60 to the Duke of Alençon. A well-fought battle takes place between the French and English. On the 23rd of November, in this year, the impregnable castle of Gaillon surrendered to the king's forces, after a siege of 6 weeks. The English garrison amounted to from 100 to 60, and marched away on capitulation, to carry with them their effects to Harfleur, or to any other place under their subjection. About the same time, the Duke of Brittany gained the town and castle of Faugeries, after a siege of a month. He had battered the walls with his cannons and bombards so that the breaches were nearly wide enough to storm, when the English, seeing their danger, and knowing their provisions were expended, surrendered on capitulation. Their captain was Sir Francis de Surian, called the Aragonese, having under his command from 500 to 600 men, and they were allowed to march away with their horses and arms, but each with only a small bundle before him. This Sir Francis afterwards turned to the French, and took the oaths of allegiance to the king, notwithstanding that he had taken the town of Faugeries from the Duke of Brittany, and thus had broken the truce between the kings of France and England. The Duke of Brittany had, at that time, in his army, 8,000 combatants, lords, knights and esquires, but after the surrender of Faugeries they returned home, on account of the great mortality in the army, which carried off very great numbers, and among the rest the son of the Viscount de Rohan, which was a great pity. The Duke went also into Brittany, after he had placed sufficient garrisons in his conquests. Toward the end of November, the Duke of Alençon laid siege to his town and castle of Bellemay, then occupied by the English contrary to his will. He had with him about 300 lances, knights, and esquires, and a body of archers, without including the peasantry from the countries of Maine and Vendôme, who were estimated at 3,000 fighting men. After several skirmishes and sallies, the English, finding all resistance vain, entered on a treaty with the Duke, and engaged to surrender the town and castle on the 20th day of December, unless their friends should appear on that day in sufficient force to give the Duke battle and conquer him. The Duke, therefore, entrenched his army on the plain to wait the arrival of the English, who were on their march to relieve the place. 2,000 of them had advanced to Torigny 61, and, on their departure, had set it on fire, and proceeded to Thury 62, where they received certain intelligence of the exact strength of the Duke's army, and in consequence marched back again. On the 20th day of December, the Duke of Alençon and the Lord de Saint-Trailles drew their army up in battle array, and waited thus until the hour for the appearance of the enemy was past. The captain of the English garrison in Bellemay, called Madigot 63, having about 200 combatants with him, then surrendered the place, and marched away in safety with their effects, according to the terms of the capitulation, whither they pleased. About Christmas Day, the English garrison in Vire 64, to the number of 12 score, marched out to seek adventures, but were met by a party of the constable's men in garrison at Goury 65, near to the Croix de Vamu, under the command of Sir Geoffrey de Cavrin, Joachim Rouhault, and others, when a very sharp engagement took place, but the English were discomfited, so many being killed or taken that few escaped. Footnotes: 60 Bellemay, a town in Perchy, 10 leagues from Alençon. 61 Torigny, a small town in Normandy. 62 Thury, a small town in Normandy. 63 Madigot. Q. Matthew Goff. 64 Vire, on the river Vire in Normandy, Diocese of Bayeux, Generality of Caen. 65 Goury. Q. If not Gournats, a village in Normandy. Chap 16. The King of France leaves Rouen. He sends his lieutenant general to besiege Harfleur, which surrenders on capitulation. The fair Agnes is taken ill, her death, and her last testament. The King of France, having settled the government of Rouen to his satisfaction, marched thence clothed in a brigandine, having over it a jacket of gold tissue, accompanied by the King of Sicily, and the other princes of his blood, magnificently dressed, more especially the Count de Saint-Pol, whose horse's forward piece was valued at 30,000 francs. Thus attended, the king rode to Caudebec, in which town it was resolved to lay siege to Harfleur, and in consequence, he advanced to Montivillers, which is but half a league distant from Harfleur, and thence detached his lieutenant general, the Count de Dunois, to open the trenches. The count had with him the Counts Deu, de Clermont, de Nevers, de Casters, with many men at arms, archers and Frank archers, so that his force was estimated at 6,000 men, without including the Frank archers, who amounted to 3,000, or the Kenwaners, laborers and followers, or the mariners who blockaded the place with 25 large vessels, or those who had besieged the abbey of Graville, amounting, in the whole, to more than 1,000 men. The siege was commenced on the 8th day of December, with many difficulties, for there were neither houses nor trees near at hand, and the weather was more severe, by reason of frosts and inundations, than had been experienced for some time. The besiegers suffered also greatly from the sea, which at times destroyed their huts, which were composed only of earth covered with juniper branches. 16 large bombards were pointed against the walls, which the king came frequently from Montivillers to see fired. Deep trenches of communication were formed, wherein the king often exposed his person, armed only with a light helmet and covering shield, to witness the effect of this battery against the walls. Covered trenches were carried to the very walls of Harfleur, and these mines and trenches were formed under the directions of Master John Bureau, treasurer to the king, in conjunction with his brother Jasper, Grand Master of the Royal Artillery, both very expert and able in the sciences. Thomas Ormegan 66, Governor of Harfleur, and the English with him, to the amount of 1,600, receiving pay, witnessing the great preparations of the King of France, opened a treaty with the Count de Dunois, on the eve of Christmas Day, for the surrender of the place. On the morrow, the capitulation was signed, and they were to march away with their baggage, and were allowed to transport their effects by land or sea, the term for so doing being limited to the first day of the year. 8 English gentlemen were given as hostages for the due performance of the treaty, who were sent under an escort to Montivillers. On the 1st day of January, they were brought back to Harfleur, for the accomplishment of the treaty. About vespers, Thomas Ormegan, the governor, presented the keys of the gates and towers to the Count de Dunois, with much reverence and kneeling, in the presence of all the English, and even before Master Sanna 67, who had brought a reinforcement of 500 English just before the siege. The Lieutenant General, on receiving the keys, sent a party to take possession of the towers, and to lower the English standard, of a red cross on a white field, that was flying on one of them. He afterwards ordered 2 heralds to replace it with the standard of France, which was done with the shouts and rejoicings of the populace. The Count also posted a party of his men in the towers on the side toward Rouen. This day, the greater part of the English departed, but as all could not be ready by the return of the tide, the Lieutenant General listened to their humble supplications, and permitted those who remained to tarry there until the Friday and Saturday at midday, and appointed a guard over them that they might not be ill-treated. When the English were all gone, the king gave the government of Harfleur to the Count de Dunois, who appointed the Lord de Moy his lieutenant, with 100 lances and a proportionate number of archers for its defence, and for that of the country around. Jacques de Clermont, Esquire, was made governor of Montivillers, and he had likewise 100 spears and archers for its guard, and for the defence of other forts in the neighbourhood. The king, having made these appointments, left Montivillers on the 5th day of January. He ordered detachments of his army to march through Rouen, Caudebec, and Tancarville, to besiege Honfleur, and went himself to the abbey of Jamie-Edges 68, on the Seine, 5 leagues below Rouen, where he remained for some time, while preparations were making for the siege of Honfleur. At this abbey, the king met the fair Agnes, who had come thither, as she said, to give the king information that some of his officers intended to deliver him up to his enemies the English. The king, however, paid no attention to the intelligence, but laughed at it. This fair Agnes had been 5 years in the service of the queen, during which she had enjoyed all the pleasures of life, in wearing rich clothes, furred robes, golden chains, and precious stones, and it was commonly reported that the king often visited her, and maintained her in a state of concubinage, for the people are more inclined to speak ill than well of their superiors. The affection the king showed her was as much for her gaiety of temper, pleasing manners, and agreeable conversation, as for her beauty. She was so beautiful that she was called the fairest of the fair, and the Lady of Beaut, as well on account of her personal charms as because the king had given her for life the castle of Beaut, near Paris. She was very charitable, and most liberal in her alms, which she distributed among such churches as were out of repair, and to beggars. It is true, that Agnes had a daughter, who lived but a short time, which she said was the king's, and gave it to him as the proper father, but the king always excused himself, as not having any claim to it. She may indeed have called in help, for the matter was variously talked of. At length, she was seized with a bowel complaint, and was a long time ill, during which, she was very contrite, and sincerely repented of her sins. She often remembered Mary Magdalene, who had been a great sinner, and devoutly invoked God and the Virgin Mary to her aid. Like a true Catholic, after she had received the sacraments, she called for her book of prayers, in which she had written with her own hand the verses of Saint Bernard, to repeat them. She then made many gifts, which were put down in writing, that her executors might fulfill them, with the other articles of her will, which, including alms and the payment of her servants, might amount to nearly 60,000 crowns. Her executors were Jacques Coeur, councillor and master of the wardrobe to the king, Master Robert Poictevin, physician, and Master Stephen Chevalier, treasurer to the king, who was to take the lead in the fulfillment of her will, should it be his gracious pleasure. The fair Agnes, perceiving that she was daily growing weaker, said to the Lord de la Trimouille, the lady of the Sénéchal of Poitou, and one of the king's equerries called Gouffier, in the presence of all her damsels, that our fragile life was but a stinking ordure. She then required that her confessor would give her absolution from all her sins and wickedness, conformable to an absolution, which was, as she said, at laches, which the confessor, on her assurance, complied with. After this, she uttered a loud shriek, and called on the mercy of God, and the support of the Blessed Virgin Mary, and gave up the ghost on Monday, the 9th day of February, in the year 1449, about 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Her body was opened, and her heart interred in the church of the said abbey, to which she had been a most liberal benefactress, and her body was conveyed, with many honors, to Loches, where it was interred in the collegiate church of Our Lady, to which also she had made many handsome donations, and several foundations. May God have mercy on her soul, and admit it into paradise. 69 footnotes, 66 Thomas Ormigan. Q67 Master Sanus. Q68 Jamie Edge is a market town on the Seine, 2 leagues from Caudebec, 6 from Rouen. 69 Agnes Sorel, says Maury, was one of the handsomest women of her time. She was a native of Promonto, a village of Touraine, in the Diocese of Bourges. King Charles VII. No sooner saw her than he fell in love with her. This prince made her great presents, and gave her the castle of Beaut-sur-Marne. It is said that his affection for her caused him to neglect public business, but that Agnes contrived to excite him with such animosity against the English that he exerted his utmost efforts to drive them out of the kingdom. It is added, that she assured him that an astrologer had foretold to her that she would captivate the affections of the greatest king in the world, but that this prediction had no reference to him, since he neglected to establish his authority in a state which his enemies had usurped, and that, in order to accomplish it, she would be obliged to repair to the court of the King of England. These reproaches roused the king from his lethargy, and he took the field to gratify, at once, his love and his ambition. On this subject it is also said, that Francis I being, one day in the house of the Count d'Estampes, who had been his governor, and who was then Grand Master of France, he amused himself with looking into a portfolio which was upon the dressing table of the Countess, who was fond of painting, and had drawn in it the portraits of divers illustrious persons, and among others of Agnes Sorel. The king made devices and verses for each of these portraits, and under that of the fair Agnes he wrote the following lines with his own hand. Chap 17. The Count de Foix raises a large army to besiege the castle of Giscon. The English assemble to raise the siege, but are defeated by the Lord de Lautrec and the bastard de Foix. About this period, the Count de Foix raised a large army, and caused the strong castle of Guise-Chen, situated 4 leagues from Bayonne, to be besieged by his brother, the Lord de Lautrec, and the bastard de Foix. The English, on hearing this, instantly took the field with 4,000 combatants, under the command of the Constable of Navarre. He had with him the mayor of Bayonne, George Saltviten 70, plus de Loin Gtd Honor 2 Marites, la cause étant de France recouvrer, que put de don un cloître ouvrier close non nain, and bien de vos hermites and many other English, who, having embarked their stores on the river that runs through Bayonne, to convey them near to this castle, marched as close to the vessels as they could. News of their intentions was carried to the besiegers, who marched as secretly as possible to meet them, and made so sharp an attack on the English that they were driven from their boats, and lost 1,200 of their men in killed and taken. When Saltviten witnessed this defeat, fearing it was impossible to recover the boats, he broke gallantly through the French army with only 60 lances, and saved himself for the moment in one of the outworks of the castle. Finding that he could not long maintain himself in his present post, he marched away with his men, thinking to regain Bayonne, but the bastard de Foix, knowing his departure, immediately pursued him, and made him and the greater part of his men prisoners. On the morrow, the castle surrendered, and all the country between Dax and Bayonne, in which were from 15 to 16 strong places, that surrendered to the Count de Foix. When these forts had been sufficiently garrisoned, the Count's army was marched home. The siege of Honfleur was commenced with great courage on the 17th day of January, while the king remained at Jumièges, by his lieutenant general, the Count de Dunois, and the other lords before named. The Frank archers, who had been sent by these lords in advance 10 or 12 days before, to skirmish with the English garrison of Honfleur, did their duty well. When the blockade was completed, the king left Jumièges, and fixed his quarters at the Abbey of Grestaine, 2 leagues from Honfleur. On his arrival, the approaches and trenches were pushed forward with vigor, and many cannons and bombards were pointed against the walls, to the astonishment of those within the town. The governor of the place was called Master Corson 71, having a garrison of 300 or 400 English, who exerted themselves valiantly in their defense with cannons and other missile weapons. By their means was killed a gallant Frenchman, named Regault William, Le Bourgognon, then bailiff of Montargis, which was a great loss. At length, the English were so overpowered by fear and want of provision that they were constrained to demand a parley, to arrange terms of capitulation, and they agreed to surrender the town and castle on the 18th day of February, unless there should appear a force sufficient to relieve them, by conquering the French, and gave hostages for its due performance, on which they were to march away with their effects in safety. The French now fortified their camp, and made preparations for a combat, but the English did not appear, for the Duke of Somerset dared not leave Caen ungarrisoned, and, besides, they were not strong enough to expect success without great reinforcements from England. The place was therefore surrendered according to the terms of the capitulation, and the English marched to other parts under their obedience. Soon after the reduction of Honfleur, the king left the abbey of Grestaine, and went to Bercy 72, and thence to Essay 73 and Alençon. He ordered a party of his guards, with the Frank archers, to lay siege to Fresnay 74, which was under the government of two Englishmen, called Andrew Tourflot 75 and Jane Quinvauquier 76, having with them from 400 to 500 English and Normans, called French renegados. The French advanced before the place in a numerous body, in handsome array, which so much alarmed the governors that they instantly offered to treat for a surrender. After a short discussion, it was agreed, that on the place being given up to the King of France, together with 10,000 golden salets, their captain, called Montfort 77, who had been made prisoner at Pont-Audemer, should be restored to them, and they should be allowed to march away in safety with their baggage. Thus was the place surrendered, and the English departed, on the 22d day of March, for Caen, or Falaise, or to wherever else they pleased. During the time of Lent, in this year, 3,000 English landed at Cherbourg, under the command of Sir Thomas Kyriel, a knight of great experience and renown, and marched to lay siege to Valognes 78, which was under the government of an esquire from Poitou, called Abel Rohalt. He held it valiantly for some time, for his brother Joachim Rohalt, but having no hope of succour, he was forced to surrender it to Sir Thomas Kyriel, after a defence of 3 weeks, and was allowed to march his men away in safety with all they possessed. The king's army was, at the time, collecting to raise the siege, as were the English to oppose them, from their different garrisons, namely, Sir Robert Vere, in Caen, had 600 combatants. Henry Morbury, in Vire, had about 400. Madigot, in the town of Bayeux, had 800 fighting men, so that they amounted in all, including Sir Thomas Kyriel's force, to 6,000 or 7,000 combatants. The French, learning this, suffered the town to be surrendered without any attempt to the contrary, for they could not be assembled in time, considering that the king's army was then dispersed in cantonments throughout Normandy, for the better preservation of their conquests. Footnotes: 70 Salt-Viton. In the Mise of Ducange, it is Soliton, but this seems as far from the true name as the other. 71 Corson. Q. Curzon. 72 Bercy-Bernay, a market town in Normandy, 20 leagues and a half from Alençon. Mise du Cange. 73 Essay, a market town in Normandy, 5 leagues from Alençon. 74 Fresnay. There are 2 villages of this name in Normandy. 75 Andrew Tourflot. Troslo Mise du Cange. Q if not Truslo. 76 Jane Quinvauquier. Basquire and Bequire Mise du Cange. 77 Montfort. Q if not Lord Fauconberg. See in the preceding pages. 78 Valognes, 5 leagues from Cherbourg. AD 1450. Chap 18. After the capture of Valognes by Sir Thomas Kyriel, he takes the field with a large army of Englishmen. He is met by the Count de Clermont, who attacks and defeats him. On the 12th day of April, in the year 1450, after Easter, Sir Thomas Kyriel dislodged from Valognes, having with him the greater part of the garrisons of Caen, Bayeux, and Vire, and, crossing the fords of St. Clement 79, advanced toward the country of Bayeux and Caen. Intelligence of this movement was carried to the French headquarters, and a detachment was ordered to pursue them, under the command of the Count de Clermont, the Count de Casters, the Sénéchal of Poitou, the Lord de Montgascon and de Retz, Admiral of France, and others, to the amount of 500 or 600 spears and archers. Although they were so few in numbers, they continued their pursuit until they overtook them. Sir Geoffrey de Quevrin and Joachim Rohalt had, some little time before, separated from them to seek if they could gain any information of the enemy, and luckily fell in with their track. Notwithstanding the disparity of numbers, they boldly and courageously made an attack on their rear guard, and killed and wounded several. They then retreated, and sent notice of what they had done to the Count de Clermont, who was not far off. He hastened to come up with the English, which he did near a village called Formigny, between Carentan and Bayeux, on the 13th of the same month. The English, on perceiving the enemy, drew up in battle array, and sent in haste to a captain, called Madigot, who had that morning quitted them for Bayeux, but instantly returned to the aid of his companions. The two armies remained drawn up facing each other for 3 hours, while a continual skirmish was going forward, during which, the English made, with their swords and daggers, deep holes in their front, that those who should charge them might fall in with their horses. They were also very advantageously posted, for they had, within a bowshot of their rear, a small river with gardens and orchards thick planted with fruit trees, so that they could not be attacked on that quarter. The Count de Clermont, observing their situation, and considering that he had not an adequate force to combat them, dispatched a messenger in haste to Saint Lo, to require that the Count de Richemont, Constable of France, would come to his succour, otherwise he and his men would have more work on their hands than they could accomplish, for that the English greatly outnumbered his force. The Constable, on receiving this intelligence, instantly set out, at 3 o'clock in the morning of the same day, the 18th, to his assistance, although he was but just arrived from Brittany without halting. He rode to Trevieres aid, accompanied by the Lord James de Luxembourg, the Count de Laval, the Lord Marshal de la Hesse, and from 200 to 12 score lances and 800 archers. They advanced with great rapidity, for the English had already crossed the ford, until they came to the windmill above Formigny, where they drew up in order of battle in sight of the English. The Count de Clermont had begun the engagement with his army of 1,000 to 1,500 men before the arrival of the Constable, and had been sharply repulsed by the English, who had taken from them 2 culverines. The Constable first marched his men to gain a stone bridge, but no sooner did Madigot and Sir Robert Vere perceive this manoeuvre of the Constable than they fled with 1,000 of their men from Caen and Bayeux. Kyriel and the remainder retreated toward the rivulet, and occupied the village that was hard by. Part of the Constable's archers, having dismounted at the end of the bridge, attacked the left wing of the English, and many were killed and put to the rout. The Constable now crossed the rivulet and joined the Count de Clermont, when the Grand Seneschal of Normandy asked his permission to march his division toward the enemy's right wing, which being granted, the English were slain and defeated. The main body of the Constable's men marched now in handsome order until they were near the village, and crossed the brook by the high road. The English were so much alarmed that they quitted the village, and advanced to the rivulet, where a well-fought engagement took place, but although the French were in all not more, according to the report of the heralds, than 3,000 combatants, and the English from 6 to 7,000, nevertheless, by the grace of God, the French defeated them. From the accounts of the heralds, priests, and credible persons, 3,773 were slain, and buried in 14 deep trenches on the spot. Among the prisoners were Sir Anthony 81 Kyriel, Sir Henry Norbury 82, Sir Thomas Druid 83, Thomas Kirby, Christopher Oberton, Arpel, Helix Alengur, Jonaquin Vacquire, Gobert Caleville, and numbers of other captains, and English gentlemen bearing coats of arms. Conformably to the old proverb, of he who fights and runs away, may live to fight another day, did those act who fled and left their companions to bear the brunt of the battle, namely, Madigot, Sir Robert Vere, Henry Lons, Master Milan, and another captain who commanded 30 lances and 500 archers. The prisoners taken at this battle were estimated at from 12 to 1,400. Madigot fled to Bayeux, and Sir Robert to Caen, and thus, by the favor of divine providence, were the English defeated. On this day, the following were made knights: the Count de Casters, son to the Count de la Marche Godfrey de Boulogne, son to the Count de Boulogne and Auvergne the Lord de Vauvert, son to the Count de Villers, the Lord de Saint-Sever, the Lord de Calençon, and several more. The French only lost this day, by death, 8 persons at the most. The army now marched to lay siege to the town and castle of Vire. After their departure, a dispute arose among the captains, to whom the honor of the day was due. Some said to the constable, as being, from his office, lieutenant general for the king in all parts of the realm, but others claimed it for the Count de Clermont, he having been specially ordered on this service, and a special order ought to supersede a general one. It came to such a length that it was referred to the king, who decided in favor of the Count de Clermont, although it was through the constable's able support that he had gained the victory. News of this success was soon spread all over the kingdom of France, and coming to the ears of Master William Charrier, Bishop of Paris, he immediately ordered a procession to be made to the church of Notre Dame of all children, as well male as female, that were at school, from the age of 7 to 11 years, to return thanks to God for the signal victory the most Christian king had obtained over his ancient enemies. The procession, consisting of from 12 to 14,000 children, attended by their masters and tutors, set out from the church of Saint Innocent, where they were assembled, each with a wax taper, or other light, in his hand. The chaplains of the church were in the center, bearing the relics of Saint Innocent, and the procession extended from this church to that of Our Lady, and was a fine sight to see, and did great honor to the bishop. On its arrival at the church of Notre Dame, a solemn mass was sung, and the bishop preached a sermon, taking for his text the 2nd verse of the 8th psalm: out of the mouth of babes and sucklings hast thou ordained strength, because of thine enemies, that thou mightest still the enemy and the avenger. When the service was over, they returned 2 and 2 as they had come, conveying back the relics to the church of Saint Innocent, and thence each child went to its school. About this period, the Duke of Suffolk quitted a strong castle into which he had retired for fear of the English, who would have put him to death, and embarked for foreign countries, but he was met at sea by the partisans of the Duke of Somerset, who laid hands on him and cut off his head, which they sent, with the body, to their friends in London, who hung up the quarters at the different gates 84. The French, without loss of time, after their late victory, marched to besiege the town of Vire, in which was a garrison of 3 or 4 stout English combatants. Their captain was Sir Henry Norbury, then a prisoner, in consequence of the defeat at Formigny. The siege did not last long before the commandant capitulated to surrender, on being allowed to march away in safety with the garrison and baggage to Caen. The French army was now divided: one part, under the Count de Clermont, marched toward Bayeux, and the other, with the constable, returned to the Duke of Brittany, to lay siege to Avranches 85. Footnotes: 79 Saint Clement, a village near to Bayeux. 80 Trevieres, a market town near Bayeux. 81 Anthony. He is called Thomas before. 82 Norbury. Before Morbury. Probably Norbury. 83 Druid. Q. Trivet. 84 See the English historians for a more correct account of the end of the Duke of Suffolk. 85 Avranches, a bishopric in Normandy, 75 leagues from Paris, 50 from Rouen. Chap 19. The Duke of Brittany besieges Avranches, with his whole force. It surrenders to him. He takes Tourmalin 86. Bayeux is won. The constable gains Brick Quebec 87, Valagnes 88, St. Sauveur le Vicomte 89, other incidents. When the Duke of Brittany's army was returned to him, and had taken some rest, he mustered his men, and without delay began his march, well attended by artillery, to besiege the town of Avranches, which was garrisoned by 400 or 500 English under the command of a captain called Lampet 90. The Duke displayed great ability and courage in forming the siege, during which many skirmishes took place between the parties. This siege lasted 3 weeks, when the walls were so battered that the captain and garrison were reduced to surrender, but although they proposed different terms of capitulation, they could only obtain permission to march away in safety, but without arms or baggage, so that, when the place was given up, they departed with staves in their hands. On the reduction of Avranches, the Duke of Brittany advanced with his army to Tourmalin, which is impregnable, so long as provision and stores last, for it is seated on a rock in the sea, near to St. Michael's Mount. There was in it an English garrison of from 80 to 100 men, but they no sooner perceived the great force that was brought against them than they capitulated to surrender the place, on being permitted to march to Cherbourg in safety with their baggage and effects. On the 16th day of May, the King of France ordered the Counts de Dunois, de Nevers, Deu, and several other knights and esquires, to lay siege to Bayeux. In consequence, they encamped near to the town, and pushed forward the siege with such vigor, by mines and battering cannon, that many breaches were made in the wall, wide enough to be stormed, but the commanders were averse to this, to avoid the effusion of blood and the numberless other evils that would ensue. However, notwithstanding this laudable resolution, the ardour and avarice of soldiers to become rich induced part of the army, without orders, to storm the town twice in the same day, when many gallant deeds were done on both sides, and several were killed by arrow and culverine shots. The French were forced to retreat without success, for the storm had been only made on one side. Had this measure been carried on under the direction of their officers, it must undoubtedly have succeeded. Madigot, the governor of Bayeux, surprised at the valor he had seen displayed by the French at this attack, for they had slain some of the stoutest of the English, opened a treaty with the Count de Dunois for its surrender, but after many parleys, he could only obtain permission for his men to march away without arms or baggage and with staves in their hands. Thus marched away, by the castle gate for Cherbourg, all the English, to the amount of 900, esteemed the most valiant of their party, but in honor of nobility, horses were given to carry their damsels, and gentle ladies and carts were also supplied to convey the most respectable of the women who followed their husbands. It was a pitiful sight thus to see from 300 to 400 women, without including children, who were very numerous, some carrying their infants in cradles on their heads, others swinging them round their necks or in rolls of cloth round their bodies, and in a variety of other ways. On the restoration of Bayeux to the obedience of the King of France, the Count de Dunois appointed a captain, and other officers, to govern the city, and then crossed the Orne 91, with the Count de Clermont and there cantoned the army, to live on the country until the arrival of the Count de Richemont, Constable of France. He had left all his artillery at Bayeux to be ready for laying siege to Caen. In the meantime, the Constable, and those in his company, namely, the troops of the Lord de Laval, the Marshal de la Hesse, the troops of the Admiral and of the Lord de Touteville, gained the town of Bryquibisque for the King of France, on permitting those within it to march away with their baggage and effects. The Constable then besieged Valognes, that had lately been captured by the English, but it was not long before it surrendered, for the Lieutenant Governor for the King of England had turned to the French interest. He, however, obtained from the Constable that the English garrison, amounting to 60 men, should march in safety, with arms and baggage, to Cherbourg. On the departure of the Duke of Brittany, the Constable came to Bayeux, and then sent Sir James de Luxembourg his lieutenant, and Adet Dodic, with about 30 lances, to commence the siege of Saint-Sauveur-le-Vicomte, which is a handsome town, and one of the strongest in Normandy. They remained before it 3 days, waiting for the marshals of France and of Brittany, the lords de Touteville, de Bouzac, and others. The Lord Robersart, a baron of Hainault, was the governor, having with him 200 English combatants, and on the arrival of the marshals the place was besieged in earnest. During the opening of the trenches, a valiant esquire from Berry, called John de Blanchefort, was killed by a cannon shot, whose loss was much lamented. The garrison, witnessing the approaches of the French, although unheard by their batteries, offered to surrender, on condition that they should depart in safety with their arms, baggage, and effects, and be allowed 8 days for clearing the place. Thus was Saint-Sauveur-le-Vicomte restored to the King of France, and the marshals rode to a village called So 92, within 2 leagues of Caen, where the constable and his company were quartered, carrying with them the English hostages for the performance of the treaty, and at the end of 8 days, when the place was cleared, they were set at liberty. Footnotes: 86 Tumelaine, a small island, or rock, on the coast of Normandy, between Avranches and Saint-Malo. 87 Brick, Quebec. Probably Briquebusque, a village in Normandy, near Valognes. 88 Valognes, a large town between Cherbourg and Carentan. 89 Saint-Sauveur-le-Vicomte, near Valognes. 90 Lampet. Q. Lambert. 91 Orne, a river in Normandy, it runs into the sea at Estreham. 92 So, a small town in Normandy, near Avranches. Chap XX. The siege of Caen. The King of France, attended by the King of Sicily and his son, the Duke of Calabria, appear before it with a large army. The English, after sustaining much damage from the batteries, surrender the town and castle of Caen. On the 5th day of June, the constable and his division dislodged from So, and fixed his quarters in the Abbey of Saint Stephen, in the suburbs of Caen, and near to the walls. On the same day, the Count de Clermont, the Count de Casters, and many other lords, knights, and esquires, marched their men to the quarters of the constable. They amounted to 1,200 spears, 4,500 archers, gueules armes 93, and armor-bearers, and 200 Frank archers on foot. The Count de Dunois posted himself in the suburbs of Vaucelles, on the side toward Paris, with a large company of nobles, men at arms and archers, to the amount of 800 lances, and 2,000 archers, gueules armes, and armor-bearers on horseback, and 2,000 Frank archers on foot, so that the city was completely blockaded on its 2 sides. They instantly threw a bridge of communication between the 2 divisions over the river Orne, by which, the 4th day after, the Counts of Nevers and of Eu passed a considerable body of men at arms and archers, and quartered them in the suburbs of Caen, toward the sea, at the Abbey of La Trinette, a convent of women. They were scarcely arrived before they attacked an outwork of the town, which was valiantly defended, and many gallant deeds were performed on each side, but it was at length won by storm by the French. They soon deserted it, because it was open on the side near the walls, and it was not reoccupied by the English, for they had destroyed its communication with the town by walling up the gate. The King of France departed from Argentan 94, to be present at this siege, attended by the King of Sicily, his son the Duke of Calabria, the Duke of Alençon, the Counts of Maine, of Saint Pol, of Tancarville, and a numerous body of barons, knights, esquires, men at arms and archers, to the number of 600 lances, and archers in proportion. The king lay the first night at Saint Pierre sur Dive 95, on the morrow at Argentan, and on the 3rd day, he came to dinner in the suburbs of Vaucelles 96, after which, he instantly crossed the river by the new bridge, and was lodged at an abbey called Dardenne, where he remained during the whole siege, except one night that he passed in the Abbey of La Trinette, wherein were quartered the King of Sicily, the Duke of Calabria, and other lords, to the amount of 1,000 lances. The king had with him 12,000 archers on horseback, 1,000 gueules armes, and armor-bearers mounted also, and 200 Frank archers on foot, of whom the greater part were quartered in the villages round. The siege was pushed forward with the greatest diligence on the arrival of the king, and trenches were made round the town, in which every person individually exerted himself. The Count de Dunois made an attack on the outworks of Vaucelles, on the river Dive 97, which were valorously defended, but after many gallant deeds on both sides, they were gained by the French, and numbers of the English slain, wounded, and taken, to the great dismay of their companions. From all the quarters of the French, deep mines were made even unto the ditches of the town, more particularly from the constables' quarters, which advanced under St. Stephen's, so that all the wall above fell to the ground, and the French and English could there engage hand to hand. The English, perceiving the near approach of the enemy, were fearful of being taken by storm, and demanded to capitulate. The King of France, moved by compassion and pity, after the example of our Lord, who desires not the death of sinners, but would rather that they would turn to their God, and considering what a loss the destruction of so fine a town would be, and the miseries that would ensue from pillaging the churches, violating women and damsels, and desirous also of sparing a further effusion of human blood, consented to their request, and agreed that the place should be surrendered on capitulation. In truth, the town might have easily been taken by storm, as there were many practicable breaches, but the English might have retired into the castle, and have held out for a considerable time, if they had had the courage so to do, although, in the end, they must have yielded to the numerous chivalry then before it. To show that the castle was tenable to those who have never seen it, I must say that it is the strongest in all Normandy, fortified with high and great bulwarks of a very hard stone, situated on a rock, and containing in extent as much as the whole town of Corbeil. It has a very strong keep, consisting of a large and high square tower, surrounded by 4 massy ones from the foot of the ditch to the level of the ground, the whole strengthened by a high wall all round, with towers at proper distances, and a very deep ditch cut out of the solid rock. In this castle were lodged the Duke of Somerset, his lady and children, and in the town were quartered Sir Robert Vere, brother to the Earl of Oxford, Sir Henry Radford, and others, who commanded, under the Duke of Somerset, 4,000 English as the garrison of Caen. In regard to the capitulation, several conferences were held between the English and French. On the part of the king, the Count de Dunois, the Sénéchal of Poitou, the Lord John Bureau, Treasurer of France, acted as commissioners. For the English, Sir Richard Harrison, Bailiff of Caen, Robert Parges, and some others. For the inhabitants, Eustace Gaimnett, lieutenant to the said bailiff, and the abbot of St. Stephen's, each alleging various articles, and supporting them by their arguments. After much discussion, a treaty was concluded on the morrow of the feast of St. John Baptist, when the English promised to deliver up to the King of France the said town, castle, and keep, on the 1st day of July next ensuing, unless they should combat and conquer the said king on or before that day, and on condition that the Duke of Somerset, his lady and children, and the other English who should wish to depart with them, should be allowed so to do, and to carry away with them all their effects and furniture without molestation or hindrance. They were also to take with them their horses and armor, and for the transport of these articles, they were to be provided with vessels to convey them to England, and to no other part, on their paying the expenses, provided, however, that the English gave up all their prisoners, and acquitted themselves of debt to the inhabitants of Caen, churchmen, and others, without carrying away anything belonging to them. They were also to leave behind their large and small artillery, with the exception of bows, crossbows, and hand culverines. For the due observance of this treaty, the English delivered 12 of their countrymen, 2 knights of Normandy and 4 of the principal inhabitants, as hostages. As no succor arrived on the first day of July, the town, castle, and keep were surrendered. The aforesaid bailiff carried the keys of the keep to the French camp, and delivered them into the hands of the constable, in the presence of the Count de Dunois, lieutenant general, who immediately gave them to the count, as governor of the town and castle for the King of France. The new governor remained in the field, to see that the English took the straight road to Estreham 98, but soon after their departure, accompanied by the Marshal de Jalagnes, preceded by 200 archers on foot, the king's trumpets and heralds, and having in his rear 3 equerries of the stables, bearing the royal banners, and the whole closed by 100 men at arms on foot, he entered the town by the keep of the castle, and had the banners displayed from the keep and gates. Footnotes: 93 Guis armes, a kind of offensive, long-handled and long-headed weapon, or, as the Spanish vizirma, a staff that had within it 2 long pikes, which, with a shoot or thrust forward, come forth caught grave. 94 Argentin. I should suppose it must be Alençon. 95 Saint-Pierre-sur-Dive, a market town near Troard in Normandy. 96 Vaucelles, a village in Normandy near Bayeux. 97 The Dive separates the bishoprics of Lisieux and Bayeux, and loses itself in the channel. 98 Estreham, at the mouth of the Orne, 4 leagues from Caen. Chap XXI. The King of France makes his entry into Caen, and is nobly received there. The English surrender Falaise 99. Poton de Saint-Treize is appointed governor of it. Dom front 100 is reduced to the king's obedience. On the 6th day of July, the King of France left the Abbey of Dardenne, to make his entry into Caen, attended by all his nobles who had been at the siege, magnificently dressed, excepting his lieutenant general and the Marshal de Jalagnes, who were already in the town. He was preceded by his 200 archers, heralds and trumpets, and when he was near the gates, the Count de Dunois came out to meet him, followed by crowds of the townsmen. After making their obeisances, they most humbly presented the keys of the place to the king, who, graciously received them. Then came the clergy in procession, as is usual in such cases. After which, the king entered the gates, 4 of the principal inhabitants holding a canopy over his head, and thus the king rode through streets hung with tapestry, and in some places covered over, canopy-like, amidst the shouts of the people, unto the great church of St. Peter, where he dismounted at the porch, to offer up his thanksgivings. He thence went to his lodgings, at the house of one of the burghers of the town, and remained there some days to settle with his lieutenant general and ministers the future government and police of the place. The Lord de Croix, Sir John de Croix his brother, and the Lord d'Arcy, came to the king while at Caen, on an embassy from the Duke of Burgundy, to treat of a marriage with one of the king's daughters and the Lord Charles, son to the Duke, and on other weighty matters with which they were charged. On this same 6th of July, the town of Falaise was besieged by Poton de Saint-Treize, bailiff of Berry. He was joined on the Monday by Master John Bureau, treasurer of France, with the Frank archers, to serve the artillery, of which he was grand master. When the English heard of his approach, they sallied out and sharply attacked him, but he defended himself and his artillery well until the Lord de Saint-Treize came to his assistance and the English were repulsed to the gates. The king left Caen to attend this siege, and halted at an abbey called St. Andrew's, within a league of Falaise. The King of Sicily, the Duke of Calabria, the Counts of Maine, of St. Pol, of Tancarville, the Viscount of Limaine, and others, were with him. The town was now surrounded on all sides, but as the king had a greater body of chivalry than necessary for the gaining such a place, the Counts of Richemont and of Clermont were ordered to besiege Cherbourg. The garrison in Falaise consisted of 1,500 English, the very best of that nation that now remained in Normandy, under the command of 2 English gentlemen, named Andrew Troslet 101 and Thomas Cathon 102, lieutenants to the governor the Lord Talbot. When they saw the multitude of men at arms, archers, and crossbowmen, that were drawn up before them, they demanded a parley with the Count de Dunois, who, by the king's orders, sent them passports, that they might explain what they required. They met on the 10th, and asked to capitulate, which the king granted, when they appointed the 22nd day of July to surrender the place, unless they should, before that day, receive reinforcements to enable them to offer battle, and on condition that the Lord Talbot, who was their governor for the King of England, and who at that moment was the King of France's prisoner in the castle of Dreux, should be set at liberty, on making certain promises to the King of France. A truce was now proclaimed, to last from the 10th to the 22nd, and 12 hostages were delivered for its observance. The English were to march away with arms and baggage, in safety, for England, in case they should not be relieved on the day appointed. As no succour came to them, they departed, according to the tenure of the capitulation, and delivered up the town and castle to the king, who made governor thereof Poton de Saint-Trailles, his master of the horse and bailiff of Berry. On the 24th of July, after the reduction of Falaise, the Lord Charles de Coulant, Grand Master of the household, the Lord de Blainville, the Lord John Bureau, Treasurer of France, who always had the command of the artillery, with 1,500 Frank archers, marched to lay siege to the town and castle of Domfront. The English garrison amounted to 700 or 800, but when they heard of the great body of chivalry and archers that were then in Normandy, they surrendered the place on the 2d day of August, on condition that they might depart in safety, with arms and baggage, for England, as, I have already recounted, many of their countrymen had before done from different towns and castles. Footnotes: 99 Falaise 9 leagues from Caen. 100 Domfront 12 leagues from Mayenne, 8 from Alençon. 101 Andrew Troslet. Q. Truslow. 102 Thomas Cathon. Q. Cawthorne. Chap XXII. The decease of the Duke of Brittany and of the Lord Giles his brother, whom he had cruelly put to death before his decease. Cherbourg is besieged by sea and land, and is taken by the French. About the end of July, Francis Duke of Brittany, nephew and vassal to the King of France, died of a natural death. He was a great loss to the kingdom, for he was an active prince, prudent and valiant, and had greatly exerted himself, personally and with money, in the service of the king in the conquest of Normandy, as has been related. This prince was naturally attached to the King of France, as was apparent by his making war on those whom he knew to be enemies to his crown. He carried his affection so far that he quarrelled with one of his own brothers, the Lord Giles, because, in prejudice to the King of France, and without asking his permission, he had accepted of the order of the Garter, and also the appointment of constable, from the King of England. When the Duke first heard of this, he had his brother arrested and confined in one of his castles, where he was a long time closely guarded. He had been often admonished by the Duke and his other relations and friends, well-wishers to France, to abandon the quarrel of the English, whom he supported against all reason, justice, and right. When gentle means had been thus used in vain, other measures were resorted to, but he would not, on any account, agree to their proposals. The Duke, therefore, conceived a mortal hatred against him, and ordered him to be put to death. The Duke was frequently summoned, by heralds from the King of England, to deliver up his constable, whom he detained prisoner under the guard of Arthur of Montauban. On his refusal, the English monarch sent him his challenge, which made Sir Giles's case worse than before, and the Duke's hatred so much increased that, it was commonly said, he was strangled by 2 twisted towels. Thus ended the days of Sir Giles miserably and pitifully, which will be a great example to all others. Of this sad transaction, however, there are different accounts in Brittany. Some say, that from a quarrel between de Montauban and his accomplices, it has been discovered that they got him put to death by giving false information to the Duke, expecting to gain by his decease, for Sir Giles was very willing to renounce his connections with the English, and to act as his brother pleased, but that they sent the Duke information quite the reverse, as has been confessed by some of his murderers, and declared to be the truth, for which they have been tried and suffered death. Some indeed escaped, and, for very good reasons, dare not again show themselves in that country. The siege of Cherbourg, having been commenced by the Count de Richemont and the other lords before mentioned, was carried on with great vigor, and the garrison was hard pressed by their mines and batteries, when a knight and esquire of Brittany were there killed. The knight was Surpregent de Coativi, lord of Rice 103, slain by a cannon ball, to the great loss of the king, for he was one of the most valorous knights of the realm, renowned for prudence and abilities. The esquire was Tudwell le Bourgeois, bailiff of Troyes, killed by a shot from a culverin, a man of good reputation, and well acquainted with the art of war. The walls of the town were battered in such wise, from sea and land, as was never before seen, for there were batteries of bombards erected on the shore that threw immense stones, although they were overflowed by the sea at high water, but as they were covered with greased skins, in which they were wrapped, the water did no damage to the powder they were charged with, and, as soon as the tide turned, the cannoneers took away their coverings and fired into the town, to the great astonishment of the English, who had never seen such an invention. 4 bombards and 1 cannon were burst when firing against the walls, and many gallant deeds were done on sea and land, but more to the loss than profit of the English. This caused the governor, Thomas Gouville 104, Esquire, who had under him 1,000 combatants, to demand a capitulation from the constable, which he obtained. The terms were, that Gouville should surrender the town and castle to the King of France, on condition that his son should be set at liberty, who was an hostage, on his part, for the payment of the sums of money due to the King of France and to the inhabitants of Rouen. On his son being restored, he delivered up the place to the king's commissioners on the 12th of August, and marched away with his son and soldiers, with their arms and baggage, in safety to England. The king appointed the Lord de Bueil governor of Cherbourg, with 80 lances and archers for its defence. Thus was conquered the whole duchy of Normandy, and its towns and castles were reduced to the obedience of the King of France in the space of 1 year and 6 days, which was a marvellous event, for never was so large an extent of country conquered in so little time, and with less shedding of blood, or damage done to the inhabitants. This was very honourable to the King of France, and to the nobles and others who had accompanied him on this expedition, and they ought to render thanks to God, to whom alone the praise and glory are due. The time of this expedition was also very favourable, and part of the success might be owing to it, for it was the year of a general pardon of sins at Rome, called the Jubilee year. The Duchy of Normandy 105, is in length 6 days' journey, and 4 wide, containing 6 bishoprics and 1 archbishopric, and 100 towns and castles, not including those which have been destroyed by the fortune of war. The king ordered 600 lances, with a proper proportion of archers, to remain in the duchy for its defence, and sent the remainder into Guienne. He then set out for Tours, where he arrived in the month of September, and there resolved in council that a general thanksgiving, with processions, should take place in all the churches throughout the realm on the 14th day of the ensuing October, and every year afterwards on the 12th day of August, for the happy success of his arms, and the expulsion of his ancient enemies the English from his Duchy of Normandy. Footnotes: 103 Rice. Curettes. 104 Thomas Gouville. Q105 Normandy is bounded on the east by Picardy and the Isle of France on the south, by Maine and Perche on the west, by the ocean on the north, by the Channel, which separates it from England. It contains 7 dioceses or bishoprics: Rouen, Bayeux, Avranches, Évreux, Cèze, Lisieux and Coutances, in which are computed 4,189 parishes, and 80 abbeys, and C. Gazetteur. Chap XXIII. The author particularizes the valor of several of the nobles in the conquest of Normandy. The King of France sends the Count de Penthièvre, as his lieutenant, into Guienne. Were I to attempt particularizing every valiant man, and his gallant deeds, on the reconquering of the Duchy of Normandy, it would tire my readers' patience, but still I must mention some of the most renowned, for the benefit of those who, in future times, may peruse this account of the reduction of that duchy. In the first place, the King of France had placed his army on a most excellent establishment, and, as it was a novelty, it is worth describing. He had supplied all the men at arms and archers with good and secure habiliments, namely, the men at arms with cuirasses, greaves, salades 106, and swords mounted with silver, as well as the lances which their pages bore. Each man at arms had 3 horses, for himself, his page, and his varlet, which last was armed with a light helmet, a brigandine 107, jacket or habergeon 108, battle-axe or guise arm. Every man at arms had attached to him 2 archers on horseback, dressed in brigandines, greaves, and salades, the greater part of which were ornamented with silver, or wanting these, they had strong leathern jackets and habergeons. The soldiers, when on service, were always paid monthly, and under such strict discipline that none dared to seize anything unpaid for, nor to make prisoners, or ransom man or beast, unless they belonged to the English or to their friends. It was lawful to make plunder of whatever was their property, but not otherwise. The chief captains on this expedition were the Count de Dunois, Lieutenant General for the King, the Counts de Nevers, de Casters, Deu, de Saint Pol, the Lord de Coulant, Grand Master of the Household, the Lords d'Orval, de Touteville, de Blainville, de Beauvau, de Buile, de Beaunoir, de Moy in the Beauvoisis, the Marshal de Jalagnes, the Sénéchal de Poitou, John of Lorraine, Poton de Saint-Trailles, the Bailiff of Évreux, Robert Conegan 109, and very many other great lords, knights, and esquires, who most valiantly conducted themselves, regardless of all the pains and discomforts they were bodily put to on several occasions. In like manner, the king had made ample provision of all sorts of artillery for his defense, and for the attack of towns and castles. He had the greatest number and variety of battering cannon and bombards, viglaires, serpentines, crepotines, culverines, and ribaudquins 110, that had ever been collected in the memory of man, and never king had such a train so well supplied with ammunition and every implement for battering towns, nor so numerous a body of men and horses to draw them. These received their pay daily, and were under the command of Master John Bureau, Treasurer of France, and of his brother Jasper Bureau, both of whom suffered many difficulties during the sieges of the different towns and castles, for they were very active and attentive to their duty. It was wonderful to see their diligence in planning and forming the trenches and mines that were opened at almost every siege during this expedition, for, to say the truth, there was scarcely any place that surrendered on capitulation but what might have been won by storm, had not the king, out of his benign nature, insisted on the contrary, to prevent the effusion of blood and the total ruin of such places and their inhabitants. The late Duke of Brittany was the leader of the conquest of Lower Normandy, having with him his uncle the Count de Richemont, Constable of France, the late Regent de Coictivi, Lord of Retz and Admiral of France, who laboured hard at the business, the Count de Laval, the Lord de la Hesse, Marshal of France, his brother de Montauban, Marshal of Brittany, Geoffrey de Cavrin, James de Tilly, bailiff of the Vermandois. Tudwal le Bourgeois was of this party during his life. To find supplies for the support of the king's armies, and for the better government of this Duchy of Normandy, the Lord de Trainel, Chancellor of France, the Lord de Gaucourt, Sir Thibaut de Valpergue, bailiff of Lyon, Sir James Kerr, councillor and master of the king's wardrobe, exerted themselves greatly. The last, in particular, employed every means in his power to prevent the soldiers, who were daily increasing, from being disappointed of their regular monthly payment. Sir John du Bar, Lord of Beaujeu, and Sir John Hardouin, Treasurer of France, gained great credit, and all others who laboured at this time in the service of the king. When King Charles of France, the seventh of the name, had thus, by the divine grace, and his puissant chivalry, made the conquest of the Duchy of Normandy, which had been occupied about 30 years by his ancient enemies the English, and had replaced all the strong castles and principal towns with sufficient garrisons, and regulated the government of each, confiding always in the grace and mercy of the King of Kings, who wills that every one should have his own, as is declared in that chapter of St. Matthew's Gospel, where our Lord says to the Pharisee, "Render unto Caesar the things that be Caesar's, and unto God the things that be God's." He consequently resolved to march an army into Guienne against Bordeaux, which had been occupied by the English time immemorial, contrary to all reason and justice, and in direct contradiction to the said Gospel. The nobles and people of this country have ever been rebellious against the French kings, at least for 200 years, which is a long lapse of time, although it forms part of the realm of France. The king, desirous to act with prudence and circumspection, summoned a council of his principal barons and knights on the 5th day of September, in the year 1450, in the city of Tours, where the matter was fully discussed in their presence, and also in the presence of the princes of his blood and the chief prelates of the realm. It was then determined to send a force into Guienne, after proper provision had been made for the defense of Normandy, which was intrusted to the constable, having under him some Norman knights and esquires, together with 600 spears and a body of archers, paid monthly, and a great number of Frank archers were likewise ordered thither by the king. The government of the city of Rouen and the country of Caux was given to Sir Pierre de Brise, Grand Seneschal of Normandy. The king then arranged the army that was to invade Guienne and besiege Bergerac 111, situated in the county of Périgord, on the river Dordogne. He appointed the Count de Penthièvre and de Périgord, Viscount de Limoges, his lieutenant general in those parts, who accepted the command of this siege, and departed thither, accompanied by Sir Charles de Caulainc, Lord de Jalagnies, Marshal of France, Poton de Saint-Trailles, bailiff of Berry and master of the horse to the king, with many other knights, esquires, and others, to the amount of 500 lances, and archers in proportion. They commenced the siege with great vigor, insomuch that, on the arrival of Master John Bureau with his train of artillery, the garrison, alarmed at their numbers and activity, surrendered Bergerac to the King of France. The English marched away with their horses, arms, and baggage, and the inhabitants that chose to remain were, on taking the oaths of allegiance, to remain unmolested in their different occupations as before. The Count de Penthièvre then marched his army into the winter quarters that had been allotted him, and Sir Philip de Caulainc remained governor of Bergerac, with a garrison of 100 lances and a body of archers. On their march, they came before a castle called Jansac 112, situated on the Dordogne, with the intent of besieging it, but they won it by storm, with the loss of 7 or 8 of their men killed and wounded. About 35 of the English were slain, and the rest made prisoners. The castle remained under the obedience of the King of France. The army advanced thence without delay to the town of Saint-Foy, on the same river, which surrendered without hesitation. Pursuing their good fortune, they came before the town of Cala 113, and besieged it for some time, but the English garrison, amounting to 50 lances, alarmed at seeing so large an army before it, delivered up the place, on condition that they should march away in safety, with arms and baggage. On their departure, Pierre de Louvain was made governor of it. On the 26th day of October, in this year, Master John de Zancoins, Receiver General of the Royal Finances, was arrested, and confined prisoner in the castle of Tours, for having, as it was currently reported, wickedly employed for his own use the king's finances, so that his majesty was greatly distressed to pay the troops in Guyenne, and had he not found extraordinary means of raising money for this purpose, his plans against that country would have failed. During his imprisonment, he was examined by some of the great council and others skilled in matters of finance, and convicted, on his own confession, of high treason. He owned having taken very large sums of money from the king's treasury, and that he had made many erasures in his accounts which convicted him guilty of forgery, a capital offense. And he would have suffered the penalty, had not the king's mercy converted the matter into a civil suit, following in this the example of our Saviour Jesus Christ, who declared, that he wished not for the death of a sinner, but would rather that he should turn from his wickedness and live. The capital part of the offence being thus done away, he was sentenced, by the mouth of the Chancellor, to be imprisoned for a certain time, and his property confiscated to the king, from which, the king gave to the Count de Dunois a handsome house that he had built at Tours. Zancoins was also condemned to pay to the king the sum of 60,000 gold crowns, which seemed but a trifling fine for the immense sums he owned to have pillaged from the treasury for his own pleasures. James Carrier, his clerk, was confined at the same time with him, but in a separate prison, for having been an accomplice in the crimes of his master, and for having erased numerous articles in the account of receipts, through the instigation of the enemy of mankind, and converted many sums from the king's profit to his own, for all of which, he would have suffered the sentence due to such capital crimes, had not the king's mercy been extended also to him. Footnotes: 106 Salads light helmets or headpieces. 107 Brigandine armor consisting of many jointed and scale-like plates, very pliant and easy for the body. 108 Haubergeon, a little coat of mail, or only sleeves and gorget of mail. 109 Conigan. Q. Cunningham, commander of the Scots auxiliaries. 110 Ribaudquins, huge crossbows, 14 feet in length. Viglaires, serpentines, and crepotines, different sorts of firearms, greater or less. 111 Bergerac, 7 leagues from Perigueux. 112 Jansac. Gensac. Several villages in Gascony of that name. 113 Cala, a town in Périgord, near Lagrolles. Chap XXIV. The Lord d'Orval defeats the men of Bordeaux. Duke Peter of Brittany does homage to the King of France. The Duke of Burgundy attempts to lay a tax on salt throughout Flanders. On the last day of October in this year, the Lord d'Orval, third son to the Lord d'Albret, set out from Bazas 114 with his companions, and from 400 to 500 combatants, to invade the peninsula of Médoc 115, and they halted for the night, to refresh themselves, in a forest within 2 leagues of Bordeaux. On the morrow, All Saints' Day, they were early mounted, thinking to enter the peninsula, when they received information from Bordeaux, that from 8,000 to 9,000 persons, on horseback and on foot, as well soldiers as others, were on their march to combat them. The Lord d'Orval did not for this abandon his enterprise, but drew up his men in order of battle, although so greatly inferior in numbers to the English, who were under the command of the mayor of Bordeaux. His light troops showed a good countenance, advancing in battle array, and made prisoner a gentleman from Bordeaux, near to a coppice. The battle now commenced, and was so well fought by the French that 1800 English and Bordelais were slain on the spot or in the pursuit. The first runaway was the mayor, who, being on horseback, abandoned his van, who were on foot, and whom he had advanced as a frontier to his main division. The French made 1200 prisoners, which was very honorable and profitable to them, considering how few they were in comparison with their enemies. At the conclusion of this business, the Lord d'Orville marched his men back, with their prisoners, to Bazas, much rejoiced at their good success. On the morrow of the feast of All Saints, Duke Peter of Brittany waited on the King of France, as his sovereign lord, to do him homage for his duchy of Brittany, and took the accustomed oaths before the Count de Dunois and de Longueville, when the king's great chamberlain took his baldric, sword, and buckler, for his fee. After he had taken the oaths, the Chancellor of France said, that he was liegeman to the King of France on account of this duchy, but the Duke's Chancellor replied, that, saving his respect to the King, he was not liegeman to his Majesty on account of this duchy, which caused a long altercation. At length, the King accepted his homage according to the usages and manner that his predecessors, the Dukes of Brittany, had done. Shortly after, he did another homage for his county of Montfort, for which he acknowledged himself the King's liegeman and vassal. He was grandly entertained by the King and his chivalry, at the small town and castle of Montbazon 116, where the court then resided, and also by the ladies and damsels, to whom he acquitted himself handsomely. Many sports and pastimes of wrestling and other amusements took place during the fortnight the Duke stayed with the King, who was in high spirits and health. He had with him the Count de Richemont his constable, and many barons, knights and esquires, to the number of from 400 to 500 horses. In the same year, according to the chronicles of Arras, Philip, then aged about 54 years, Duke of Burgundy, L'Autriche 117, Brabant, Limburg and Luxembourg, Count of Flanders, Artois, Burgundy, Hainault, Holland, Zeeland and Namur, Marquis of the Holy Roman Empire, Lord of Friesland, Salins and Mechlin, required from the states of Flanders, whom he had assembled for this purpose, that they would allow him to lay a tax of 24 groats, Flemish money, on each sack of salt that should be used in that country, promising, in return, that, during his life, he would not lay any additional impositions, by taxes on land or otherwise. The deputies from Ghent, having heard this proposal, demanded time to consider of it. These deputies took the lead, and having fully weighed the matter, and considering that the principal food of the commonalty was salted meats and fish, absolutely refused their consent, adding, that they would never, while alive, suffer such a tax to be laid on their country. The deputies from Bruges, Ypres and the Frank, in conformity to what the Ghent men had said, declared that they would act in unison with Ghent, and refused their assent. Footnotes: 114 Bazas, a city of Gascony, on a rock, 2 leagues from the Garonne, capital of the Bazadois, 12 leagues from Bordeaux. 115 Médoc, a country of Guyenne, near the sea, in the Bordelais, it is not fertile. Espar is the capital. 116 Montbazon in Touraine, 5 leagues from Tours. 117 L'Autriche. Q. Does this mean Austria? De l'Autriche. AD 1451. Chap XXV. The king appoints the Count de Dunois his lieutenant general in Guyenne, who besieges Montgauin. It surrenders to him. He lays siege to town of Blaye, which is taken by storm. The castle capitulates. In the month of May, of the year 1451, according to the chronicles of Saint Denis, during the king's residence at Tours, he appointed the Count de Dunois and de Longueville, who had come thither for that purpose, his lieutenant general in Guyenne, to reduce that duchy to his obedience. Early in May, the king had issued his summons to several knights and esquires, that they might prepare themselves for accompanying the count on this expedition. The lieutenant general left Tours with a noble company, and marched to lay siege to a castle called Montguyon, where he was joined by the Count d'Angoulême, legitimate brother to the Duke of Orleans, Master John Bureau, Treasurer of France, Pierre de Louvat, and others, to the amount of 400 spears, with archers and gueules armes, and 4,000 Frank archers, who instantly commenced the siege, without waiting for the other great barons who were to come thither. This siege lasted 8 days, but the governor for the English, Regault de Saint-Jean, esquire, and attached to the Captal de Bouc, and a few men at arms, seeing the inutility of defense, against such an army, entered into a capitulation, by which the place was yielded up to the King of France. On the 16th day of May, after the reduction of Montguyon, the lieutenant general laid siege to one of the gates of Blaye 118. He was there joined by Sir Pierre de Beauvau, Lord of La Bessière, lieutenant to the Count du Maine and captain of his men at arms, and by Sir Geoffrey de Saint-Bellin, having in their company about 80 spears, gueules armes and archers. Thither came also Sir James de Chabannes, Grand Master of the household, and Joachim Rohault, who posted themselves opposite the castle, and took their quarters at the hospital. They had with them 200 lances and archers, and 2,000 Frank archers. At the same time, a large fleet arrived under the command of Sir John Le Boucher, General of France, in which were numbers of men at arms and archers, with great stores of provision for the supply of the besieging army. This fleet, as it came near to Blaye, found anchored in the port 5 large vessels well armed, which had arrived from Bordeaux with stores for the relief of those in the town of Blaye. An engagement took place, when the French fought valiantly, and killed so many of the enemy that they were forced to weigh anchor and fly to Bordeaux, whither they were chased into the harbour. The French fleet then returned to Blaye, where they anchored before the port, to prevent any supplies from being thrown into the town. Thus was Blaye besieged on all sides, by land and water, and as this was completed, the Count de Penthièvre arrived, with 100 lances and 300 crossbows, and was quartered near to the Count de Dunois. Many gallant deeds were done, and deep trenches and mines made, and the walls were so much battered, by heavy cannon and bombards, that there were breaches in several places. The most valiant warriors on the part of the King of England, in Guyenne, were then in the town, but a little before sunset, on the 28th day of May, at the hour of sounding to mount the guard, some Frank archers of the company of John de Miaus, called the Lord of Maugovern, captain of the Frank archers of Touraine, mounted the walls of the town, and a storm regularly followed when the place was won, and the English lost, in killed and prisoners, full 200 men. The mayor of Bordeaux, together with the Lord de l'Esparre, the Lord de Montferrand, and others in all, about 200 hastily retreated into the castle, but, consulting together, they thought further resistance would be vain against such members, without hope of being succoured, and surrendered the castle on capitulation. Instantly on the reduction of the castle of Blaye, the Count de Dunois marched his forces to besiege the town and castle of Le Bourg 119. The siege did not, however, continue more than 5 or 6 days, for the garrison, observing the preparations for such large batteries of cannon and bombards, and the great strength of the besiegers, offered to surrender on being allowed to march away in safety with arms and baggage. There were from 400 to 500 combatants in the place, under the command of Sir Biron de Montferrand, who departed with them for Bordeaux, and Sir James de Chabannes, Grand Master of the household, remained governor of it for the King of France. In this same month of May, the Count d'Albret, with his 2 sons the lords of Tarbes and of Orval, 300 lances and 2,000 crossbows, laid siege to Dax 120, on the side toward Bordeaux, and at the end of the bridge over the Adour. About 10 or 12 hours after the siege had commenced, the Count de Foix came thither, attended by the Viscount de Lautrec his legitimate brother, Sir Bernard de Béarn his natural brother, the Barons of Wales, of Lauzun, of Rez, of Curaz, Sir Martin Gratian captain of the Spaniards, Robin Petit-Lot captain of the Scots, and many other knights and esquires, in the whole, amounting to 500 lances and archers, and 2,000 crossbows. They besieged the town on the side of Navarre and Béarn, and several gallant actions were performed on both sides. The besieged kept up a stout resistance, until they heard that those in Bordeaux had intentions of treating with the Lieutenant General or his commissioners, and a promise was made them, at the request of the Count de Foix, that they should be comprehended in whatever treaty the Bordellois should conclude. Dax was thus delivered up to the King of France, and the Counts de Foix and d'Albret, with 4 barons of Béarn, were appointed for the defence of the town and castle. In the same month, siege was laid to Castellan 121, in Périgord, by the Count de Penthièvre, the Lord de Jalagnes Marshal of France, and Master John Bureau Treasurer of France. At this time, Saint Emilion 122, surrendered, for the garrison saw resistance would be vain, and it was placed under the guard of the Count de Penthièvre. Footnotes: 118 Blay on the Garonne, 13 leagues and a half from Bordeaux. 119 Le Bargue, a village near Bordeaux. 120 Dax, an ancient city of Gascony, on the Adour. 121 Castellan near Périgord. 122 Saint-Emilion near the Dordogne, 6 leagues from Bordeaux. Chap XXVI. The greater part of the towns and castles in the Duchy of Guyenne enter into treaties for their surrender, with the exception of Bayonne. Bordeaux surrenders. On the 2d of June, the Count de Dunois sent a detachment to lay siege to a town called Fronsac 123, while he remained in Le Bargue to settle the future government of the country for the king's advantage. Having done this, he went in person against Fronsac, and sent a herald to summon Libourne 124 to surrender to the king. The inhabitants sent a deputation back with the herald to conclude a treaty with the count, which being done, the care of the place was given to the Count of Angoulême. To return to the castle of Fronsac, which was the strongest in all Guyenne, and has been always guarded by a garrison of native Englishmen, because it has a chamber royale 125, and is the key to Guyenne and the Bordellois. The English, therefore, necessarily made the greatest possible exertions in its defence, during a severe and well-conducted siege of a fortnight. The English, then, seeing the prodigious force brought against them, which was not a fourth part of the chivalry the king had in those parts, with the numerous train of battering cannon, and other artillery, and that the Frank archers were then besieging 4 places at once, without a possibility of any one succouring the other, from the inundations of the Gironde and Dordogne, caused by the melting of the snows among the mountains, and also that the French army in Guyenne was much superior to any the King of England could then bring against it. Having considered all these things, the garrison in Fronsac demanded a parley with the Count de Dunois, and concluded a treaty on the terms that if they were not reinforced, so as to be able to offer battle to the French on or before the eve of St. John Baptist's day, they would surrender the place. In like manner were the barons of the country, and even the town, bounden to surrender, for the French depended on being powerful enough to reduce all the places in the Duchy of Guyenne, held by King Henry, to the obedience of the King of France, and, for greater security, hostages were demanded and given. The Counts de Penthièvre, de Nevers, de Casters, de Clermont, de Vendôme, grandly accompanied with many knights and esquires, came toward Fronsac about St. John's Day, to be present at the battle, and the whole made a most magnificent appearance. There were made knights the Count de Vendôme, the Viscount de Turenne, the Lord de la Rochefoucauld, the son to the Lord de Commercy, Sir John de Rochedroard, the Lord de Grimaud, Sir Pierre de Bars, Sir Pierre de Montingrin, Sir Ferry de Granzy, Sir John de Bourdils, the Lord de Fontenelles, the Bastard de Vendôme, Sir John de la Haye, Sir Tristan el Hermite, Sir John de l'Estrange, Sir Pierre de Louvat, and others, to the amount of 40 knights. On the morrow, which was the eve of St. John's Day, the English, receiving no succour, delivered Fronsac into the hands of the Count de Dunois, who appointed Joachim Rohault to the government of it. The lieutenant general then sent a herald with letters to the Count d'Armagnac, who was besieging Ryans 126, and a duplicate of the Treaty of Bordeaux, in consequence of which Ryans surrendered, and was given to the guard of the Lord d'Albret. The herald then continued his road to the Count de Foix, with another copy of this treaty and letters, and the city of Dax submitted to the obedience of the King of France. When the commissioners from the Count de Dunois had settled everything for the surrender of Bordeaux, they returned to him, the Chancellor, and other members of the King's Council, with the articles of the capitulation mutually signed and sealed by each party. These lords and their companions were much rejoiced at this event, and the surrender was delayed for 8 days after the time fixed, for troops to arrive from England. Nevertheless those in Bordeaux, contrary to their engagements, in the full hope of succour arriving, demanded that a day should be appointed for the combat, which was granted by the Count, and the 22d of June was fixed on for the battle, should succour arrive, otherwise they were to deliver up the town on that day. The French, in expectation of a combat, or a surrender of the town, were drawn up in battle array before it until sunset, when the men of Bordeaux, seeing no appearance of succour, ordered a herald to cry aloud for assistance from England for Bordeaux. No one making any answer, nor any reinforcements appearing, each party retired to their quarters, without more being then done. The next morning, the Chancellor and Treasurer of France, with some others, came before the gates, when it was agreed, that on the following Wednesday, the townsmen were to be prepared to deliver up the keys of all the towers, havens, gates, and barriers of the said town, and to take the oaths of allegiance to the King of France, and become henceforward his loyal subjects, according to the promises they had made. The treasurer, John Bureau, in reward for the great diligence he had shown in the recovery of the Duchy of Guienne, was made mayor of Bordeaux. For similar causes was Joachim Rohault made constable of the place, and he directly took the oaths at the hand of the chancellor, and the mayor did the same in the hands of the chancellor and constable on the following Wednesday, the day fixed on for the delivery of the town. The inhabitants of Bordeaux and the neighboring barons made great preparations for the honorable reception of the Count de Dunois and his company. By orders from the Lieutenant General, Sir Thibaut de Valpergue, bailiff of Lyon, and John Bureau, the new mayor, first entered the city, to take possession of it in the king's name, and all the different keys of the strongholds were presented to them. The Frank archers were not permitted to join in this entry, as it was said, by desire of the inhabitants, but sent to quarter themselves in and about Libourne. The entry commenced at sunrise by the gate, where were stationed the lords de l'Espar, de Montferrand, and some nobles of the town and country. All the churchmen, as well monks as others, dressed in their copes and robes, came out to meet the lieutenant general, and gave him a most honorable welcome. The archers of the vanguard commenced the march, estimated at 1,000 or 1,200 men, under the command of Joachim Rohault, constable of Bordeaux, and the Lord de Pavansac, Sénéchal of Toulouse. Then came the men at arms of the van on foot, estimated at 300, under their proper commanders, the marshals of Lahisy and de Jalagnes, superbly mounted, then the Counts de Nevers and d'Armagnac, and the Viscount de Lautrec, brother to the Count de Foix, with 300 men on foot also. These were followed by the archers of the Lord de la Bessière, lieutenant to the Count du Maine, in number, 300 or 400, then a whole battalion of archers, estimated at 3,000, under the command of the Lords de la Bessière and de la Rochefoucauld, then 3 of the Lords of the King's Great Council, namely, the Bishop of Alyth 127, Master Guy Bernard, Archdeacon of Tours, and the Bishop Duke of Langres 128, the Chancellor de la Marche, and others the King's secretaries, who were followed by Sir Tristan de El Hermide, Provost to the Marshals, on horseback, with all his sergeants. 4 trumpeters of the King, with heralds and pursuivants dressed in the royal tabards, and in the coats of arms of the lords present, next entered the town, followed by a white hackney, covered with housings of crimson velvet, and on his crupper a cloth of azure velvet, with flowers de luce embroidered thereon, a small coffer, covered with azure velvet, with flowers de luce of solid silver in raised work was placed on the saddle, containing the great seal of the king. This hackney was led by a valet on foot, having 2 archers on each side in the king's livery. The chancellor followed on horseback, armed in a corselet of steel, over which was a jacket of crimson velvet. The Lord de Saint-Trailles, bailiff of Berry and master of the horse to the king, came next, mounted on a large war horse covered with silk trappings. He was in full armor, and held one of the royal banners, the other was displayed on his left hand by the Lord de Montague, mounted also on a richly dressed war horse. They rode immediately before the lieutenant general, who was mounted on a white courser with trappings of blue velvet, loaded with raised work of solid gold. He was alone, and in full armor, but followed by the Counts of Angoulême and Clermont in armor, and their horses and pages most richly dressed. Then came the Counts de Vendôme and de Casters, with numbers of other barons and great lords, splendidly equipped. After them came the battalion of the men-at-arms, amounting to 1,500 lances, under the orders of Sir James de Chabannes, Grand Master of the household, in complete armor, and his horse covered with rich housings. Then entered the men-at-arms of the Count du Maine in number, 150 spears under the command of Geoffrey de Saint-Bellin, bailiff of Clermont in Bausigny. The march was closed by the rear guard, consisting of the men of Joachim Rohault and the men-at-arms of the Lord de Saint-Trailles. The whole advanced unto the cathedral, where the lieutenant general, the Counts of Angoulême, of Vendôme, of Armagnac, of Casters, the chancellor, and several others, dismounted. The Archbishop of Bordeaux met them at the gate of the church, clad in his pontifical robes, and attended by the canons of the cathedral. The Archbishop, having sanctified the Count with incense, and presented him with some relics and the cross, took him by the hand, and led him through the choir to the great altar, to perform his prayers. With the lieutenant general, 2 of the king's heralds entered the church, dressed in tabards of the royal arms. All the nobles then followed, and they left the king's banners in the church. When the count and the other lords had ended their devotions, the archbishop took a missal, and made them swear, that the king would faithfully preserve and maintain them in their ancient rights and privileges. Having taken this oath, the Count de Dunois made the archbishop swear that the Count de l'Espar, and the other lords having authority within the town, would behave always loyally and submissively to the King of France and to his government. In this oath he made all the commonalty present join, which they did, by extending their hands toward heaven, as is usual in such cases. From this oath the capital of Book was accepted, as he was then a knight companion of the Garter, the order of the King of England. When the lieutenant general had devoutly heard Mass, which was celebrated by the Archbishop, and the Veni Creator, and C and Te Deum Laudamus, and C that preceded it, to the ringing of all the bells at the different churches, he retired to his lodgings, as did the other lords to theirs, to partake of some refreshments, excepting the Chancellor of France, the Grand Master of the household, and the Chancellor de la Marche, who remained, to administer the oath to Sir Olivier de Coictivi, Sénéchal of Guienne. The Sénéchal made a grand appearance, as he was attended by many of the king's officers, the barons and knights of Guienne, and the burghers of Bordeaux. He presented his commission to the Chancellor of France, who, after reading it, made him swear that he would strictly administer justice, without partiality to poor or rich, as well in the said city of Bordeaux as throughout the whole duchy of Guienne. When this was done, the Chancellor commanded all persons to obey the Sénéchal, in all things respecting his office, as they would the king in person. When the Lieutenant General had regarrisoned Fronsac, he had the king's banner displayed on the castle and another was placed on the highest towers of the said town. He then issued a proclamation in the king's name, and in his own, to forbid any persons from taking the smallest article from the inhabitants without paying its full value, prior to the quartering of his troops, which was then done by persons appointed for that purpose. Scarcely was the dinner hour past, when great murmurings were heard in the city against one of the king's troopers who had transgressed the proclamation. He was soon arrested and brought before a court of law to be examined, and when the Lieutenant General heard of it, and that he had confessed himself guilty, he ordered him instantly to be hanged. This act of justice gave great pleasure to the inhabitants of Bordeaux and the country round. The Count de Dunois had also a new gallows erected, to hang thereon 5 troopers, who, instigated by William de Flavy, had wounded Sir Pierre de Louvain while on the king's service. They had watched him several days with the intent to murder him, in consequence of a quarrel that had taken place between the said Louvain and Flavy. Thus did the Lieutenant General deal strict justice to all, and the execution of these malefactors was a good example, of great comfort to the burghers, for during the time they were under the English, they were kept so much in awe that they only received blows when they complained against any of them. The Count de Dunois remained in Bordeaux 15 days, to regulate its future government, and those whom he appointed for the purpose acted with such prudence and moderation that not the smallest extortion or mischief was done to the city. Thus was the whole duchy of Guienne subdued, with the exception of the city of Bayonne. During this conquest, the Count, and all his officers, military and civil, showed the utmost activity and courage. The Count de Clermont was made governor of Bordeaux, and Sir Olivier de Coictivi his lieutenant, who commanded the men at arms of his brother, President de Coictivi, then Admiral of France. On the reduction of Bordeaux, the Counts de Nevers, de Clermont, and de Casters were ordered to wait on the king at the castle of Taillebourg, and then to march to the cantonments that had been assigned them. The Counts d'Armagnac, d'Angoulême, and de Penthièvre were to return with their men to their own countries. The Frank archers were also ordered home, so that of the whole of this army, estimated at 20,000 combatants, which had conquered Guienne, there only remained a small part in the duchy for the king's service. Footnotes: 123 Fronsac on the Dordogne, 6 leagues from Bordeaux. 124 Libourne, a city of Guienne on the Dordogne, 10 leagues from Bordeaux. 125 Chamber Royale Cotgrave says, is a court for the examination and inquiry into the conduct of financiers and exchequer men. 126 Ryans, a town in Guienne, 3 leagues from Bordeaux. 127 Aleth, a small city in Upper Languedoc. 128 Langres, a large city of Champagne, and one of the 6 ecclesiastical peerages of France. Chap XXVII. The city of Bayonne is besieged by the Counts de Foix and de Dunois, lieutenants general to the king. It surrenders the regulations made in consequence. Pope Nicholas marries the Emperor of Germany to the daughter of the King of Portugal. The events that take place in England. At this period, the king determined in council to lay siege to Bayonne, which was still held by the English, and for this purpose issued his orders from the castle of Taillebourg 129 to his lieutenants general, the Counts de Foix and de Dunois, to march thither with a large body of lances, archers and gueules armes. Of these, 400 lances were supplied by the king, and 400 were attached to the Count de Foix and his vassals. It was a fine sight to see their handsome equipment in horses, armor, and splendid helmets. The Count had also with him 2,000 crossbows and targeteers from his own country. When the Count de Foix had commenced the siege, he created several knights, such as the son to the master of the king's household, the Lord de Tessac, brother to the Lord de Noailles, Bertrand de L'Espagny, Sénéz Chal of Foix, Roger de L'Espagny, the Lord de Bonac, and others, to the number of 15. About the middle of this day, the Count de Dunois and de Longueville arrived, and posted his men on the side toward Béarn, between the rivers Adour and Nive, which are so wide that the two divisions could not succour each other. The Count de Dunois had under him 600 lances, archers, and gueules armes, who commenced the siege gallantly. On the morrow, which was the 6th day of the month, the garrison of Bayonne destroyed the suburbs of Saint-Leon, on the side opposite to the Count de Foix, which were very strongly fortified with ditches and mounds of earth, but the continued fire from the batteries of French made them abandon them not, however, before they had set fire to the houses and churches, especially when they saw that the besiegers were advancing to attack them. The French gained this suburb, and pursued them so closely that had there been 100 men with scaling ladders, the town would have been won, as they would have entered the gates with the enemy, but the ditches were deep, and they could not mount the walls from want of ladders. The besiegers took possession of this suburb, having extinguished the fires. The Count de Foix fixed his quarters in the convent of the Augustins, for it had been little burnt. 6 days afterward, the Count d'Albret and the Viscount de Tardes, his son, came from Bordeaux, and quartered themselves at Saint-Esprit 130, at the end of the wooden bridge, which was broken down the following night by the men of the Lord d'Albret, who had in his company 200 lances, and 3,000 archers and crossbows. The next day the besieged made a sally by a bulwark on the seaside, intending to fall on the enemy unawares. At this same moment, Sir Bernard de Béarn led his men to skirmish almost within the town, but when returning he was struck by a ball from a culverin, which pierced his shield, and entered his leg between the two bones. It was extracted, and, by the care of the surgeons, he was soon out of danger. The next morning, a church was won that was strongly fortified with ditches and palisadoes, by this same Sir Bernard. When those within found they could not hold out, they retreated to the town, with the loss of 5 or 6 in killed and wounded. A garrison was posted in this church and the town was blockaded on all sides. The Count de Dunois pushed forward his approaches with vigor, to bring his batteries to bear on the walls, without waiting for the heavy artillery. Had he waited for its arrival, the place must have been won by storm, considering the numbers and eagerness of the besieging army. The garrison, understanding that the battering train was near at hand, proposed a parley which took effect on the 26th day of August. The Counts de Foix and de Dunois, with some of the king's councillors, met the deputation from the city, and after several adjournments, the following articles were agreed to, namely, that the governor, Don John de Beaumont, brother to the Constable of Navarre, of the Order of St. John of Jerusalem, should be delivered up to the king, and remain his prisoner, together with all the men at arms, so long as it might please him, and that the inhabitants should submit themselves to the king's will. And for their disobedience in not complying with his former summons, they should pay 40,000 golden crowns. The same day, they gave up their governor, who, in the presence of all the commissioners and many of the inhabitants, took the oaths of allegiance in the hands of the Grand Master of the king's household. Thus was a treaty concluded with the city of Bayonne. While the siege lasted, the king's army was amply supplied with all sorts of provision from Biscay, for the king had written to the inhabitants for this purpose. Some provisions came from Béarn and Navarre, but it was with difficulty, from the numbers of robbers that infested those parts. The army, however, was never in any want for man or horse. The Biscaynes equipped a fleet of 12 vessels, called pinnaces, and a large ship manned with 600 combatants, which they stationed half a league from Bayonne, to cut off the escape of the garrison by sea. On Friday the 20th day of August 131, a little before sunrise, the sky bright and clear, a white cross was seen in the heavens by the king's army, and even by the English in Bayonne, for half an hour. Those in the town, who were desirous of returning to the French, took the red crosses from their banners and pennons, saying, that since it pleased God they should become Frenchmen, they would all wear white crosses. This cross in the heavens was seen on a Friday, the day our Lord and Saviour was crucified. On the same day, at 10 o'clock, the Lord de Labussière entered the town, accompanied by the bishop, to take possession of the town and castle. The king's banners were hoisted on the citadel by his heralds, to the great joy of the people, and the fleet of Biscaynes at the same time entered the harbour of Bayonne, which was a fine spectacle. On Saturday, the 21st of August, the lieutenants general made their public entry into Bayonne accompanied by the Grand Master of the household, the Count de Lautrec, brother to the Count de Foix, the Lord de Noailles, the Lord de Labussière, and others, in the following procession: first, 1,000 archers, who had manned the pinnaces from Biscay, then 2 heralds, followed by others bearing their coats of arms, Sir Bertrand de l'Espagny, Sénéchal of Foix, in full armour, bearing the king's banner, mounted on a horse covered with crimson velvet housings. The Count de Foix came next, completely armed, and mounted on a horse very richly caparisoned. He had near him his Sénéchal of Béarn, as splendidly dressed and mounted. The headpiece of his horse was steel, ornamented with gold and precious stones, estimated at 15,000 crowns. A number of attendants followed, and then 600 lances on foot closed the march. The Count de Dunois entered from another quarter, preceded by 1,200 archers, then 2 of the king's heralds, and others, bearing different banners of arms. After them came Sir Genet de Saveuzes, mounted on a courser bearing one of the king's banners. At this entry, the Count de Dunois created the said Genet a knight, together with the Lord de Montguyon, Jean de Montmorin, and the Lord de Bussy. After the royal banner came the Count de Dunois in complete armour, and his horse covered with crimson velvet, then the Lord de Lahissie Marshal of France, the Lord d'Orval, and many more great lords, the whole procession closed by 600 lances. Both parties met at the great portal of the church, where the bishop and his clergy, dressed in their pontificals and copes, were waiting to receive them. The lords dismounted, and having kissed the holy relics, which the clergy had brought for that purpose, they offered up their prayers at the great altar, and thence returned to their lodgings. The Count de Foix sent the trappings of his horse, which were of golden tissue, and valued at 400 golden crowns, to the church of Our Lady in Bayonne, to make copes of for the priests. On the morrow, which was Sunday, these lords, accompanied by the Lord d'Albrethe, who had entered the town on Saturday evening, heard Mass in the same church, and afterwards received the oaths of the inhabitants. Sir John Le Boursier, General of France, was appointed the mayor, and Sir Martin Gracien captain, who remained in Bayonne for its government and defence. On the ensuing day, the troops were dismissed to the countries assigned them for cantonments, and the barons, knights, and principal burghers of the 3 estates, as well from Bordeaux, the Bordelois, Bayonne, Bazadois, and the countries round, went to the king at Taillebourg, to receive the ratification of the articles of the treaties that had been agreed on by his commissioners, and to do homage to the king for their lordships. The king, at the request of those from Bayonne, remitted 1/2 of their fine of 40,000 crowns, on which they returned very well pleased with the king and his ministers. The king was attended at Taillebourg by the counts of Maine, of Nevers, of Clermont, of Vendôme, of Casters, of Tancarville, and very many other lords. Thither came also the counts of Foy and of Dunois, the lord d'Albret, the lord of La Hesse, and other barons, who shortly after returned to their winter quarters, and the king went to pass his winter in Touraine. Thus, by the grace of God, was the whole of Guienne and Normandy reduced to the obedience of the King of France, and all the possessions the English had in that realm, excepting the town of Calais, which still remains in their hands, but God grant that it may soon share a similar fate, and then will the saying be accomplished, Melior est obedientia quam sacrificium. In this same year, the Emperor Frederick, Duke of Austria, was crowned, and married at Rome, by Pope Nicholas, to the daughter of the King of Portugal, and the feasts and entertainments were suitable to the rank of the parties. Shortly after, the Emperor returned to Germany with his Empress, where they were most honorably received, according to the customs of that country. In this year also, there were great discords in England between the Dukes of York and Somerset, for the government of the kingdom. The king supported the latter, who raised a large army, and took the field in handsome array. The Duke of York did the same, and a general engagement was expected, but the prelates and great lords, dreading the consequences, interfered and brought about an accommodation when the Duke of York promised never to arm again or collect forces in opposition to his king 132, and each army separated to the places they had come from. In this same year, the Cardinal de Toudeville was sent by Pope Nicholas to the King of France, as his legate, and to require that he would make peace with England, for the continuation of the war was of great prejudice to the Catholic faith. The legate pressed as speedy a conclusion as possible between the two kingdoms, for the infidels were daily making conquests from the Christians. When the cardinal had explained the object of his mission, the king replied, that he was as desirous as ever to prevent further effusion of blood, and to promote the general welfare of Christendom, that he was ready to listen to any reasonable proposals, and had frequently made offers to that effect in vain, that he was willing to agree to any proper terms, and to employ his arms and finances, as much as should be in his power, to repulse the Saracens. While the legate was employed on this business in France, the Pope, having the matter much at heart, sent the Archbishop of Ravenna, of the Ursini family at Rome, to England, to make similar remonstrances with King Henry, and to press him earnestly to conclude a peace with France, for the reasons stated by the legate, and that a further prolongation of the war would probably entail contempt on Christendom, as the infidels had already made great conquests in Hungary and Germany. The king's ministers made answer to the archbishop, that when they should have reconquered from the King of France what he had won from them, it would be time enough to talk of these matters. This answer was a bad precedent, and the cardinal and archbishop returned to Pope Nicholas without having done anything, in regard to the mission he had sent them on. According to the chronicles of Enguerrand, the inhabitants of Ghent, at this season, finding their lord was indignant against them for the opposition which their deputies had made to his laying a tax on salt, began to murmur, and, puffed up with pride, they rose in rebellion against his authority, and seized many of the duke's officers, whom they beheaded without mercy. They chose from among themselves 3 leaders, called in their language Hogmans, whom they appointed to the government. The principal was called Levinseve, a poor mason, and the other 2 were of low degree. When news of this was brought to the duke, he instantly issued his summons, throughout Picardy and Hainault, for the assembling a body of men at arms, and sent a valiant knight, a gentleman born in Hainault, called Sir Simon de Lalaine, as governor of Oudenarde, and with him another knight, named the Lord de Cornets. In the Holy Week of this same year, 3 of the states of Flanders, namely, Brussels, Ypres, and the Frank, sent a deputation to the Duke of Burgundy at Brussels, accompanied by a Carthusian of the convent at Ghent. They were admitted to an audience on Good Friday, and, by the mouth of the Carthusian, entreated him, on their knees, and with the utmost humility, to pardon the people of Ghent for their ill conduct and to have pity on his country of Flanders for the love of God, and in respect to the sacred day on which they made their petition. They offered, on the part of the men of Ghent, that if he would pardon them, they would make whatever reparation his ministers should think expedient. The good prince replied, that from his reverence to God and respect to the day, he would grant their request, provided the men of Ghent would abide by the decision of his ministers as to the reparation they were to make for their bad conduct. It happened, in the meantime, that some of the peasantry and farmers had placed their effects in the town of Oudenarde, as a security against the war which they thought was about to commence, and they assembled, in number about 1200, and came to the gates of Oudenarde, to demand back their effects. But when Sir Simon de Lalaine was informed of their numbers, he refused them admittance, or to restore their goods, until he should have informed their prince. The peasants, dissatisfied with this answer, went to make their complaints at Ghent, and to supplicate their assistance in the recovery of their goods from Oudenarde when, without considering the consequences, the Hogmens instantly displayed their banners, and marched 15,000 men of all sorts out of the town. Footnotes: 129 Taillebourg, town of Saintonge, on the Charente, 3 leagues from Saints. 130 Saint-Esprit, a town on the Nive, opposite to Bayonne, to which it is considered as a suburb. 131 20th day of August. There seems a confusion of dates here. 132 Monstrelet, or his continuator, seems to have been miserably informed respecting these quarrels in England. AD 1452. Chap XXVIII. Jacques Coeur is arrested and confined. The reasons of it: the King of France declares war against the Duke of Savoy, but peace is made. By the mediation of the Cardinal de Touteville, Lord Shrewsbury regains Bordeaux from the French. In the year 1452, Jacques Coeur was arrested by the king's orders, and confined close prisoner. He was charged with various acts contrary to the Catholic faith, with high treason, and with having sent armor and all sorts of military stores to the Saracens, enemies to the Christian faith, and likewise with providing them with workmen to teach them the art of fabricating arms, to the prejudice of all Christendom. He was confined for having, by the instigations of the enemy of mankind, through avarice or other irregular passions, sent back by force a Christian prisoner who had escaped from the hands of the Saracens, with whom he had long suffered martyrdom for the love of Jesus Christ, in contempt of the faith of our Redeemer. He was likewise charged with very many extortions in different parts of the realm, and of having pillaged immense sums from the king's finances, of which he had the management. The said extortions had caused several of the inhabitants of those parts to quit the country, to the great loss of the king and the realm. The damsel de Morton was at the same time imprisoned for certain offences against the king, and for having charged Jacques Coeur and others, through malice, with crimes of which they were innocent. She was therefore confined for thus lying, to receive the punishment that those whom she had accused would have suffered, had they been found guilty, unless pardoned by the king's mercy. In the month of May of this year, the King of France left Tours, and went to the castle of Dougy 133, to celebrate the feast of Whitsuntide, where he stayed until July following, and thence went to Mehun-sur-Yevre 134. He there declared war against the Duke of Savoy, for certain acts done by him to the prejudice of his crown and kingdom. In the month of August, the king departed from Mehun with a large army, and a noble company of knights and men at arms, until he came to the country of Forez 135, intending to invade Savoy, but the Cardinal de Toudeville, hearing of this on his road to Rome, moved by charity, returned to the Duke of Savoy and, having learnt the cause of offence, he thence went to the king, and managed the matter so well that the Duke waited on the king, and promised to make every amends for what had given offence, according to the king's good pleasure. Peace being restored, the French army retreated to Furs 136 in Forez, and the cardinal continued his road to Rome 137. In the beginning of September, the Lord de l'Espar and others of the inhabitants of Bordeaux, by the advice of the Lord de Montferrand, the Lord de Rosem, the Lord de Lane, and the Lord d'Anglades, found means to embark secretly for England. On their arrival, they had several conferences with King Henry's ministers, and offered to return to their obedience if they would send a sufficient force to support them. The king assembled his parliament, and summoned to it his peers and captains, when it was determined to send the Earl of Shrewsbury to the country of Bordeaux in the ensuing month of October. On this being settled, the Lord de l'Espar and his companions, who might be compared to Judas, returned to Bordeaux, for they had sworn, on the holy evangelists, to be true and loyal subjects to the King and Crown of France, and had conspired this wicked treason in direct violation of their oaths. In consequence of the arrangements made between them and the English, the Earl of Shrewsbury set sail from England with 4,000 or 5,000 men, whom he landed in Médoc, and conquered some small places to serve them as quarters. He thence made inroads over that part of the country, and subdued it, which was not difficult, for the king's army was withdrawn, and few remained in the garrisons. When their arrival was known in Bordeaux, the townsmen held several meetings to consider of the manner of their surrender to the English, and the majority were desirous that the French within the town should be allowed to depart in safety with their effects. At this time, the Lord de Coictivi, Sénéchal of Guienne, was the governor for the King of France, the Lord du Pinmayer, and Jean Dufouet, knight, his deputy. While they were debating on this matter, some of the inhabitants opened one of the gates to the English, who entered the town on the 23rd of October, and made the greater part of the French, soldiers or not, prisoners. This news grieved much the King of France, and he hastily dispatched the marshals of France, the Lord d'Orval, Joachim Rohault, and other experienced captains, with 600 lances and archers, to guard the places round Bordeaux, as the Lord de Clermont, his lieutenant general in those parts, should see expedient, until he could, at a proper season, send a greater force. However, before this army could arrive, the Earl of Shrewsbury and the barons of the Bordellois had subjected most of the places near Bordeaux to the government of the English. The town and castle of Chatillon, in Périgord, then occupied by the French, were surrendered by the garrison, on having their lives and fortunes spared, notwithstanding the Count de Clermont did all in his power to resist the English before his reinforcement arrived. The Lord Camus, the bastard of Somerset, the Lord Lisle, son to the Earl of Shrewsbury, the Lord Molins, now arrived from England, to reinforce the Earl of Shrewsbury with 4,000 combatants, and 80 transports, great and small, laden with flour and bacon to victual the city of Bordeaux. Footnotes: 133 Dugy. Ms. Ducange, Chire. 134 Mehun-sur-Yevre, 2 leagues from Beaugency, 4 from Orleans. 135 Forez, a small fertile province, bounded on the east by the Lyonnais, on the south by Languedoc. 136 Furs, a town in Forez, 4 leagues from Beaune, 16 from Lyon. 137 Charles VII. was discontented with the Duke of Savoy for having married his daughter Charlotte to the Dauphin without his consent, but on his submissions was appeased. Chap XXIX. The men of Ghent besiege Edenard. The Duke of Burgundy sends an army against them. The Picards conquer the Pont d'Espiers from the Ghent men, and kill many of them. On the 14th day of April, after Easter, the Ghent men took the field in great numbers, followed by a large train of artillery and provision carts, to lay siege to Edenard, which was but 5 leagues from Ghent. On their appearance, Sir Simon de Lalaine issued out, and a skirmish took place, but he was forced to return to the town by reason of the very great numbers of Ghent men, who attacked him on all sides, and in his retreat, he burnt the suburbs on that quarter. The Ghent army blockaded the place so closely that nothing could enter it by land, or by the river Skeld that ran through it. The noble Duke of Burgundy, when told of this siege, was greatly vexed, considering that the Ghent men had so lately sent to solicit pardon for their offences. He consequently issued a special summons throughout Picardy and Hainault, and in obedience thereto, John Count d'Estampes, his cousin german and at that time governor of Picardy, assembled the gentlemen of that country, and with a numerous body, marched toward Edenard by the road of the Pont d'Espiers. Near to this bridge was a small castle, called Helchien, occupied by the Ghent men under a captain, a peasant called Buterman, which means one who sells butter. They having fortified the bridge, the Picards declined attempting to pass it, on account of the numbers of the enemy, but a company of Picards found means to cross the river at a place named Waterbows, and fell on the rear of those who guarded the bridge, at the same time that the other body of Picards made an attack on the bridge. The Ghent men, finding themselves attacked in front and rear, retreated into a church hard by. The Picards crossed the bridge, and pursued them to the church, when the Ghent men, in their defence, killed 3 archers, and wounded several more. This so enraged the Count d'Estampes that he set fire to the church, and forced the Ghent men to sally forth, but they were all put to death. None escaped save their captain, Buterman, who had fled, by another road, to Ghent. 90 remained dead on the spot for 3 days before they were buried. While this was passing, the Duke of Burgundy advanced toward Ghent, and fixed his quarters at Grammont, a small town 5 leagues distant. He was there joined by the Count de Saint Pol, his 2 brothers Thibaut and James, Adolphus of Clovis, nephew to the Duke Cornille, the bastard of Burgundy, and Sir John de Croix, all grandly attended, and with a very numerous body of men at arms and archers. Chap XXX. The Count d'Estampes, with the aid of the Picards alone, raises the siege of Edenard, and defeats the Ghent men, without the knowledge of the Duke of Burgundy. The Count d'Estampes, accompanied by the lords of Picardy and their vassals, halted at Waterbows and Launoy after their conquest of the Pont d'Espiers, and there resolved to attempt to raise the siege of Edenard before the Duke of Burgundy should know anything of the matter. To accomplish their plan, it was necessary that the governor, Sir Simon de Lalaine, should be informed of it, and on the 25th day of April, 3 of their men offered to carry thither letters, on paying them 50 crowns each. These letters were to inform him of the hour on which they intended to make the attempt, that he might cooperate with them. The messengers, on approaching Edenard, found it so closely blockaded that they had no chance of gaining admittance on the land side. They therefore stripped themselves naked and plunged into the Skeld, which is there wide and deep, swam into the town, and delivered their letters. Sir Simon was much pleased with the intelligence. In the meantime, the Count advanced with his Picards in 3 battalions, the van under the command of Anthony Bastard of Burgundy, the Lord de Saveuses, and others, the centre under the Count himself, grandly accompanied, and in the rear division were very many valiant men at arms and archers. When they were nearly approached to the enemy, the Lord de Saveuses knighted, with his own hand, the Lord d'Estampes, who had not before received that honor, and then the Count instantly made 52 more knights, the first of whom was Anthony Bastard of Burgundy. When arrived within a quarter of a league from Oudenarde, they fell in with a body of 400 or 500 Ghent men, posted there to defend a narrow pass. The Picards advanced to attack them, but came to a hollow way, of difficult descent, which forced them to make a circuit. Their leaders were Sir James de Lalaine, the Lords de Beaufesnes, de Crevecoeur, de Bosquio and du Bas, and one called Le Bourgognon was with them. Having passed the hollow way, they pushed through the Ghent men, who were drawn up, and wheeling round, Sir James de Lalaine charged them sword in hand. He was instantly surrounded by the enemy, and had it not been for the timely succour of the Bourgognon, who extricated him from this danger, he must have been killed. When the Ghent men perceived that the main body of the Picards had passed the hollow way, they fled for a church near Oudenarde, where they were almost all put to death. This done, the Count d'Estampes ordered the archers to dismount, but the blockade was so complete that no sally was attempted from the town. However, the Ghent men on the other side of the Schelde were cut off, for want of a bridge, from succouring the division on this side, which, as it afterward turned out, proved their destruction. The Ghent men, on seeing the Picards, advanced from their entrenchments in handsome array, well furnished with pikes and cannons, to give them battle, but they no sooner felt the arrows of the Picards, which, by reason of their being badly armed, pierced their bellies and backs, than they instantly gave way and fled. The Picards pursued them, and slaughtered so many that few escaped. It was commonly reported that upwards of 3,000 were killed, while the Count d'Estampes lost only one man, called Jean d'Athis, a man at arms, and a native of Arras, who was slain through his own breach of duty. During this time, the noble Duke of Burgundy had left Gramont grandly accompanied, as I have said, to raise the siege of Oudenarde. He had learnt that the Ghent men had, on the opposite side of the river, been forced to raise the siege, and that the division on this, through fear, were on their march back to Ghent. In consequence of this intelligence, he pushed forward, and soon overtook them, and the pursuit lasted to the gates of Ghent, killing and wounding all that came in his way, until the night forced him to give it over. The Duke lay on the field this night, and on the morrow, early, entered Oudenarde, where great rejoicings and feasts took place between the Duke, the Count, and their companions. The artillery the men of Ghent had left behind them was secured in the town of Oudenarde, and their baggage plundered. Among those who escaped to Ghent were their 3 hogmans 138, but they had scarcely entered the town when the populace seized them, beheaded them without mercy, and elected 5 new ones. Footnotes: 138 hogmen should be, according to Ducange's glossary, Hawkwa-mant, Haga, Captain, Governor. Chap XXXI. The Duke of Burgundy establishes garrisons round Ghent. He makes several inroads into the country of Waes 139. The siege of Oudenarde being raised, the Duke of Burgundy, nobly attended, went to Dendermonde. The Count d'Estampes remained in Oudenarde. The Count de Saint-Pol was sent to Alost, and the Marshal of Burgundy, with some Picardy gentlemen, to Courtrai. Shortly after, the Count d'Estampes sallied out of Oudenarde, with the intent of advancing to Ghent, and passing by the castle of Gave, he attacked it, but was forced to retire, as it was too strong, and the garrison outnumbered his force. He then continued his march toward Ghent, where a sharp skirmish took effect, but without much loss on either side. The Ghent men re-entered the town, except, indeed, that Sir John de Miramont was struck so severely with a crossbow bolt that he died of it soon after. The Picards marched back to Oudenarde. The Count de Saint-Pol, on another day, advanced from Alost to before the walls of Ghent, and gallantly repulsed those who sallied out against him, and this he did repeatedly. The Count d'Estampes returned thither also, and not only repulsed them back into Ghent but slew upwards of 40, he lost, however, 7 of his archers. Between Ghent and Antwerp lies a fertile country, called the country of Ways. It is very strong from its bogs and ditches, and has several rich towns and villages dependent on Ghent, and would not own any other superior lord than the municipality of Ghent. During the different wars that had taken place, this country had never been overrun or pillaged, and therefore was plentifully supplied with all things. The Ghent men had likewise strongly fortified it with ditches and bulwarks, so that it was of difficult entrance, more especially as those of Ghent were very assiduous in guarding it. The Duke, being anxious to possess this country, had a strong bridge thrown over the Scheldt, before Dendermonde, and when it was finished, a valiant knight called Sir James de Lalaine, with leave of the Duke, was the first who passed over, accompanied by the archers of the Duke's bodyguard and a few men at arms. This was on the 18th day of May, and he had not advanced far when he was met by a large body of Ghent men, who instantly attacked and surrounded him on all sides. He behaved himself most valorously, no knight could have done better, but Sir John Bastard of Renty, captain of these archers, did not do the same, for he let fall the Duke's banner which he bore, and saved himself as fast as his horse could carry him. In this encounter, 7 or 8 archers were slain, 3 of whom were of the Duke's guard. The horse of a gallant young knight, Sir Philip de Lalaine, was killed under him in a bog, while he defended himself like a wild boar at bay. Had it not been for the exertions of his brother Sir James, who dashed into the midst of those that held him in such peril, he could not have escaped alive, but Sir James, by his valour, remounted his brother in spite of them, and having collected around him the few men he had, he marched off, himself closing their rear, to withstand all attempts of the enemy to hurt them. The archers who had remained with him, throwing off their jackets, made such excellent use of their bows that they forced the Ghent men to retreat to a respectable distance, and Sir James carried his men and archers safely back to Dendermonde. In another quarter, the Count de Saint Pol, accompanied by his 2 brothers, Adolphus of Clovis, the Bastard de Cornille, and many men at arms and archers, with those from Dendermonde, under the command of John de Croix, set off to enter the country of Ways. They gained 2 bulwarks which the Ghent men occupied at Overmere, a large village in that country, after a sharp attack, when the Ghent men fled, as many as could save themselves, to Ghent. The Duke's army then advanced to Enguerrand, another large village, in which were 3,000 men, who had promised assistance to those at Overmere, and were preparing to march thither when it was too late. The Ghent men, seeing their enemies coming, advanced boldly to meet them, but before they were approached near enough for battle, the Count de Saint Pol, who led the van, made some new knights, namely, Adolphus of Clovis, Thibault Lord de Fines, brother to the Count, Cornille Bastard of Burgundy, at that time governor of Luxembourg, a prudent and valiant youth, universally beloved by all who knew him, and a few more. The Count marched the van on the flank of the Ghent men, while they continued to advance in front against the body under the command of Sir John de Croix, who pushed forward to meet them. They were so roughly attacked on 2 sides that they were almost all slain or made prisoners. In this engagement, 4 or 5 of the Duke's body archers did wonders in arms, more especially Hosta Le Sir and Le Martre. This army now returned to their quarters. Footnotes: 139 Ways, a district in Flanders, on the Scheldt, between Ghent and Isendik. Chap XXXII. The Ghent men fortify Nineve. The Count d'Estampes defeats them there. The men of Ghent attempt to destroy a dike, to drown the country of Waes, but are again defeated by the Count de St. Pol. Between Ghent and Oudenarde is a large village called Nineve, which the Ghent men had strongly fortified with entrenchments and bulwarks, and had posted there a numerous garrison to harass the Picards in Oudenarde. The Count d'Estampes, having summoned the garrison of Courtrai to join him, advanced to gain this village, and on the 25th of May he won by storm the outworks and the village, putting the Ghent men to the rout without much difficulty. The Count then took the field, and, while a party of his men were pursuing the runaways, others had dismounted in the village to refresh themselves. They had not been there long, before a large body of Ghent men, who had assembled unobserved, suddenly entered the village, and immediately put to death all they could find, for they were far from suspecting such an attempt. Among the slain were the Lord de Heron, Knight, Siboy Buckley, Jenquin Le Prévost, Jean Dinda, and some others, to the amount of 13, all valiant men at arms of the Count's household, and full 50 archers. The whole would have perished, had not the Lord de Saveuses hastened to their succour and behaved with great valor. The Count instantly returned with the army, and a dreadful slaughter ensued. The men of Ghent were a second time defeated, and 1200 killed on the spot, the rest saved themselves in the woods and hedges. After this defeat, the Count caused those of his men who had been slain to be carried to a house hard by, and then set fire to the village, after which he returned to Oudenarde. The Duke of Burgundy, during his residence at Dendermonde, was very desirous of marching a great force to conquer the country of Ways, and had sent to Picardy for reinforcements of archers and crossbows, which the towns had readily complied with. He ordered the garrisons of Courtrai, Oudenarde, and Alost to join him, and sent thither the reinforcements from Picardy to supply the place of these garrisons during the time he should be in the country of Ways. When the Ghent men heard of this great force being assembled, they ordered a strong detachment to break down a sea dike, which, being done, would drown the whole of that country, but the Duke, having timely notice of this, sent thither the Count de Saint Pol with a large body, who made such diligence that he came up with the enemy before they could effect their purpose, and discomfited them, with the loss of more than 500 men, the rest saved themselves by flight, and what damage had been done to the dike was repaired. The Count marched back to the Duke, and found that the Duke's nephew, John Duke of Clovis, had arrived during his absence with a handsome body of German men at arms and crossbows, at which the Duke was exceedingly well pleased. Charles Count de Charolois, legitimate son to the Duke, had also arrived when he was absent on the last expedition. Chap XXXIII. The Battle of Rupelmonde, where the Ghent men are defeated by the Duke of Burgundy. On the 6th day of June, in this same year 1452, the Duke of Burgundy marched from Dendermonde with his whole army, to invade the country of Ways. He formed his army into 3 divisions, the van he gave to the Count de Saint Pol, who was accompanied by his 2 brothers, Sir Cornile the Bastard, the Lord de Saveuses, Sir James de Lalaine, and others. The Duke commanded the centre, having with him his son, the knights and esquires of his household, and a part of the Picards, the Count d'Estampes and the Duke of Clovis, his son-in-law, had the command of the rear division. This arrangement being made, he marched toward Rupelmonde, which the Ghent men had strongly fortified, and were there waiting his coming with plenty of artillery and warlike stores, to defend a bulwark they had cast up in front of the place. When the Duke was near to Rupelmonde, he was fearful that if the Ghent men should discover his whole strength they would not issue out of their entrenchments, and to deceive them as to his numbers, he detached a considerable body to observe the countenance of the enemy, to skirmish with them, and to draw them out into the plain. In the meantime, he advanced his whole army in 3 divisions, but in close order, for greater security, so that the Ghent men could not see more than the 1st division, or at least what appeared to be such. The Ghent men observing the detachment, and the van of the army, which was not far behind, not imagining there were any more, insolently issued forth from their entrenchments to attack them, but, in pursuance of the Duke's orders, his men immediately wheeled round and fled. The Ghent men pursued until they fell in with the Duke's army, drawn up in battle array, and the archers dismounted. The battle now raged, and the Ghent men made good use of their culverins, but they could not withstand the arrows of the Picards, and, turning about, fled. The men at arms followed, and the slaughter was dreadful. It happened in the pursuit, that Sir Cornile, the bastard, was attacked by a Fleming, who thrust his pike into his throat, which unluckily was unguarded, and killed him on the spot. It was a great loss, from the promising expectations he had given of his future worth. The Ghent men were defeated, and 2,500 were left dead on the field. The rest retreated to a large village called Acre, which they had strongly fortified with trenches and ramparts. The Duke, having collected his men together, began his march back, but not before he had his son, the bastard, raised from the ground, and sent off, with many honours to Brussels, where he was interred in the church of Saint Gall. Chapter Civ. The Ghent men who had fled to Acre abandoned the place. It is burnt by the Duke of Burgundy. The King of France sends ambassadors to the Duke in Flanders, to restore peace to that country. On the morrow of the battle of Rupelmonde, the Lord de la Vere, a Hollander and knight companion of the Golden Fleece, and the Lord de Launoy, then governor of Holland, came to offer their services to the Duke of Burgundy, bringing with them 3,000 combatants, mostly crossbowmen. The Duke was well pleased with them, but remembering the death of his son the bastard, whom he greatly lamented, he commanded all the villages in the country of Ways to be set on fire, and, in consequence, very many villages were burnt, but as several of them contained only poor people, the inhabitants came in great numbers to beseech their Lord's mercy, barefooted, and in all humility. The good Duke had pity on them, and ordered the fires to cease. The Duke then marched to Acre, where the Ghent men were in great force, but they were afraid to wait his coming, and abandoned the place, on which the Duke had it burned to the ground. While these things were going forward, the King of France sent an embassy to the Duke, and appointed the Count de Saint Pol, then with the Duke, as the head of it, who went to meet the other members at Tournai, where they were grandly feasted. The Count returned to the Duke, to know when and where it would be agreeable for him to see them. He appointed Dendermonde, whither he went for the purpose, leaving his army in the country of Ways. The ambassadors remonstrated with the Duke on his present conduct and added, that the king was astonished that he could thus destroy Flanders, which was a dependence on his crown, for that the Ghent men out of revenge, and through pride, might ally themselves with the English, and admit them into Ghent, to the great prejudice of his kingdom. They exhorted him to make peace with Ghent, if possible, and ordered him, in the king's name, to put an end to the war. The Duke made answer, in person, that he was no way afraid of the English being admitted into Ghent, and that for no man living would he make peace with his rebellious subjects until they had submitted themselves to his will, for, by the aid of God and of his good friends, he would force them to submission, if they would not submit by fair means. The ambassadors, on hearing this answer, did not make any reply for the present, but they obtained from the Duke, at their entreaties, and out of respect to the king, that he would consent to a truce for 3 days, and give passports to such of the Ghent men as might choose to come to him and treat of a peace. This being done, the ambassadors, with the exception of the Count de Saint Pol, went to Ghent, where they were received most honourably. They informed the townsmen, assembled in numbers at the town hall, of the commission they had been entrusted with by the King of France, and the remonstrances they had in consequence made to the Duke of Burgundy, and his answer. The Ghent men, on hearing this, said, that indeed their lord was too hard and merciless to them, that he wanted to deprive them of their privileges, which they would never suffer to be done, and told the ambassadors, that if they had nothing more to say, they might leave the town instantly. They therefore immediately departed, and returned to the Duke of Burgundy. Chap XXXV. The Cutler of Ghent is made prisoner in battle. The Ghent men are defeated. They are again defeated at Hulst and Moerbeke. The French ambassadors had scarcely left Ghent, when upward of 5,000 men in arms issued forth to combat the Duke's army wherever they could meet it. They had chosen for their leader a Cutler of Ghent, a large heavy man, who had boasted that he would overcome the Duke, and his townsmen promised, that if he should succeed, they would make him lord of Ways, and indeed of all Flanders. They marched for Hulst, a large village, in which was Anthony Bastard of Burgundy with a strong force of well-tried men at arms, thinking to surprise him, but he had received intelligence of their coming, and advanced out to meet them. A sharp engagement took place, when they were defeated, with the loss of full 3,000 men, and the Cutler and several of the Ghent men were taken. The Bastard sent them to his father, the Duke, who had them all hanged, or strangled, because they would not ask his pardon, and such was their obstinate hatred to him that, although they were promised mercy if they would ask it, they refused. This was surely a wonderful sign of obstinacy. Those who had escaped from this battle, to the amount of 2,000, fled to Moerbeke, wherein was a large company of their townsmen, then besieged by the Hollanders, ignorant of this defeat at Hulst. On seeing such numbers approach, the Hollanders drew up in battle array, and attacked them with such effect with their crossbows that many were slain. In the meantime, the Bastard, who had pursued them, now came up, and they were so severely handled that, of the 2,000, few, if any, escaped death or being made prisoners. The garrison of Moerbeke, witnessing the discomfiture of their countrymen, abandoned the town and fled to Ghent, so that when Sir Anthony de Bourgogne and the Hollanders were preparing to attack the entrenchments, they found them empty, and entered the place without resistance, which they plundered of everything worth taking away, and then set the town on fire. The Duke of Burgundy was, at this time, at a large village called Hoogmuster 140, in the country of Ways. The French ambassadors found him there on their return from Ghent, and told him all they had seen and heard in that town, on which the Duke swore, that he would never make peace with them until they should submit unconditionally, and that if they would not do so by fair means, he would force them to it, or die in the attempt. Without longer delay, he departed for Axel, which he conquered, and the whole of the country of Ways, and thence he approached Ghent, and fixed his quarters at a place called Long Pont, not far from the town. When those in Ghent saw this, they sent to the French ambassadors to request them to obtain passports from the Duke, for a deputation to wait on him, to propose articles for a peace. The good Duke, at the request of the ambassadors, and in compliment to the King of France, granted passports, but told the messengers from Ghent, that he would never conclude any treaty with them until they had submitted themselves and their town to his will. While this was passing, the Duke's army made daily excursions to the gates of Ghent, burning and destroying houses, mills, and farms around, without mercy. In addition to these miseries, there raged in Ghent an epidemical disorder, which carried off such numbers that it was terrible to hear of it, insomuch, that those who remained, fearful of worse happening to them, sent to solicit the ambassadors to return to their town, which they did, and, having assembled in the market-place, displayed the passports from their lord, and desired that all who wished for peace would stand apart, and the others on the contrary side. This was done, and the party for peace amounted to only 7,000, while those on the opposite side were upwards of 12,000. The ambassadors, observing so great a difference, desired them to assemble again on the morrow, when they would endeavor to bring about an agreement between them, but on the morrow, only those who wished for peace appeared. They desired that the ambassadors would return to the Duke, with a deputation from them, to endeavor to mediate a peace by any possible means. The ambassadors so far prevailed that the Duke consented to a truce of 6 weeks, on condition that the men of Ghent would deliver to him good and sufficient hostages, if during this term peace could not be effected, to indemnify him for the loss he should incur by disbanding his army and the expense of raising another, and, for the due payment of the garrisons he should leave round Ghent, and in Courtrai, Oudenarde, Alost, and Dendermonde during these 6 weeks. It was also stipulated, that no provision should enter Ghent in the meantime, but that what was already therein must supply their wants, nor was anything to enter the principal towns of Flanders, without leave first had at the gates. It was agreed, that the conferences for peace should be holden at Lille, and that the deputies from Ghent should not amount to more than 50. These preliminaries being settled, the truce was proclaimed throughout the Duke's army, and he then gave permission for his men at arms to return to the places they had come from, excepting such as he had left in garrison in the towns aforesaid. The Duke went to Brussels, and his ministers to Lille. The ambassadors from France sent a herald to proclaim the truce in Ghent, but as his attendant was dressed in a surcoat of the arms of the Duke, namely, the cross of St. Andrew, he was seized by the populace, as he was leading his horses to water, and instantly hanged, out of pique to the Duke, and by way of revenge for the death of the cutler. The herald returned in safety, but very much frightened. Footnotes: 140 Hoig Muster. Q. Wace Muster. Chap 30. The articles proposed by the ambassadors from France as the groundwork for a treaty of peace between the men of Ghent and their lord, but which are not agreed to by those in Ghent. On the 22d day of July in the year 1452, the men of Ghent sent a deputation of 50 commissioners to Lille, to treat of a peace with the ministers of the Duke of Burgundy and the ambassadors from France. They were also accompanied by Master John de Popincourt, advocate in the Parliament. The Duke refused at first to attend the conferences, and each party delivered in writing to the ambassadors their separate proposals, but at the entreaty of the ambassadors and his ministers, the Duke set out from Brussels, and arrived at Lille on the 27th of August. When the deputies saw that the time for the expiration of the truce was near at hand, they were afraid to remain longer, and returned to Ghent, leaving behind only 2 heralds and an interpreter. Notwithstanding the departure of the deputies, the French ambassadors soon after gave judgment respecting their dissensions with the Duke, and sentenced the men of Ghent to perform the following articles before they obtained peace. They were ordered, in the first place, to close up the gate by which they had marched out to besiege Oudenarde, once every week, on the same day they passed it. Item: the gate by which they had marched to the battle of Rupelmonde was to be shut up forever. Item: they were to lay aside their white hoods, as having been their badge of rebellion. Item: foreign merchants should no longer be amenable to the by-laws of Ghent, but only to those of the town and banlieue. Item: no one should be in future banished the town without the cause being specified, which had not been done before. Item: as to the new regulation of the laws, 4 noble persons, officers of the Duke, and 4 of the municipality, shall be selected for this purpose, and whereas formerly 24 persons formed the municipality, 12 of whom were always chosen from the company of weavers, this shall now be abolished. Item: whereas, when any troubles existed in the town, the banners of the trades were displayed, and the populace assembled in the market-place, it is ordained, that such proceedings be abolished, and that the banners be placed in a coffer fastened with 5 locks. 1 key shall be delivered to the bailiff of Ghent, the first sheriff shall have another, the high deacon of trades the third, and the other 2 shall be given in charge to 2 discreet persons elected by the townsmen, and there shall be no more assembling in the market-place. Item: neither the sheriffs nor any gentleman in Ghent shall issue public mandates in their names. Item: the whole of the municipality, the deacons, governors, and 2,000 of the commonalty shall advance half a league out of the town, clad only in their shirts, and humbly on their knees, beg pardon of their Lord, saying, that they had wickedly and wrongfully made war against him their Lord, for which they crave his mercy. Item, should any of the Duke's officers henceforth misbehave, his offence was not to be cognizable by the municipality but it must be referred to their Lord and his council. Item, whereas formerly the municipality of Ghent had usually extended their government over the country of Waes, Alost, Dendermonde, and Oudenarde, it was ordered, that the said ambassadors should, within the year, make a reformation, either by new ordinances or by resigning their jurisdiction altogether. Item, to satisfy their Lord for his expenses in this war, they were to pay him 250,000 riddies 141. Such was the sentence of the ambassadors on those of Ghent who, however, notwithstanding their promises, refused absolutely to abide by it. Chap XXXVII. The Ghent men recommence the war against their Lord, and Bernhulst, a French herald, escapes from Ghent. The two heralds and their interpreter returned from Lille to Ghent, and the proposed articles for a peace with the Duke of Burgundy were publicly read to the people. Great murmurings arose, and they said that their Lord was too hard upon them, and that the conditions were not to be borne. They separated, however, without declaring positively against them, nor yet assenting to them, and in this state they remained for about a fortnight. During this time, some of the most turbulent assembled in numbers, and chose for their captain a wicked fellow, called the Bastard of Blancastain, and they styled themselves companions of the Verde Tent. Having well armed themselves, they sallied forth out of Ghent one night, and advanced to Hulst, a large village that had surrendered to the Duke. On their arrival, they lighted torches and brands to deceive the inhabitants, and make them believe they intended to storm the place on that side, who indeed hastened thither in a body to defend themselves, but, in the meantime, these cunning rogues gained an entrance, without opposition, on the opposite side, and put to death all they met. They plundered the town completely, set it on fire, and returned with their booty to Ghent. The ambassadors from the King of France were impatiently waiting at Lille, to know whether the Ghent men would abide by the articles of peace. Wondering they received no intelligence from Ghent, they sent thither a herald, with letters to the principal inhabitants, to learn their will. The herald, on coming to his lodgings, entreated his host to assist him in the delivering of his letters, but the host had compassion on him, and told him, if he valued his life, not to mention to any one the cause of his coming, for, were it known, he would infallibly be put to death. He would not suffer him to quit his chamber the whole day, and, on the morrow, gave him his servant to escort him to the gates, bidding him say to the porters, if any questions were asked him, that he was a French merchant returning to Antwerp, and, for better security, made him put on his coat the wrong side outward. The herald, very much alarmed, believed all his host had said, and set out very early, before the gates were opened. On coming to them, he was asked who he was, and replied, a French merchant returning to Antwerp. They asked for something to drink, and as he was emptying his purse, the gates were opened. On seeing this, he put spurs to his horse, and galloped through without paying anything, but he did not think himself safe until he was arrived at Lille. He related to the ambassadors all that had passed, who, finding that the Ghent men would not adhere to their promises, took leave of the Duke and returned to King Charles, carrying with them 6,000 golden riddies, which the noble Duke Philip had presented to them for their trouble. The Duke was ignorant of the capture of Hulst, until the Ghent men had taken and burnt Axel. They would have gained Alost, had not Sir Anthony de Wissac, the governor for the Duke, made so gallant a defence that they were repulsed. On their return to Ghent, they burnt all the villages that acknowledged the Duke's government, and put men, women, and children, to death without mercy. Footnotes, 141 riddies worth 5s. In Flanders, 3s. In Gueldres. Chap 38. The Duke of Burgundy raises a large army to combat the Ghent men, who burn Harelbeke 142, a large village near Courtrai. Other events of this war. While the Duke of Burgundy, Earl of Flanders, was waiting at Lille the answer from Ghent, he was informed of the loss of Hulst and Axel, and instantly assembled his army, with the addition of a large reinforcement from Burgundy, for he had ordered the Lord de Beaumont, Marshal of Burgundy, to join him. Before this army could be ready to take the field, a large body sallied out of Ghent, on the 23rd of September, for Harelbeke, a considerable village near to Courtrai, which they set on fire, killing the inhabitants indiscriminately, without regard to sex or age. The Duke, on hearing this, instantly dispatched his nephew, Adolphus of Clovis, with a handsome force of men-at-arms and archers, to Courtrai. On his arrival, he found every one in the utmost alarm, although the Ghent men were returned home. When the Duke's army was ready, he sent to Courtrai the Marshal of Burgundy as commander-in-chief. Sir Anthony, the bastard, was ordered to Dendermonde. Sir Simon and Sir James de Lalaine were sent to Oudenarde. Sir Anthony de Wissac to Alost and Sir Adolphus of Clovis returned to the Duke at Lille. The Marshal, on his arrival at Courtrai, caused it to be proclaimed throughout the flat countries, that all who were inclined to the Duke's party should carry their effects to strong places for their security, and more especially those who were within 5 leagues of Ghent. The consequence was, that the greater part withdrew with their effects to Ghent. The Marshal then ordered all the prisoners from Ghent to be hanged. On the other hand, the Ghent men showed mercy to none, nor would they accept of any ransom, however great the sum offered. So deadly was this warfare now become but more on the side of Ghent than on that of the Duke. The Marshal, learning that all the provision and wealth of the Low Countries had been carried into Ghent, gave orders for all the villages within 5 leagues of Ghent, and even as far as that town, to be burnt, more particularly such as were on the roads leading to or from it, and if the Picards and Burgundians left any undestroyed, the Ghent men burnt them, so that the greatest desolation afflicted all Flanders. Among other acts, Sir James de Lalaine made an inroad to the walls of Ghent, burnt 2 of their mills, and carried off to Oudenarde 15 wagons laden with corn, that were going to Ghent, for this time no sally was made against him. At another time, the Marshal of Burgundy marched to Ghent, with the intent of combating the Ghent men, if they would come out, but they refused. He then returned to Poole Cress, a strong castle, took the lower court by storm, and then set it on fire, because the garrison had retreated into the castle, which was too strong to be then attempted, and returned to Courtrai. On the 25th of October, Sir Anthony Bastard of Burgundy marched from Dendermonde, together with the garrison of Alost, which he had summoned to join him, toward Ghent, having dispatched 30 of his best mounted horsemen to show themselves before the gates and endeavour to entice the garrison to come out. The Ghent men, having had intelligence of Sir Anthony's coming, were ready to sally forth, and attacked these 30 men so hardly that they were astonished. With the Ghent men were some English adventurers, who had come thither to seek fame and wealth, and were on horseback. The men of Ghent, in great numbers, were on foot, and pushed forward with such speed that the bastard was surprised at seeing them so near him. In this difficulty, he earnestly entreated his men to dismount, but, in spite of his orders and entreaties, only 2 men-at-arms dismounted, and 3 archers. I know not how it happened, but they were panic-struck, and all fled, so that with great difficulty the 2 men-at-arms were remounted, but the 3 archers were killed. The bastard, vexed to the soul, collected 20 of his men, and remained in the rear of his runaways, and saved them from further loss. It is, however, possible that this flight saved all their lives, for the Ghent men, informed, as I have said, of their intent, had assembled another body of men, who were to sally from a different gate, and destroy all the bridges the Picards would have to repass, and thus enclose them between the two divisions so that none could escape. Thus did this misfortune preserve from death Sir Anthony and all his men, excepting the 3 archers. Footnotes: 142 Harelbeke on the Lys, 4 leagues ne from Courtrai. Chapter 6. The Marshal of Burgundy burns the small town of Eckeloo. The Ghent men are defeated before Alost, which they intended to besiege. The garrisons in Courtrai and Oudenarde, knowing that there was a strong company of Ghent men in Eckeloo, which is a considerable village, 3 leagues from Ghent, assembled under the command of the Marshal and Sir James de Lalaine, and marched thither in handsome array. The Ghent men no sooner saw them approach than they fled into the wood that was hard by. All could not escape, so that upwards of 40 were left dead in the village. The place was then burnt, because the inhabitants would not desist from carrying provisions to Ghent, nor from ringing the alarm bell whenever they perceived any Burgundians appear. It was for this that all the villages 5 leagues round were set on fire, and such as the Picards left, the Ghent men burnt themselves. On the 13th of November, the Ghent men, having heard that Sir Anthony de Wissek, governor of Alost, was gone into Artois, assembled to the amount of 20,000 on foot, under the conduct of a few English on horseback, and marched to lay siege to Alost. Sir Anthony the Bastard and Sir Francis the Aragonese had early intelligence of this at Dendermonde, and by orders of the Bastard, Sir Francis threw himself into Alost with 300 hardy combatants. Soon afterward, the Ghent men appeared to commence their siege, but Sir Francis, like a valiant knight, sallied forth with all he could collect, leaving a sufficient garrison in the town, and fell on the Ghent men so vigorously that he soon threw them into disorder, and they wheeled about and fled toward Ghent. All were not so fortunate, for there remained dead on the field 18 English and 17 Ghent men, and had it not been for night coming on so soon, many more would have been slain. On the ensuing Saturday, the Marshal of Burgundy advanced to the gates of Ghent, but none issued forth to combat him. On his return, 12 Picardy archers remained in his rear, with the intent of plundering whatever they could find. Having crossed a small bridge, they saw no one, but they had not advanced far before they perceived, right before them, a large body of the enemy, and some English with them. They turned about, intending to retreat, but they saw the bridge covered with a number of peasants waiting for them. On this they took heart, thinking it better to die honorably than be taken and hanged. Dismounting, they fastened their horses together, and then made such good use of their bows that no Ghent man was bold enough to approach them. One of the English couched his lance, and advanced to the charge, thinking to put them into disorder, but they instantly opened their ranks for him to pass through, and then shot so briskly that his horse was wounded in several places, and he was very glad to get out of their reach. The Picards now blew their horns, as if their friends were within hearing, which frightened the Ghent men so much that they instantly ran off for their town, and the 12 archers, looking toward the bridge, saw no one, for the peasants had fled to the woods. They then remounted their horses, and returned to their companions in safety, having gained much honor by their defense against such numbers. Another company of Picards made an excursion to Ghent, and took some of the companions of the Verde tent, and one of their captains, whose body was quartered, and the rest hanged. Chap XL. Mention made of different encounters between the Picards and Ghent men. The latter attempt to set fire to some parts of Hainault. They are met by the Picards soon afterward. On the 2d day of December, Sir Philip de Lalaine, a young, bold and enterprising knight, made an excursion to the walls of Ghent with the garrison of Oudenarde. 200 men on horseback sallied forth out of Ghent, and a combat commenced, when one of the principal townsmen was killed at the onset, who had, a little before, taken a youth of the Duke's party prisoner, and made him his page. The page, seeing his master dead, hastened to surrender himself to Sir Philip, and assured him that upwards of 4,000 men had sallied out at different gates to surround and make him and his party prisoners. It therefore behoved him to secure a retreat. At this moment, full 300 men on horseback issued out of the gates, on which Sir Philip began to retreat, often wheeling round to skirmish and check the enemy. Sir Philip de Lalaine, his brother, having heard of his danger, hastened out of Oudenarde, with all he could collect at the moment, to his succour. He was then within a league of Oudenarde, skirmishing all the time with the Ghent men, who pursued him with great caution, that their other divisions might arrive to their support, but the Picards, noticing this, made their retreat good into Oudenarde, and the Ghent men took up their quarters for the night at an abbey half a league from that town, and on the morrow returned to Ghent. Not long afterward, the companions of the Verde tent, to the amount of 10,000, advanced into Hainault, killed many of the peasantry, and burnt from 16 to 17 villages without any molestation. A few days prior to this excursion, about 50 English marched out of Ghent on pretence of attacking the Picards, but they went to Dendermonde and surrendered themselves to Sir Anthony, the bastard, who received them very graciously, and enrolled them among his own men. One of the Duke's commanders, hearing that the Ghent men were marching back from Hainault, hastened toward Ghent to meet them on their return and, being in great force, attacked them, and slew more than 200, the rest saved themselves in Ghent, except some prisoners the Picards had made and carried to Dendermonde. Chap XLI. The Ghent men send a deputation to the Count d'Estampes, to mediate a peace immediately after they besiege Courtrai, but without success. They are near taking prisoner the Duchess of Burgundy, on her road to Bruges. While the companions of the Verde tent were thus employed in the field, the municipality of Ghent sent to entreat the Count d'Estampes to procure passports from the Duke their lord, that a deputation might wait on him respecting a peace. The Count succeeded in obtaining them passports, and the place of conference was fixed at Bruges, whither the Duke sent some of his ministers, and the Count d'Estampes as his representative. The Ghent men sent thither a deputation, with a Carthusian friar, and an ancient knight called Sir Baudouin de Boss, whom they had long kept prisoner on account of their suspicions of his fidelity to them, he having declared an opinion contrary to their proceedings, and they even had him carried, with his eyes banded, to the scaffold to behead him. He would have suffered death, had not some steady friends, by their exertions, prevented it. These Ghent commissioners behaved with the greatest insolence and pride on their arrival at Bruges, as if they had no way acted wrong toward their prince, and on their departure, they received no answer. They all returned except the knight and the Carthusian, who refused to accompany them back and remained in Bruges. The other commissioners stayed so long on their road to Ghent that the term of their passports expired, and, falling in with a body of Picards, they were made prisoners and carried back to Bruges. Among them were two of the greatest enemies the Duke had in Ghent. When the men of Ghent learnt that their deputies were prisoners, they sallied forth, on the 17th of February, in great numbers, and in 3 divisions. In this array they came before Courtrai, the Marshal of Burgundy being then absent with the Duke at Lille. There was at this time in the town a very valiant and adventurous knight from Picardy, called Gauvain Quirat, who, fearless of their numbers, issued out with the few people he had, and began a sharp skirmish, but he was soon forced to retreat into the town. As the Ghent men were too many, he could not, however, retire without the loss of 2 of his men at arms and 1 archer. The Ghent men then attacked the suburbs, but they were so well defended that they gained nothing, except killing 1 man at arms. They now returned to Ghent. On the 2nd of March following, Sir Anthony, the bastard, on his advance toward Ghent, fell in with a considerable body of the enemy, and charged them so rapidly that he slew more than 50, and took many prisoners, whom he carried to Dendermonde. On the 5th day of this same month, the Duchess of Burgundy left Lille, by orders from the Duke, to go to Bruges. The Ghent men soon had intelligence of this, and, supposing that she would travel the straight road, they posted a strong ambuscade near that road, intending to overpower her escort, and put those who composed it to death. The Duchess was informed of their plan, and consequently took a different road, and arrived safely at Bruges. Sir Simon de Lalaine, governor of Sluis, hearing that the Duchess was to travel from Lille to Bruges, set out with 200 combatants to escort her thither, and followed the main road, ignorant of the Ghent men being there. In his company was the Lord de Maldegan, a Flemish knight, well acquainted with all the roads and passes. Happening to ride at some little distance from the great road, he espied the ambush of Ghent men, who were watching the coming of the Duchess, and also of Sir Simon, whom they had perceived. The Lord de Maldegan instantly sounded his trumpets, as loudly as he could, that Sir Simon, on hearing them, might retire, but he was too far advanced for this, being already in the midst of his enemies without perceiving it. He was sharply attacked on all sides, his banner beaten down, and he and his men were forced to show all their courage, to save their lives. They exerted themselves so manfully that, with the aid of the Lord de Maldegan, who hastened to their succour, the Ghent men were repulsed, and they continued their march in safety to Bruges, having only lost 3 or 4 men at arms, and from 12 to 16 archers, which was not much, considering how severe the attack had been. 3 or 4 days before this skirmish took place, the Ghent men in Poole Cress burnt Ingolmenstier, a considerable village belonging to the Count d'Estampes, in right of his countess. They could do no harm to the castle, for it was strong and well garrisoned. A few days after this, the Ghent men again demanded passports from the Duke for 20 commissioners to meet his ministers anywhere he should appoint, to consider if they could find means to put an end to this disastrous war. The good Duke complied with their request, and fixed on Seclin 143 as the place of conference, whither he sent the Count d'Estampes as his representative, and some of his ministers, but nothing was done, by reason of the insolent pride of the Ghent deputies. Not long after the return of the deputies from Seclin, a French man at arms, who had offered his services to Ghent for gain, called Pierre Moreau, who also was one of their captains, collected a large company, and marched to attack Dendermonde, wherein was Sir Anthony of Burgundy. The knight, having had notice of their coming, issued out to meet them, and, after killing several, forced them to retreat to Ghent. Footnotes: 143 Seclin, an ancient town in Flanders, 4 miles south of Lille. AD 1453. Chap XLII. Pierre Moreau makes another attack on Dendermonde. The Ghent men invade Hainault, and commit great ravages there. On the 3rd day of April, in the year 1453, immediately after Easter, Pierre Moreau collected a greater force than before, and made another attempt on Dendermonde, but with no better success than formerly, and, having lost from 9 to 10 of his men, returned to Ghent. On the 14th of the same month, the Ghent men made another irruption into Hainault, with a very numerous army, as far as Tournai and Enguerrand, setting fire to all the villages, and slaying every one they met without opposition. To this they were incited, as it was said, by the Duke's not having paid his soldiers, on which account very many had refused to serve him. When this came to the knowledge of the Duke, he issued his summons for greater levies of men than he had raised during the war. Every vassal was summoned, and all who had been used to arms, for he was determined to put an end to the war, and all were to be ready by the 15th day of May. The artillery which the Duke meant to carry with him to Flanders was kept in the great hall of the town house at Lille. It happened, but it was never known how, that fire was thrown through a crack in a tower, the cellar of which served as the magazine of powder for this artillery, but mischief was prevented by a person going accidentally into the cellar, and putting it out, as it was burning the hoops of a barrel of powder. Had not this person fortunately gone thither, the town house, artillery, and probably the whole town would have been destroyed. Chaps lying. The Ghent men would have taken Alost by storm, had it not been well defended. The 3 estates of Flanders are urgent for peace. On the 8th day of May, upwards of 14,000 infantry, and 200 cavalry, marched out of Ghent to besiege Alost, wherein were no more than 300 fighting men, commanded by Sir Louis de la Vieuville, as lieutenant to the governor, Sir Anthony de Wissac, who had that day gone to Dendermonde. Sir Louis sallied forth to meet the cavalry of Ghent, which had advanced before the infantry. A combat ensued, when some were killed, and the cavalry forced to fall back on their main body, after which the Picards retreated into the town, and the Ghent men encamped before it. When day broke, they attacked the town at 4 different places, and made so severe an attempt on one of the bulwarks that 6 men at arms were killed, but Sir Louis hastening to its relief, he fought so valiantly that the enemy were obliged to retire, with the loss of 20 of their men. These attacks lasted full 3 hours, and many were killed on each side, but the Ghent men found it prudent to return to their encampment of the preceding night. When Sir Anthony de Wissac heard of this attack at Dendermonde, he collected about 600 Picards, and marched to offer battle to the Ghent men, but on perceiving their superior numbers and order of battle, he dissembled his intentions, and lodged his army near them for the night, intending to combat them on the morrow if he should see it advantageous for him. This same night, however, the Ghent men decamped and returned with all their baggage in safety to their town. While these things were passing, a deputation of the 3 estates of Flanders, in conjunction with those of Bruges, waited on the Duke at Lille, to request passports for certain of the Ghent men to come to him, and treat of putting an end to the war. The noble Duke, from his affection to them, granted their request, and soon after, 20 commissioners arrived at Lille from Ghent, who laboured so earnestly in the business that it was imagined peace must now be concluded. In this expectation, the ambassadors returned to Ghent, but when they had reported the preliminary terms, the commonalty refused to abide by them, and thus was the treaty broken off. While this negotiation was going forward, the men at arms whom the Duke had raised were doing all possible mischiefs to his country, and no person could venture abroad without being robbed, even to the very gates of the principal towns, and this plague lasted for upwards of 6 weeks. Chap XLIV. The Duke of Burgundy sends an army into Luxembourg against some Germans, who, from Thionville 144, were wasting that country. The Duke enters Flanders with a large force, to make war on Ghent. About Easter, in this year, some Germans, who had possessed themselves of the strong town of Thionville, overran, at different times, the Duchy of Luxembourg, which was under obedience to the Duke, and all its towns, excepting this town of Thionville. These Germans continuing their incessant inroads, the Duke was constrained to send thither the Lord de Rubempré, a Picard, with 100 men at arms and 400 archers, but he found the enemy in such strength that he was unable to oppose them. The Duke, although hard pressed to find men to carry on his war against Ghent, was forced to send reinforcements into Luxembourg. He therefore ordered thither the Lord de Croix, his first chamberlain, and governor of Luxembourg, with 100 lances and 800 archers, whose principal captains were the Lord of Hames, the Lord of Meruel, the Lord of Damark 145, and others. The Ghent men, on the other hand, did not cease from carrying fire and sword into Hainault and the defenceless parts of Flanders. On the 15th day of June, they advanced toward ADH 146, to burn that part of the country, but Sir John de Croix, Lord of Chimay, having had early notice of their intentions, defeated them completely, killing 300, and taking numbers of prisoners, whom he carried off without molestation. The Duke of Burgundy marched from Lille on the 20th day of June, with a most numerous army to Courtrai. He had a large train of artillery, and plenty of pioneers to open the woods and clear the roads, and numbers of carpenters to construct warlike engines. These pioneers and carpenters had been sent thither at the expense of the countries under the Duke's obedience. The principal nobles in this army were the Count d'Estampes, Sir James de Saint Pol, brother to the Count de Saint Pol, who was then employed by the King of France in the Bordelois against the English. The Marshal of Burgundy was also with the Duke, having with him 300 men at arms, whom he had brought from Burgundy, and many other great lords and esquires from the territories of the Duke. The Duke marched his whole army from Oudenarde the 25th day of June, to besiege the castle of Helsbeck, and a strong monastery hard by. The monastery was instantly won by storm, and 32 Ghent men taken within it, whom the Duke caused to be hanged. The castle surrendered unconditionally the second day afterward, when about 150 men, that were made prisoners, suffered a similar fate, by command of the Duke. Footnotes: 144 Thionville, a strong town of Luxembourg on the Moselle, 12 leagues from Treves. 145 Domark du Cange, Dormnest. 146 ADH, a town in Hainault, 9 miles northwest of Mons. Chap XLV. The Duke of Burgundy takes the castle of Poulcres, but that flower of chivalry Sir James de Lalaine is slain before it. He besieges the castle of Gavre 147, takes it, and hangs all within. Before the Ghent men advance to offer him battle, they are defeated. After the capture of the castle of Helsbeck, the Duke advanced to besiege the castle of Poulcres, which the Ghent men obstinately defended. It happened, that during the time the artillerymen were pointing a bombard against the wall, in the presence of Sir James de Lalaine and other lords, Sir James was hit on the head by a stone from a viglaire in the castle, which carried away part of his skull, and he fell down dead. It was a great loss, for he was renowned as not having his equal in all France. Witness his many deeds of chivalry in Scotland, Spain, and in other parts, where he had displayed his gallantry. He was also the most modest, the most prudent, most courteous, and most liberal of mankind, fearing and serving God above all things. He was but 32 years of age when death so unfortunately seized him, and this same shot from the viglaire killed also a man at arms and 4 archers. The Duke of Burgundy was very much affected by the death of Sir James, for he loved him more than any other of his household for his numberless virtues, and had the place attacked with such violence that the garrison were forced to submit to his will. He had the whole hanged, excepting 5 or 6, one of whom was a leper, and the rest boys. He then had the place razed to the ground, and the body of Sir James de Lalaine most honourably interred at his church of Lalaine 148. After the surrender of Poulcres, the Duke returned to Courtrai, and left his army to live on the country, where the men at arms did innumerable mischiefs, for he had not money sufficient to pay them until his revenues were paid, and he had borrowed as much as he could from the rich merchants and burghers of his territories, the war having totally exhausted his treasury. He resided at Courtrai 12 days, and during that time his finances were recruited, and he paid his army 1 month in advance, so that, on the 16th day of July, he departed from Courtrai to besiege the castle of Enguerrand, which was strongly fortified and held by the Ghent men. It is situated between Ghent and Oudenarde. In marching thither, he formed his army into 3 battalions. The Marshal of Burgundy, as commander-in-chief, Sir Anthony the Bastard, the Lord de Chimay bailiff of Hainault, with a numerous company of men at arms and archers, led the van. In the centre was the Duke, the most fearless, courageous, and gallant of men. With him were his son the Count de Charolois, the Count d'Estampes, Sir Adolphus of Clovis, and almost all the knights and esquires of Picardy. In the rear division were Sir James de Saint Pol, the Lord de l'Isle-Adam, and the whole chivalry of the Bouillanois. This army was in truth very strong, and there was need that it should be so, for the men of Ghent had boasted, that this time, they would fairly meet the Duke in battle. When they learnt that the Duke intended to besiege Enguerrand, they sent thither an Englishman, called John de Vaz, a very able man at arms, with 16 others, and swore to him, on his departure, that the Duke should not remain 24 hours unfought with. Nevertheless, the Duke's army posted themselves around the place and the batteries were erected without any molestation. There was at this time in the place a trumpeter, who had formerly served one of the lords in the Duke's army, but had turned to the Ghent men. He mounted the highest rampart and, having sounded his trumpet as loudly as he could, he abused the Duke in the grossest manner, calling him a tyrant, and threatening him that the men of Ghent would soon lower his pride. The Duke, when told of this, like a good prince, laughed at it, and turned the trumpeter's folly into ridicule. Although the place was unfavorably situated for the batteries to have their full effect, they alarmed the garrison so much that they offered to surrender on having their lives spared, seeing also that the Ghent men did not fulfill their promises when they left that town, but the Duke refused their offer. When the Englishman heard this, and found that the men of Ghent had deceived him, it is said that he had a communication with some of the English in the Duke's army, and promised to deliver up to them one of the towers of the castle, but this he could not accomplish for the Ghent men had no confidence in him, nor in any of the English. A vessel happened to be lying in the river, near to the castle, and during the night John de Vaz, and 14 others, embarked on board and went to Ghent. When those in Enguerrand saw the next morning that their captain had deserted them, they abandoned all hope of succour, and surrendered themselves to the Duke's will before 12 of the clock. His will was that they should be all hanged or strangled, together with 2 Cordelier friars that were in the place, and the trumpeter who had abused the Duke. John de Vaz and his companions, on their arrival in Ghent, remonstrated sharply with the leaders in the town, how greatly they had deceived those in Enguerrand, and how weakly they had acted, for they never would again have so favorable an opportunity of combating the Duke, since he had not now with him more than 4,000 fighting men, the rest having disbanded from want of pay, and he concluded by exhorting them strongly to sally forth and offer the Duke battle. In the meantime, Sir John de Hout, an Englishman, who had surrendered himself to Sir Anthony the Bastard, as I have mentioned, had a secret communication with the Duke, on the means of enticing the Ghent men out of their town, for he was extremely anxious to meet their whole force in the field. Soon afterward, John de Hout returned to Ghent, under pretence of repenting of his having left them, and told them that the Duke's army was daily wasting away from default of payment. The men of Ghent, however, doubting his fidelity, ordered him to prison, lest he should betray them. He was there confined until John de Vaz had pressed them so earnestly to attack the Duke, with their whole force, when they released him and made him one of their captains. They commanded all the gates to be kept closed, that no one might carry to the Duke information of their intentions, and gave orders that every person capable of bearing arms should provide himself, and appear properly armed and accoutred, under pain of death. It was necessary for all to obey this order, or suffer the consequences, but many did obey very much against their will. They mustered upward of 24,000 men under arms, and appointed as leaders the said English and their companions, who amounted to full 200 on horseback. When they saw their numbers, and that all was ready, they issued out of Ghent to combat their lord. 3 days before this event, the good Duke, expecting daily an attack from Ghent, and desirous that his son the Count de Charolois might not be present at the battle, on account of the dangers that are incident to such affairs, gave him to understand that the Duchess was dangerously ill at Lille, and that he would do well to go thither and see how she was. The Count, like a good son, hastened to Lille, but found the Duchess recovered, and in good health. He then knew that the reason why the Duke had sent him on this errand was to prevent him from being present at the battle. He told his attendants that it was absolutely necessary he should be present to aid his father, for that he was fighting to preserve his inheritance, and, said he, I vow to God that I will be there, if possible. When the Duchess heard of this vow, she tried all she could to detain him, but in vain, for he instantly set off and joined the Duke before Enguerrand. Footnotes: 147 Enguerrand, a town on the Scheldt, 7 miles from Ghent. 148 Lalaine, a village in Flanders, near Bouchain. Chap XLVI. The Battle of Enguerrand, where the Ghent men are completely defeated, with the loss of upward of 20,000 men slain and drowned. On the same day the castle of Enguerrand was yielded up, and when all the garrison were not yet hanged, news was brought to the Duke while sitting at dinner, that the Ghent men were in full march to offer him battle. The Duke ordered the trumpets to sound to horse, and the army was drawn up in 3 battalions as before. When it was done, the Duke rode from one battalion to another to show himself, and to encourage his men, telling them, that if it pleased God, they should all that day be made rich. The army now moved, the 3 battalions near to each other, when Sir James de Saint Pol and many others from Burgundy, Picardy, and other territories of the Duke, were knighted, and several that day displayed their banners for the first time. This mortal battle took place on the 22nd day of July, in the year 1453. The Duke had scarcely advanced before the van perceived the Ghent men drawn up in battle array, with their culverins and other artillery placed in their front. This manoeuvre alarmed the Marshal of Burgundy, who commanded the van, lest too many of his men should suffer at the onset, and he ordered his division to retire a little, which the Ghent men, mistaking for an intention to fly, hastened forward, leaving their artillery in the rear. John de Vaz and John de Hout, with their English companions, led them on, but soon, sticking spurs into their horses, galloped to surrender themselves to the Duke, saying, My lord, here are the Ghent men, whom we have brought to you, and we leave them to your mercy. The archers now shot fiercely on the Ghent men, who defended themselves for a time very valiantly, but no sooner did the 3 battalions of the Duke make a uniform charge than their ranks were broken, and they instantly fled for Ghent. The Duke's army pursued them closely, and it was marvellous the numbers they slew. It chanced that a division of the Ghent men, to the number of 14 or 1500, had retreated into a meadow under cover of a coppice, where they regained courage and put themselves on their defence. This meadow was surrounded with ditches, so that neither the Duke nor his men at arms could enter it by reason of their depth. Among those with the Duke was a man at arms from Bruges, who thrice leaped the ditch to skirmish with those in the field, but at the third leap, his horse fell dead under him, from the severe blows received from the enemy's pikes. The Duke had not any archers with him, for they had all dismounted, and could not easily overtake the runaways on horseback, to put them to death, for the Duke hated them mortally, and was more vexed than can be imagined to see those who had leaped the ditches forced back again by the resistance they met with. Then this valiant prince, seizing his lance from the page who bore it by his side, raging like a lion, made his horse leap the ditch, and charged the thickest of the Ghent men. He was followed by many men at arms, and in the number was Bertrand de la Brocquière, who bore his pennon. The Duke's horse was so badly wounded in several places that he was obliged to leap back again over the ditch and wait the return of the archers. On their arrival, he again crossed the ditch, followed by his son the Count of Charolois, and numbers of others, who charged the Ghent men so courageously that they were defeated, and all found in the meadow were slain. It was difficult for them to escape, as it was surrounded by ditches on 3 sides, and by the Skeld on the other. Many leaped into the river, and were drowned, but a few of the most active and lighter armed made such good use of their legs that they saved themselves in Ghent. It is certain, that had the Duke marched thither instantly, he must have entered without opposition, so much were those in the town frightened and cast down, but his guides were unacquainted with the roads. When the battle was over, some few escaped into Ghent, and the Duke, having recalled his men, lay that night on the field of battle in his tent where, casting himself on his knees, he offered his thanksgivings to God for the great and decisive victory he had that day given him over his bitterest enemies. Upward of 20,000 of the Ghent men lost their lives this day, by the sword or by drowning. The bastard de Blancastain, however, saved himself by swimming across the Skeld. On the side of the Duke, not more than 16 men were killed from the commencement of the battle. Chapslaii. The Duke of Burgundy, moved by pity, sends his herald to Ghent to know if the townsmen would submit to his will, and he would have compassion on them. The men of Ghent send him a deputation to beg his mercy. On the morrow after the defeat of the Ghent men, the noble Duke, moved by compassion, and his own virtuous nature, for his poor subjects, who, through pride and insolence, had rebelled against him, sent his herald, clad in his coat of arms, with letters to Ghent, signifying, that notwithstanding the victory which God had given him the preceding day, he would show them mercy if they would submit to his will, and had transmitted them passports for a deputation to come to him, should they be so inclined, to arrange articles for a general peace. The Ghent men were very sensible of the Duke's kindness in thus graciously recalling them to his affection, and of the mildness of the expressions in his letter. They handsomely feasted the herald, and on the letter being publicly read, the whole town were unanimous for begging pardon of their lord, and, without further delay, sent a deputation back with the herald. On their appearing before the Duke, they, with the utmost humility, requested pardon for their offences, and besought him that he would have the goodness to restore them to his favour, offering, at the same time, to submit themselves and their town to his will. They also requested that he would retire to Enguerrand, and dismiss his men at arms, and they would there wait on him to hear and do his will. The good Duke granted their requests, but, on returning to Enguerrand, over the field of the late battle, he was so shocked at the multitudes of dead bodies that he wept bitterly, as it was said. As he saw several women searching for the bodies of their friends, to bury them, he caused proclamation to be made, that no one should molest them, whatever might be his rank, under pain of death. On the 25th day of July, the abbot of Saint Bavon, in Ghent, the prior of the Carthusians, and many persons of note, waited on the Duke at Enguerrand, and, falling on their knees, begged mercy for the inhabitants of Ghent, who offered to surrender everything up to him, saving their lives. The Duke replied, that, from love to God, he pardoned all their misdeeds, provided they would agree to the preliminaries proposed at Seclin, and concluded at Lille by the 3 estates of Flanders and the burghers of Bruges. They promised, in the name of their townsmen, to abide wholly by this treaty, and most humbly thanked the Duke for his great benignity and kindness. Chapslaii. Here follow the articles of the treaty between Philip the Good, and the town of Ghent. The Treaty of Ghent consisted of the following articles. In the first place, the inhabitants of Ghent, to the number of 2,000 men, shall come out, to the distance of 1 league from that town, to wherever their prince may appoint, barefooted and bareheaded, to beg his mercy. They were to be headed by all the councillors, sheriffs, and hogmans of the town, naked, excepting their shirts and small clothes. They were to fall on their knees before the Duke, his son, or any other person whom the Duke should please to send thither as his representative, saying that they had wickedly and traitorously rebelled against him in arms, that they had insolently contemned him, and begged his pardon for all their evil deeds. Item, on every Thursday throughout the year, the gate leading to Enguerrand shall be closed, because it was through that gate they marched to besiege Enguerrand, and that it may remind them thereof. Item, the gate leading toward Rupelmonde shall be closed forever, in remembrance of their having issued out of it to offer battle to their lord at Rupelmonde. Item, they shall pay to the Duke, for the losses he may have sustained by this war, 200,000 riddies of gold, 70 to the mark. Item, they shall pay for the restoration of the countries which have been burnt, whatever sums the 3 estates of Flanders shall determine on, but if the 3 estates shall decline this arbitration, the sum shall be fixed at 100,000 riddies. Item, for the reparation of churches destroyed, they shall pay 50,000 riddies. Item, in recompense for the revenue of the prince's domain in Flanders, which has been unpaid by reason of the war, such an imposition shall be laid as the 3 estates of Flanders shall determine. Item, there shall be a complete reformation of the laws of Ghent, in the form and manner that has been lately proposed by the ambassadors from King Charles of France, namely, that the commonalty shall elect 4 magistrates, and the Duke, or his officers 4 others, and these shall select 26 sheriffs before they quit the chamber in which they have been assembled for this purpose. Item, in regard to the burghers, they will act toward them according to their privileges, without paying attention to the customs or usages of former times. Item, no one in future shall be banished Ghent without an appeal first had to the bailiff, nor without the cause of his banishment being declared. Item, they shall no longer issue ordinances or edicts without the knowledge and consent of their lord, and such as may have been thus issued shall be declared null and void. Item, the officers of the prince shall no longer acknowledge any obedience to the magistrates in respect to their official capacities. Item, they shall no longer, in their writings or proclamations, sign themselves lords of Ghent, but give them such title as the magistrates of other towns use. Item, they shall not in future take any cognizance of the crimes of foreign merchants, but they shall be decided on by the judges of the places wherein such merchants shall reside. Item, they shall deliver up all their banners to their lord, for him to do with them as he may please, and they shall not hereafter make any others in their stead. Item, white hoods shall no more be worn, and whoever wears them shall be punished according to the will of their lord. Item, they shall have no cognizance of any law causes that may arise in the country of Ways, or in the respective towns of Beervlicht 149, Dendermonde, Enguerrand, Courtrai or Alost, but these shall be tried in those places where they have had their origin. Item, they shall be bounden to keep all the articles of a former treaty concluded by them in the presence of the Bishop of Tournai, and others of the Great Council of the Duke. All these articles, having been declared in the presence of the Duke, his son, and great numbers of the nobility, were sworn to, and promised to be observed by the magistrates and commonalty of Ghent, and some notaries called in to witness the act. The deputation then returned to Ghent with the treaty, which, when read to the public, was so joyfully accepted that it astonished every one. They lighted bonfires in all the streets, and gave permission for such of the Duke's men as pleased to enter the town, and entertain those who accepted of it most handsomely. Footnotes: 149 Beervlicht, a town on the west side of the Scheldt, 20 miles from Ghent. Chap XLIX. The manner in which the Ghent men humble themselves to their lord, the Duke of Burgundy. On the last day of July, the noble Duke of Burgundy departed from Enguerrand, with his whole army, in handsome array, as if marching to battle, and thus advanced until within a league of Ghent. He then drew up his archers in ranks, as two wings, with bended bows, and they extended full half a league. The men at arms were on the rear of the archers, in close order, so that it was a handsome sight to view. In the center was the Duke, mounted on the same horse he had rode on the day of battle, which was apparent from the many wounds plaistered over, that he had received in the meadow, when he himself, his son, and other knights, attacked the body of Ghent men. At this time, the men of Ghent issued out of their town in numbers and dress conformable to the terms of the treaty, led by the abbot of St. Bavon and the prior of the Carthusians, and followed by the 25 sheriffs, councillors, and hogmans, naked to their shirts and undergarments, and bareheaded. Then came 2,000 of the burghers dressed, but barefooted, without girdles, and without hoods, and thus passed through the line of archers. When they came within sight of the Duke, they all fell on their knees, and cried with a loud voice, "Have mercy on the town of Ghent." The Chancellor of Burgundy now advanced toward them, and remonstrated sharply on their rebellious and wicked conduct, in opposing their legal lord, and taking up arms against him, adding, that their wickedness had been so enormous that he was doubtful whether their prince would pardon them. On hearing this, they again fell on their knees, and repeated their cries of mercy on the town of Ghent. They then rose, and proceeded until they came in front of the Duke, who was on his war horse, magnificently dressed, when, falling on their knees, most humbly, and with many tears, they besought him to have compassion on them, and forgive them their evil deeds. The town council now approached the Duke, and, in the name of the whole town, supplicated his pity and benign grace that he would pardon his subjects of Ghent, now prostrate before him, although they had wickedly rebelled against him, elected hogmans, and done numberless wicked acts, of which they now repented, and promised that if he would, in his mercy, receive them into favor, the like should never again happen, and that henceforward they would remain the most loyal and faithful of his subjects. At the conclusion of this speech, the Duke and his son the Count de Charolois, there present, pardoned them their evil deeds. The men of Ghent returned to their town more happy and rejoiced than can be expressed, and the Duke departed for Lille, having disbanded his army that every one might return to their several homes. Chapelle. While the Duke of Burgundy is carrying on his warfare against the Ghent men, the Lord de Croix is very active in opposing the Germans in the Duchy of Luxembourg, where they had done much mischief. I have before mentioned, that while the Duke of Burgundy was engaged in his war on Ghent, he had sent the Lord de Croix to the Duchy of Luxembourg to oppose the Germans, who were making frequent inroads on that duchy, and had gained possession of places that appertained to the Duke. The Germans, whenever they intended any inroad, amounted from 800 to 900 men, and their main garrison was in Thionville, a small but very strong town. The Lord de Croix, with the aid of those under the obedience of the Duke, conducted himself with such prudence and courage that he regained all the places the Germans had conquered. He had frequent encounters with them, in which several were killed on both sides. In short, he pressed them so hard that they demanded a truce for 10 months, offering to leave the country unmolested during that term, and also to surrender Thionville to the Duke, unless in the interim they should conquer him or his troops in open battle. This was agreed to by the Duke, and the truce signed to continue until Ascension Day, in the year 1454. War therefore ceased in that country, and the army under the Lord de Croix was disbanded. Chapelle. King Charles of France conquers Bordeaux and the Bordellois a second time. During the time of the war in Flanders, the King of France was with a large army in the Bordellois, which the English had lately reconquered. The commander of the English was a most valiant knight and long renowned in arms, called Sir John Talbot, Earl of Shrewsbury, who had made war on France upward of 24 years. He had been the king's prisoner when he regained Rouen, and out of his generosity, and respect for such valor, the king had remitted his ransom. The king also made him very rich presents in gold, silver, and horses, when he learnt that Talbot intended visiting Rome in the Jubilee year, namely, 1450. Nevertheless, on his return from Rome to England, he again engaged in war, and found means to recover from the King of France the city of Bordeaux, which had shown him such honor, and the country round. It was indeed commonly reported at the time, that the inhabitants of the Bordellois most willingly surrendered to the English from their disgust at King Charles, who, since his conquest, had imposed upon them heavier taxes, and that his officers had treated them with more harshness than they had been accustomed to when under the government of the English. Chaplier. Pope Nicholas notifies to the Duke of Burgundy a crusade against the Turks. The Duke vows to undertake an expedition to Turkey, on certain conditions. On the eve of Martinmas Day in this year, a knight sent by Pope Nicholas arrived at Lille, with letters addressed to the Duke, containing intelligence that the Grand Turk, with a numerous army of Saracens, had invaded Christendom, that he had already conquered the noble city of Constantinople, and almost all Greece, that he had captured the Emperor of Greece, had caused him to be inhumanly beheaded, had violated the Empress, and had dragged through the streets of Constantinople the precious body of our Lord, had burnt the magnificent church of Saint Sophia, and murdered men, women, and children of the Christians without number, and was daily adding to his conquests in Christendom. For these causes the Holy Father required of the Duke, whom he knew to be a pious and Catholic prince, as well as the most puissant in Christendom, that he would make dispositions to afford succor to his distressed brethren, and to oppose the enemy of the faith. When the Duke had read this letter from the Pope, the knight presented him with others that the Turk had written and sent to our Holy Father. After the perusal of all these letters, the Duke grandly feasted the knight who had brought them, at the same time giving him many rich presents, and saying that, should it please God, he would speedily afford good assistance to the Christians against the Turk. In fact, he soon afterwards dispatched 4 galleys well filled with men at arms, artillery, and stores, as a beginning of what he intended, writing, at the same time, to the Pope an answer to his letter, explanatory of his future intentions. Shortly after the departure of the knight, the Duke of Clovis came to Lille on a visit to his uncle Duke Philip of Burgundy, and stayed until the beginning of Lent. Many great feasts and banquets were given alternately by the different great lords, which were begun by the Count d'Estampes with a very handsome one, that was marvellously well supplied with every delicacy. At the end of the banquet, a most beautiful young girl, well accompanied, entered the hall, bearing a chaplet of flowers, when, mounting the table, she gracefully placed it on the head of Duke Philip, who received it with joy. This ceremony of the chaplet signified that he was to give the next entertainment, which he did most magnificently, about 12 days after, in the manner I shall now describe. About 1 hour after midday, a knight, sprung from the race of the celebrated Knights of the Swan, issued out of the Duke's palace brilliantly armed. This was Sir Adolphus of Clovis, nephew to the Duke, who held a justing in the market-place of Lille, that day, against all comers, with one course of a lance. He was preceded by the figure of a swan as large as a horse, having on his neck a chain of fine gold, with which he led the knight. On each side of the swan was a savage, and the knight was surrounded by little angels. The knight was immediately followed by the Duke, so sumptuously dressed it was delightful to see him. When they had escorted the knight to the market-place, he tilted with all that chose to encounter with him, namely, Charles Count de Charolois, Louis Count de Saint Pol, his brother the Lord de Fines, Sir Anthony Bastard of Burgundy, and many more. After the justing, the company returned to the Duke's palace, and he escorted thither himself those ladies and damsels who had been present at the tilt, the principal of whom were the Lady Isabella of Portugal, the Duchess, and the Lady Isabella of Bourbon, niece to the Duke, the Lady of Ravestein, and numbers of others most richly dressed. The banquet was quite ready on their return, and when the company were seated, 3 large carriages, splendidly ornamented, descended from the ceiling, full of every delicacy in meats and liquors. Each carriage contained a service. In front of the upper table was a fountain playing water, and in the middle of the hall was a live lion, before whom a man was beating a little dog, and near the lion, in an arbor, was a savage. In another part of the hall was the figure of a damsel, from whose breast spouted hippocras in great abundance. Beside the damsel was an infant that pissed rose water. There were so many other pageants it would be tiresome to mention them all. Opposite to the Duke's table was a representation of a church, whence issued a friar seated on a dromedary, led by a living giant. The friar addressed his speech to the Duke, remonstrating, in eloquent language, how the church was daily losing its inheritances, and Christendom trampled underfoot by the enemies of the faith. He called to his remembrance the valor of deceased princes, how in their time they had, by their courage, supported and defended the church. As he was thus littering his complaints, in the name of the Holy Church, Golden Fleece, the Duke's herald of the order, entered with a pheasant finely roasted and adorned, and presented it to the Duke as an entremets, saying such a dish was appropriate to making vows. The Duke replied, that he was right, and in the presence of the whole company vowed to God the Father, God the Son, and God the Blessed Holy Ghost, 3 persons in one God, to the glorious Virgin Mary, Mother of God, and the whole court of paradise, that if the King of France would engage, during his absence, to maintain his estates in tranquillity, he would, himself, march his whole army into Turkey, and combat army with army, or personally, with the Grand Turk, until death, at the choice of the Turk. The company before they heard this vow had been all joy, but they now began to weep and groan. The pheasant was presented to each of the great lords present, who all made vows to the same effect, but under different conditions. To relate the whole would take up too much time, so I shall pass them over, and say, that the banquet was succeeded by dancings and mummeries, after which every one retired to his home. 150. Footnotes, 150. For further particulars of this banquet, I refer the reader to a note in the Travels of Bertrand de la Brocquière. Chap. Liii. Charles Count de Charolois, son to the Duke of Burgundy, is betrothed to his cousin German the Lady Isabella of Bourbon. The Duke goes into Germany, and soon after his return, the Count marries his cousin German. About 8 days after this banquet, and in the first week of March, in the same year, the Count de Charolois was betrothed, by order of his father the Duke of Burgundy, to his cousin German the Lady Isabella of Bourbon, daughter to the Duke of Bourbon, and the Duke sent to Rome for the dispensations necessary for their marriage. After this, he dismissed his household for 12 months, as he intended to remain so long in Germany. On the 15th of March, the Duke left Lille privately attended, and passed through Burgundy on his road to Germany, where he was to meet the Emperor Frederick and other princes of Germany, to learn whether they would join him in a war against the Turk, or suffer his army to pass through their territories without molestation or hindrance. He was grandly feasted by many of the German princes, but the Emperor, who loved ease more than exertion, and preferred peace to war, pretended to be ill, and sent word to the Duke that it would not be worth his while to proceed farther in the country, giving him hopes that at the end of 6 months he would meet him to conclude the business he was so urgent upon. The Duke was now forced to abandon his expedition, and he returned to his country of Burgundy, where he stayed some time. Chap. Liv. The King of France goes to his castle of Lusignan. The Earl of Shrewsbury takes Fronsac. The French besiege Chastillon. Lord Shrewsbury assembles a large force to raise the siege. He is there slain. In this same year of 1454, the King of France left Tours, and fixed his residence at the castle of Lusignan, and in the meantime, Lord Shrewsbury laid siege to the castle of Fronsac. The governor for King Charles was Joachim Rohault, who was forced to surrender to the English because the king's army was not ready, but the garrison marched away with arms and baggage. On the 2d of June, the king departed from Lusignan for Saint-Jean-d'Angely 151, and on the 7th, Chalais 152 was besieged by Sir John de Chabannes, Grand Master of the king's household, the Count de Penthièvre, the Lords de Saint-Sever and de Bouzac. On the 18th, it was won by storm by the above lords and their men, amounting to 400 or 500 lances, archers, and some Frank archers, although 153 combatants were there in garrison. From 60 to 80 were killed, and the rest retreated to a tower, wherein they held out for a time expecting to be relieved, but as no succour came, they surrendered to the king's pleasure. In consequence, they were all beheaded for having broken their oaths of allegiance. The Lord d'Anglades had indeed left Bordeaux for their relief, but when he heard what had passed, he returned back as speedily as he could. The French laid siege to Chatillon in Périgord, the 13th day of July. It is situated on the river Dordogne, and was occupied by the English. The Lords de Lahisy and de Jalognes, marshals of France, were ordered to conduct the siege, having with them many great barons, knights and esquires, and from 16 to 1800 men at arms and archers. In the above number are included the men at arms of the Count du Maine, under the command of Sir Pierre de Beauvau, Lord de la Bessière, those of the Count de Nevers, commanded by Sir Ferry de Grancy, those of the Count de Casters, son to the Lord de la Marche, under Sir Louis Dupuy, Sénéchal of La Marche, Guillaume de Lussac and Jean de Massignac, those of the Duke of Brittany having for chief his nephew the Count d'Estampes, but commanded by the Lord de la Honnaudet and the Lord de Montauban. Because the Count d'Estampes had remained with the king. The royal artillery, both small and great, was also sent thither, under the direction of Master John Bureau and his brother Jasper Bureau, master of the artillery. They had with them 700 laborers, to work the guns and bombards. The two brothers first ordered the park of artillery to be strongly surrounded with ditches, and made secure against the enemy, before they attended to the siege. The Earl of Shrewsbury, hearing of this, hastily set off from Bordeaux, with 800 or 1,000 horse, attended by his son Lord Lisle, the Lord Malins, and many others, the most valiant of the English captains, as well lords as knights and esquires, from the Bordelois and from England. He was followed by 4,000 or 6,000 English on foot. The Earl and his companions arrived at the siege on the 17th of July, about daybreak, and when the French saw him advancing, they retreated into the field wherein the artillery had been placed, and which had been fortified with ditches, but he fell in with some of the Frank archers, who had been unable to effect their retreat, and killed from 100 to 60 of them. The French made great exertions to retire within the enclosure, for the English were advancing fast on them, thinking that they were flying, having abandoned their siege. The Earl, in the meantime, as he was waiting for the infantry, had a pipe of wine set on its end, and drawn off to refresh his men. The French had now nearly all gained the park, and were forming in handsome order. The Kenwonners had also brought their guns to the ditches, and pointed them against the English. Those in Chatillon had found means to send information to Lord Shrewsbury at Bordeaux, that if he would hastily march to their relief, the French would fly. He was therefore exceedingly surprised, on his arrival, to see the manner in which the French had entrenched themselves, and how well they had posted their artillery. The commanders to oppose the English were the Lords Marshals, the Grand Master of the household, the Count de Penthièvre, the Sénéchal of Poitou, the Lord de Labussière, Sir John Bureau, and others having the conduct of the siege, besides several great lords who had taken the field against the king's enemies. Lord Shrewsbury and his companions advanced boldly to the barriers, thinking to force an entrance into the park, but he found there such valiant opposers, who seemed eager to display their courage, as astonished him, after the intelligence he had received from those in Chatillon. The Earl was mounted on a small hackney, and did not dismount on account of his age 154, but he ordered all others so to do. The English had 8 banners displayed, namely, that of the King of England, of St. George, of the Trinity, of the Earl of Shrewsbury, and others, with the standards of the nobility skillfully arranged. The attack commenced with great valor, and each party fought manfully, so that the business lasted a full hour, at the end of which, the men-at-arms of the Duke of Brittany, under the command of the Lords de Montauban and de la Honnaudet, were sent for to relieve the French who had been thus long engaged at the barriers. On their arrival, by the aid of God and their own prowess, the English were forced to turn their backs, and were beaten down, with all their banners, by these Bretons. The artillery played so well that the English were constrained to fly, but not without numbers being left dead on the spot. The hackney of Lord Shrewsbury was struck down by a culverin ball, and he was put to death by the French, as he lay under him 155. Among the slain were the Lord Lisle, Sir Hedwell Hall, Thomas Oregon, the Lord de Pingoulan, a Gascon knight, and 30 of the most valiant knights, as it was said, from England. Lord Malins was made prisoner. As the French were much fatigued, and on foot, they could not pursue the enemy, so that numbers of English and Gascons escaped, and about 800 or 1,000 retreated into Chatillon, among whom were the Count de Candle, son to the Captal de Bouc, the Lords de Montferrand, de Rosem, and d'Anglades. The Lord de L'Espar escaped also, who had been the principal author of this rebellion. Those who could not enter the town fled by land or water, but in regard to the last, they were mostly all drowned. The Count de Penthièvre, the bailiff of Touraine, and several French, having at length mounted their horses, pursued the runaways as far as the walls of Saint-Emilion 157, killing all they could overtake. When the French were recovered from their fatigues, they buried the dead, consisting of 400 or 500 on the side of the English. On the morrow, the French marshals ordered all their artillery to be brought to bear on the walls of Chatillon, to rejoice those within it, but when the townsmen saw these vast preparations, they began to humble themselves, and to lower the pride with which they were filled, by surrendering themselves to the king's will. They were estimated at 1,500 combatants, and the chief lords were constituted prisoners to the king. Footnotes: 151 Saint-Jean d'Angely, an ancient town in Saintonge, 38 leagues from Bordeaux. 152 Chalets in Saintonge near Saints. 153 8 score, probably 800. 154 His age. He was then 86 or 87 years old. 155 He fell gloriously, together with his gallant son the Lord Lisle, who, though entreated to escape by the dying hero, chose to share his father's fate rather than quit the field. 156. Andrew's History of Great Britain, AD 1453, 4, 5. 156 The herald of this glorious veteran sought out the body amongst the heaps of slain, wept over it, and embraced it with these pathetic words: "Alas! my lord, and is it you? I pray God pardon all your misdoings. I have been your officer of arms 40 years and more, it is time that I should surrender to you the ensigns of my office." Thus saying, with the tears gushing from his eyes, he threw his coat of arms over the corpse, thus performing one of the ancient rites of sepulture. Register de Workson, apud Onstis. 157 Saint-Emilion on the Dordogne, near Libourne, 6 leagues from Bordeaux. Chap LV. After the reduction of Chatillon, the French take St-Emilion and Libourne. The king joins his army before Bordeaux, in which were great numbers of English. That town surrenders on capitulation. After the surrender of Chatillon, the French commanders marched the army and artillery to Saint-Emilion, the garrison of which instantly submitted, as it was impossible to make any resistance, and were mercifully received. Thence the army advanced toward Libourne, which had not willingly turned to the English when Lord Shrewsbury first arrived at Bordeaux, but the French garrison, hearing of his coming, had fled. The townsmen were, therefore, forced to submit, and, on this account, they were admitted into favor with the king. At this time, the Count de Clermont, as lieutenant general for the King of France in Guienne and the Bordellois, kept his army on the other side of the Gironde. He had with him the Count de Foix, the Count d'Albret, the Lord d'Orval his son, Sir Thealda de Valpergue bailiff of Lyon, the Lord de Saint-Trailles master of the horse to the king, Sir Bernard de Béarn, the Viscount de Turin, the Lord de Lavedan, and many other captains, to the number of 800 lances and archers, who acted so prudently that the English forces in that country, and in Bordeaux, to the amount of 8,000 combatants, never offered them battle, nor prevented them making prisoners, or destroying convoys of provision and wine. On the 14th day of July, the Counts de Clermont, de Foix, and d'Albret, laid siege to the new castle in Médoc, and remained before it 14 days. The governor for the King of England was a knight of Gascony, called the Lord de Lisle, who, seeing the impracticability of defending it with success, surrendered it to these lords. The French army was thence marched to besiege Blanquefort 158, and the Count de Foix, with his brother the Viscount de Lautrec, separated from it to lay siege to Cadillac 159, while the Lord de Saint-Trailles went before Saint-Macaire 160, and reduced it to the king's obedience. The Lord d'Albret likewise left the siege of Blanquefort, and reduced the towns of Langon 161 and Villandres to obedience, so that 2 or 3 sieges were going on at the same time. To regarrison their conquests, these lords had with them about 1,000 lances, and a sufficiency of archers, comprehending the men of the Count d'Armagnac, under the command of an esquire called Elaine de Lang, Sénéchal of Rouergue. During the siege of Cadillac, the Count de Clermont never quitted that of Blanquefort until it had surrendered to him. On the 16th day of July, the king left the city of Angoulême, to join his army in the Bordellois. He was accompanied by the Counts of Angoulême, of Maine, of Nevers, of Estampes, of Casters, of Vendôme, and many other barons, knights and esquires, to the town of Libourne. His army was then before Fronsac, which was held by the English, who afterward surrendered it on capitulation of being allowed to go to England, and they marched out with only staves in their hands. The army then crossed the Dordogne, to subdue the country within the 2 rivers, and captured many towns from the English. The king advanced to Montferrand, and ordered a blockhouse to be erected against Lormont, near Bordeaux, by a part of his army, while another division was employed on the siege of the town and castle of Cadillac. On the other hand, the Counts de Clermont, de Foix, d'Albret, d'Orval, and the bailiff of Lyon, with others to the amount of 1,000 lances and archers, had posted themselves near to Bordeaux, on the side of the Moors, to destroy all the corn and provision, that those within Bordeaux might not reap any advantage or profit by them. On the 18th day of July, the king, in person, led his army against Cadillac, when it was taken by storm. The first who entered was an esquire named Godefroy de Saint Helen, bailiff of Chaumont in Bausigny, but the English retired into the castle, which was very strong. Notwithstanding the strength of the place, the English, alarmed at the great power and good order of the king's army, which consisted of 1,000 spears and a proportionate number of archers, were forced to submit. They surrendered themselves, in the month of October following, prisoners to the king, when their captain, called Gaillard, was beheaded. In the blockhouse before Lormond were posted the Lord de la Hesse, Marshal of France, with many other lords, knights, and captains, to the amount of 15 or 1600 spears, archers, and artillery, and near to it were anchored the king's fleet of victuallers from Brittany, Poitou, Spain, Holland, Zeeland, and Flanders, which remained in the river Gironde, until Bordeaux surrendered to the king. In like manner had victuallers been sent from England, and on their arrival the Lord Camus 162 had ordered their sails and stores to be landed and secured in the town, that they might not depart hospite in salutato, that is to say, without taking leave of their hosts. The English also constructed another blockhouse opposite to and higher than that of the French, although it profited them little, notwithstanding so many in the town were attached to the King of England, namely, the Lord Camus, the Lord Clinton, the Bastard of Somerset, the Lord de L'Esparre, the Lord de Rosem, and from 3 to 4,000 English, and as many or more Gascons, one half of whom were quartered in the town, and the other half in the blockhouse, to guard their fleet. Thus were these powers employed on the same duty in their separate blockhouses from the 1st day of August until the 17th of October, annoying each other by every possible means. Provision began at length to fail in Bordeaux, to the great alarm of the English, as was natural, and as they daily heard of towns in all directions submitting, by force of arms, to the king, they made offers of a surrender on a fair capitulation. The king consented, for 2 reasons: first, because he was ready to render good for evil; secondly, considering the mortality that was to be dreaded, if matters were pushed to extremities, he was glad to compound for the departure of the English on the following terms. The city of Bordeaux was to be yielded up to him, and the inhabitants were to remain his true and loyal subjects, they taking an oath never to rebel again, but to acknowledge the King of France as their true and legal lord. The English were to be allowed to transport themselves in their own vessels to England, or to Calais, as they should please. But because some of the lords of that country and city had maliciously and traitorously sought the alliance of England, and had gone thither for that purpose, contrary to their oaths and declarations made to the king in the preceding year, who, at a very great expense and loss of men, had conquered them, the king would reserve to himself the power of banishing from the country of Bordeaux 20 persons, according to his pleasure, such as had gone to England to seek the aid of the English, and particularly the Lord de Duras, the Lord de L'Esparre, and others. This capitulation was signed on the 17th day of October, in the year 1453. In truth, the king labored greatly in these matters, both in body and mind, for, after the aid of God, he was indebted for the peaceable recovery of this country to his own prudent conduct, and to the gracious manner with which he received those who returned to their obedience. He was also supported by his vassals and subjects with the same earnestness as if the recovery of his kingdom had personally concerned themselves. Sir Pierre de Beauvau, Lord de Labussière, died of his wounds 3 days after the taking of Chatillon, which was a great loss. Sir James de Chabannes, Grand Master of the household, was likewise slain there. He was much lamented, as he was a most valorous knight. The country being thus recovered, the king determined on going to Tours, after leaving, for its defence, the Count de Clermont his lieutenant general, Sir Thealda de Valpergue, and Sir John de Bureau, treasurer of France and mayor of the city of Bordeaux, with a sufficient force of men at arms, archers, and crossbows. This was become absolutely necessary by reason of their late treacherous conduct, for, according to a maxim of law, semel malus, semper presumitur malus. It was therefore expedient to keep a heavy hand on them, that they might be under greater subjection and prevented from rebelling again. Footnotes: 158 Blancfort, a town in Guyenne near Bordeaux. 159 Cadillac en Franzidois, 7 leagues from Bordeaux. 160 Saint-Macaire on the Garonne, 9 leagues from Bordeaux. 161 Langon, 1 league from Cadillac from Bordeaux. 162 Camus or Camus. See Dugdale. Chap LVI. The Grand Turk besieges Constantinople, and batters the city with heavy artillery. It is taken by storm. The cruelties committed there. A remedy proposed to resist the Turk. 163. On the 4th of April, after Easter, in this same year 1453, Morbicin 164, son of Orestes, great lords in Achaia, advanced near to Constantinople, and, on the 5th day of this month, besieged that city all round with 200,000 men, 60,000 of whom were archers, and from 30 to 40,000 cavalry. About a fourth part of them were armed with haubergeons and coats of mail, others after the French manner, some in the Bulgarian manner, and in different fashions. Many had helmets of iron, and others were armed with bows and crossbows. The greater part, however, of the 60,000 were without any other armor than targets and Turkish blades. The remaining 100 were composed of merchants, artisans, followers of the army, pillagers and destroyers of the country. There were very many bombards and culverins made use of at the siege, and one particularly large bombard, that shot stones 12 spans and 4 fingers in circumference, weighing 1,800 pounds. These bombards shot daily from 100 to 60 times, and this thundering lasted for 55 days, expending 1,000 weight of powder each day, which was necessary for the numerous culverins that were employed. The Turk had likewise a fleet of 16 or 18 galleys, and from 60 to 80 galiots, having each 18 or 20 oars, and from 16 to 20 small barks, called palendrons. 165, to transport horses in, and plenty of gun carriages. When the siege had been regularly formed, Sangambasa 166, principal minister to the Turk, and who had the greatest credit and authority with him, had transported over land, the distance of 2 or 3 miles, from 60 to 80 galleys, and other armed vessels, into the Mels Mondegaran 167, near to Pera, and between the two cities. The Turks could not by any other means enter the harbor of Constantinople, as the Bosphorus and the Straits of the Dardanelles were strongly guarded by the Christians, who were so posted that they could relieve each other when attacked. The commander of this expedition was a Turk called Albay Tangoth 168, who broke through 4 of the Genos ships. The Turk appointed another commander to surround the city by sea and land. Constantinople is a very strong city, of a triangular form, 20 miles in circuit on the land side, and 5 miles wide from the land boundary to the harbor and gulf. The walls on the land side are very strong and high, having barbicans and loopholes on the top, well fortified without by the ditches and ramparts. The principal walls are from 15 to 22 fathoms high, in some places 6, and in others 8 fathoms wide. The outworks are 20 fathoms high and 3 in thickness, and the ditches 10 deep. The city contained from 25 to 30,000 persons, and 6,000 combatants. In the harbor were 30 ships and 9 galleys, to defend the chain that had been thrown across it. Of this number were 2 armed vessels, and 3 merchant ships, from the Venetians, 3 belonging to the emperor and 1 to Sir John Justinian, a Genos in the pay of the emperor. Constantinople, although besieged by sea and land, and strongly battered by bombards and cannon, held out for 50 days, during which a captain of one of the galleys, in conjunction with others ordered on this service, attempted to set fire to the Turkish fleet, but the galley was sunk by a heavy stone from a bombard, and the others ran on the sharp stakes with which the Turks had fortified the van division of their fleet. On the land side, Sangambasa, king of the Albanians, had in his army many who had been accustomed to work in gold and silver mines, and he ordered them to open 14 mines under the walls of the city, to throw them down. As these mines were opened at a distance from the walls, the Christians countermined them, and at times stifled the Turks in their mine with smoke, or suffocated them with stinks. At other times they drowned them, by introducing water suddenly on them, or destroyed them by fighting hand to hand. Sangambasa constructed a high and strong tower of wood that overtopped the walls, and threw across an arm of the sea a bridge of boats 1,000 fathoms in length and 7 wide, for the army to cross, besides erecting other smaller towers that were both light and strong, and could be moved from one place to another when wanted. There were daily skirmishes, in which many were slain on each side, but for one that was killed in the town 100 were destroyed of the besiegers. At this siege were many Greek Christians, and others from different parts, who, although subjects to the Turk, are not constrained to renounce their religion, they therefore pray to and adore God at their pleasure. There were besides several captains and powerful Turks, who, out of spite to Sangambasa, as he oppressed them much, gave information to those in the town, by letters fastened to arrows and by all other possible means, of what was going forward in the camp. Among other things, the Christians were informed of the Grand Turk having held a council of his ministers and principal persons for 4 whole days, and that in this council a captain, called Columbasa 169, had advised the raising of the siege, saying to the Turk, "Thou hast done thy duty, thou hast already given many great battles to the Christians, and at each time numbers of thy people have fallen. Thou seest from the fortifications and defense of the city that it is impregnable, insomuch that the more thou sendest to attack it, so many more are left dead before it. Those who have mounted the walls have been repulsed or slain, and thy ancestors never had the power nor the inclination to advance so far as thou hast done, which ought to satisfy thy ambition, without wishing the total destruction of thy people." So much was said by others, in consequence of this harangue, that the Turk doubted within his own breast whether he should return, and erect 2 columns on the spot where he then was, to proclaim to the world that he had done more than any of his predecessors had ever undertaken, and to inform posterity that no Turk had ever before dared to approach so near to Constantinople. Sangambasa was of a contrary opinion, and thus addressed the Turk: "Thou hast shown thyself the strongest. Thou hast overthrown part of the walls, we will completely destroy the remainder. Only let us give one more determined attack, and, if we then fail of conquest, we will submit to act according to thy pleasure." He expressed himself with so much warmth and earnestness that the Turk consented to his proposal, and intelligence thereof was conveyed into the town, with exhortations to hold out with courage for a few days longer, and the siege would assuredly be raised. The Turk, being resolved to storm the city, ordered a solemn fast to take place 3 days before the time fixed on, in honor of the God of heaven, whom alone he adores. It was kept very strictly for the 3 days, none of the army eating anything during the daytime, but at night they feasted, and their camp and fleet were then illuminated with a multitude of torches, so that land and sea seemed on fire. They added loud music with drums and other instruments, for with trumpets they were ill provided. When the time arrived for the storming, both parties seemed determined on victory or death. The attack began very slowly in the evening, and the Turk had made the following arrangement of his forces: Sigil Ardi 170, Captain General of Turkey, was posted, with 20,000 men, at the gate of Puki, where was the heat of the battle. Sangambasa, with about a third of the army, was posted at the gate Saint Romain, about a mile distant from Puki. Ebigabeth, Governor-General of Greece, was placed on the side of Galagaria 171, near to the emperor's palace. The greater part of the mines were 2 miles distant from Saint-Romain. The renegade Albanian, Sangambasa, was posted on the other side of the canal near to Pera, with other renegade Christians, for, in these countries, many daily recant from their religion. At the commencement of the attack, the Christians defended themselves well, particularly at Saint-Romain, which was the weakest part of the walls, for lately good part had been damaged, and even thrown down. The heavy cannon and the culverins kept up so brisk a fire that breaches were made of many fathoms wide in several places, and the firing was so incessant that the sky could scarcely be seen for the thickness of the smoke. The besieged instantly repaired the breaches with old casks and bags of earth, and defended themselves as well as they could. At this spot was Sir John Justinian, who behaved with great courage. Indeed, the whole city placed their dependence on his abilities. As a last effort, the Grand Turk now advanced thither in person, with 2 banners and 10,000 chosen men for his guard, beside an infinity of Turks, with scaling ladders, movable wooden castles, and other engines. The attack was become very bloody, the ditches were filled, and the walls scaled. At this critical moment was Sir John Justinian wounded by a ball from a culverin, and carried off to be dressed, after he had resigned his command to 2 Genoese gentlemen. The Turks pursued their success, and the Christians, seeing themselves overpowered, and that Sir John Justinian had quitted his command, which they mistook for his having fled, abandoned the walls, and ran away. Thus did the Turks enter Constantinople, the 28th day of May, in the year aforesaid, putting all to the sword who made any resistance 172. No attack was made on Pera, for the greater part of the inhabitants were in Constantinople assisting in its defense. Those who had remained did not attempt to carry away any of their effects, but deliberated to send the keys of their town to the Turk, and offer him the city, in which were 6,000 men, and throw themselves on the mercy of God. A good many of both sexes, however, embarked on board a Genoese vessel to escape, and one ship laden with women was seized by the Turks. The Emperor of Constantinople died there. Some say that he was beheaded, others, that he was squeezed to death by the crowd as he was attempting to escape by one of the gates. Both may perchance be true, as he may have been pressed to death, and the Turks may have cut off his head afterwards. This was a melancholy event for the Christians, for after the Turks had gained peaceable possession of the city, they entered the churches, more especially the Cathedral of Saint Sophia, which is a very large and magnificent building, and finding it full of ladies, damsels, and others of high rank, they ravished them all without any distinction, and in contempt of God our Creator and of the Catholic faith. The Turk even violated the Empress in this church, made her his concubine, and carried her with him when he departed from the city. His troops indulged themselves with impunity in every luxury and detestable vice. The large galleys of the Venetians, and from Trebisond, waited until the middle of the ensuing day to save some of the Christians, and about 400 embarked on board. In the number was Jacques Totaldi 173, who had been on guard at a part of the wall distant from where the Turks had entered. Perceiving that all was lost, he made for the shore, and by swimming saved himself on board one of these galleys. Had the Venetian fleet, under the command of John Larendour 174, arrived the preceding day with his troops, most assuredly the city would have been relieved, for it consisted of 9 galleys and 20 other vessels. It arrived the day after the conquest at Negropont. It has been estimated, that the plunder the Turks made in Constantinople amounted to 4,000 millions of ducats. The loss of the Venetians alone was said to be 50,000 ducats. The Genoese saved on board their galleys 20,000, the Florentines lost 20,000, the merchants of Ancona 15,000. From conversations with different Turks, we have heard that the Grand Turk, when only 23 or 24 years old, was more cruel than Nero, and delighted in shedding blood. He was bold and ambitious, and more ardent to conquer the world than Alexander or Caesar. It is alleged that he possesses larger territories, and greater power, than any other monarch whatever. He has different histories read out to him and demands the reason why such and such things have been done. He holds it an easy matter to throw a bridge from Megara 175 to Venice, for a passage to march his army thither. He inquires where Rome is situated, and after the Duke of Milan, of his valiant deeds, and other affairs. He can talk of nothing but war, and declares that he will make Constantinople his seat of empire, for that he is able and desirous to establish a large navy. He imagines that there is not a prince on earth but will bring him the keys of his towns before he calls for them, considering that he has taken by storm Constantinople, the strongest city in Europe, and so powerful that it was thought no army, however great, could accomplish it, and that he and his troops are bold in arms, holding their lives of no value to gain an object. It is supposed that the Turk will not this summer attempt any other warlike enterprise, but attend to his new settlement in Constantinople, unless some places he may wish for should surrender quietly. His soldiers want to return to their homes to enjoy and repose themselves, but he keeps them strictly to good discipline, that he may be prepared to resist any attacks that shall be made upon him. However, if the Christians would firmly unite, and act promptly, they would drive him out of Europe, never to return again. This would be the plan I would offer for so desirable an object. First, an universal peace must be established in Christendom, then the Venetians, the Duke of Milan, the Florentines, and the other princes of Italy, should raise an army of 20,000 horse, well appointed, and under able captains, who should lead them to Pera, through Albania, as far as the possessions of the Christians, where they should halt in a country well supplied with all kinds of provision. They will be there secure, and instantly joined by the Albanians, Sciavonians, and other Christian nations, who will unite in the defense of the Catholic faith. In addition to this army, another should be formed at sea by the King of Aragon, the Venetians, the Genoese, the Florentines, and other maritime nations, whose fleets will be fully sufficient to conquer that of the Turk if it be not greatly increased to what it is at present. This fleet should sail for the port of Negropont, and take Sagripoque 176, and other places. From the Turk, it should likewise blockade the passage of the Dardanelles, and prevent any intercourse between Turkey and Greece. The Emperor of Hungary, the Bohemians, the Poles, the Wallachians, and other nations in that quarter, should raise an army under the command of John Waywoda 177, who is much feared by the Turks, and enter Turkey by Adrianople, and all these armies should so manage that their invasions take place at the same time, and that good intelligence reign among them that the success may not be doubtful. The Turk, with all his efforts, cannot raise a greater army than 200,000 men, including bad and good, and it must be added, that among the number are many Christians, and others of his subjects, that follow him unwillingly, who on the approach of a sufficient army of Christians will desert and join them. The Turks, by nature and custom, will not wait to be besieged, but continually keep the field, which will the more easily encourage desertions. The Christians from Russia must join this division of the united forces. The Caramanian, who is a great prince, and a bitter enemy to the Turks, should he be informed of this intended warfare against the Turk, he will harass him much, and, with some inducements, may probably become a Christian. In Greece, there will not be a common peasant but will exert himself to bring provisions to the Christian army. On the other hand, the Turks will be straitened for provision, as their resources from Greece will be cut off by sea, and it may be supposed that the Greeks will be anxious to recover their lands by the sword, and the moment that the two armies shall approach Turkey, the whole of the unbelievers' army must be nearly famished and defeated. Should the Christians, however, delay their exertions, and allow the Turk time to strengthen himself by sea and land, there can be no doubt but that he will cause great damage to the Christians, which God forbid. In the Venetian galley, 8 citizens of Venice returned, who had been settled at Constantinople, but 38 gentlemen and 40 others remained behind. May God speedily assist them in their deliverance. Footnotes: 163 M. Ducange says, that this chapter must be compared with France's. This chapter, containing the hearsay account of transactions which took place at a considerable distance from the kingdom of France, abounds, as it might be expected, with errors, the correction of which, as they occur, would be a task equally laborious and unprofitable. Whoever wishes to make himself acquainted with the details of the siege and capture of Constantinople by Muhammad II, may peruse the 68th chapter of Gibbon's History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. 164 Morbison. Muhammad II. Son to Amurath or Morid II. 165 Palendrons Palendrica Flatboat Ducange's Glossary. 166 Sangambasa. Q 167 Mels Mundigaran. Q. The Sea of Marmora. 168 Albi Tangoth. Q 169 Columbasa. Q 170 Sigil Ardi. Q 171 Galagaria. Q Galata. 172 Constantinople had long been aimed at by the Turkish power, but the diversions formed by Huniades and George Cast riot had retarded an event, which the effeminacy and profligacy of both rulers and people had rendered inevitable. Constantine Dracosis, the last emperor, merited a better fate, if there could be a better, than dying for his country. When he found Mohammed determined to besiege his city, he raised what force he could, which amounted to no more than 3,000 or 4,000 men, nor could the imperial treasury afford to continue in its pay a celebrated German engineer, who, on his stipend being lessened, went in disgust to the Turks, and cast those immense pieces of cannon which are still the wonder of the Dardanelles. To Giustiniani, a Genos, who, with 500 men, came to defend the city, Constantine gave the chief command, promising to make him Prince of Lemnos if he drove off the Turks. Meanwhile the citizens sat like idiots, determined to suffer the extremities of war, and expose their wives and children to violation and slaughter, rather than support an emperor who they knew wished to unite the Greek with the Latin Church. Mohammed had 400,000 men in arms around the city, but though his fleet was large, he could not approach the walls by the harbor, and had even been witness to the success of 5 ships from Genoa, who had forced their way through his numerous navy. To remedy this, he contrived by engines, and an immense strength of hands, to draw a vast detachment of galleys over a peninsula into the harbor, and then the blockade was complete. The Kenwaners, too, of the Turks were instructed by an Hungarian ambassador, moved by a foolish prophecy that Christendom would never thrive until Constantinople was taken, how to do the most damage to the old and ruinous fortifications of the devoted city. When all was ready for an assault, Mohammed sent to offer lives, liberty, and goods, to the emperor and people, with settlements in Greece, if they would give up the place, but in vain. The Turks were at first gallantly repulsed, Constantine defending the breach, and Giustiniani bravely seconding his efforts, unhappily the latter being seized with a panic, on receiving a slight wound, and quitting his post. The Italians, who were the strength of the besieged, followed, and the enemy burst in with hardly any opposition. The wretched emperor saw that all was lost and was only heard to say, "Alas! Is no Christian here to strike off my head? A Turk performed that office, and Mohammed with his army rushing in, every bar to slaughter, rapine, and violence, gave way. Meanwhile numbers of the Greeks stood calmly around the church of Santa Sophia, while others coolly employed themselves in a solemn procession, deluded by a fanatic, who had foretold, that as soon as the infidels should force their way to a certain part of Europe, and enriched every province, but particularly Italy, with their science. The whimsically superstitious are fond of a silly remark, that as the Western Empire began and ended with an Augustus, so did that of the East begin and end with a Constantine, but a much more useful speculation from the dreadful fate of this metropolis, and still more from that of Rome in 1527, presents itself to the rich and indolent citizen, viz. That opulence, far from securing its owners, only holds out a bait to the destroyer, and that no wealthy city should think itself secure without union, good government, and military exertions, among its inhabitants. Andrew's History of Great Britain. 173 Totaldi. Q 174 John La Rendure. Q Jacopo Loredan? He sailed from Venice with only 5 galleys, and was to take up 5 more in the ports of Dalmatia and Candia. Storia della Repubblica di Venezia Lagir Tom. 7p 63. 175 Megara. This must be a mistake, indeed, the whole chapter is exceedingly confused. 176 Sagripoke. Q 177 John Waywoda. Q. Chap Lvii. The Turk sends letters to the Pope, who, in consequence, wishes to form a croisade against him. Le Blanc 178, Knight Marcel of Hungary, defeats the Turks near the port of Sambrin 179. The Grand Turk, moved by presumption at his unexpected success and prosperity, and through his great pride, sent 2 letters to Pope Nicholas, of similar contents, the one in Latin, the other in French. The tenor of the last was as follows: Morbicin, Lord of Achaia, son to Orestes, with his brothers to the High Priest of Rome, health, according to his deserts. Whereas it has lately come to our ears that, at the request and prayers of the people of Venice, you have publicly preached in your churches, that whoever shall take up arms against us shall receive in this life a remission of his sins, with the promise of life eternal hereafter. This we did not hear of until the arrival of some pilgrims, who have crossed the sea in Venetian vessels, and it has caused in us the utmost astonishment. Although you may perhaps have received powers from the God of thunders to absolve and release souls, so much the more prudently and discreetly should you exercise this power, nor by such means induce the Christians to act hostilely against us, and more especially the Italians, for we have lately had information that our fathers have declared the Turkish nation was innocent of the death of your Christ crucified, and that they neither possess nor have any knowledge of those places which are by you held sacred, and that we have always had the Jewish nation in hatred, who, from what we have read in histories and chronicles, did most treacherously betray and deliver up the Christ to the Roman judge in Jerusalem, to suffer death on the cross. We marvel, therefore, and grieve, that the Italians should be our enemies, for we are naturally inclined to be attached to them, as being, like to ourselves, of the issue of the Trojan race, and of ancient birth. We are sprung from the same blood, and regularly descended from King Priam and his line, and it is our intention to advance with our armies to those parts of Europe that have been promised to us by the gods of our forefathers. We have also the intention of restoring Troy the Great, and to avenge the blood of Hector and the Queen Ixion 180, by subjecting to our government the empire of Greece and punishing the descendants of the transgressors. We also intend subjugating the island of Crete, and the others in that sea, of which the Venetians have robbed us by violence. We require, therefore, that you act with more discretion, and that you impose silence on your preachers in Italy, that they may no longer comply with the requests before mentioned of these Venetians, and provoke the Christians to wage war against us, as we have no cause of warfare against them from any difference in our creeds. It is of no importance that we do not put our whole faith in your Christ, since we allow him to have been a very great prophet, and as we do not follow his law, we are not to be compelled to believe in him. If any dispute has arisen between us and the Venetians, it is without color of justice, or of authority from Caesar or from any other prince. Through their pride and ambition, they have possessed themselves of many islands and other places that formed part of our government, which usurpations we cannot and will not longer suffer, for the time of repossession is near at hand. For these and other reasons you ought therefore to be silent, and desist from your enterprises, especially as we know the Venetians to be a distinct people, in their manners and laws, from the Romans, although they think themselves superior to all the world, but, by the aid of our great God Jupiter, we will bring their pride and insolence to an end. Should you not prudently desist from your intentions, we shall march our whole force against you, aided by the numberless kings of the East, who seem now to be slumbering, and we will bring an irresistible force by sea and land, not only against you and your walking pilgrims bearing the cross, but also against Germany and France, should you excite them to war upon us. With the aid of Neptune, god of the sea, we intend to cross the Hellespont, into Dalmatia, with numberless armies, and to visit the northern regions as far as Thrace. Given at our triumphal palace in June, in the 840th year of Mohammed, sealed and enregistered. About this time, the Chevalier Le Blanc, who was not of a noble family, but originally a smith in Hungary, before he commenced captain in the wars under the King of Hungary, took the field to combat the Turks, having with him from 20 to 24,000 combatants, and had gained the port of Sambrin, where were full 80,000 Turks. They had waited at this port 15 days, to see if any reinforcements would arrive, which coming to the knowledge of the night, he departed from Morchin 181, and came up with the Turks 2 hours before daybreak, and attacked them with such courage that 24,000 were slain, the rest fled to their shipping and escaped, for the Hungarians had no vessels to pursue them. The Turks, however, fought valiantly, and the knight with many of his companions were wounded. He returned back with 50 Turks his prisoners, 6 of whom he sent to Pope Nicholas, 6 to the King of France, and 6 to the Duke of Burgundy. In the number was the first cousin of the Grand Turk. Footnotes: 178 QLE Blanc, 179 QLE Port de Sambrin, 180 Hecuba, 181 Morchin. Q. Chapelet Iene. Judgment given against Jacques Coeur and the damsel of Morton. Master William Edelin, Doctor of Divinity, is publicly reprimanded at Evreux. On the 29th of May, in the year 1453, judgment was pronounced by the Chancellor of France, in the presence of the King, against Jacques Coeur, for the crimes he had been charged with, and for which he had been imprisoned. In consequence of the charges made out against him, he was condemned to death and confiscation of effects, but as the king inclined to mercy, and would rather sinners should repent than die, out of his especial grace, he remitted the first part of the sentence, on condition that he redeemed, at any price, the Christian whom he had restored to the Saracens, or if that could not be done, then he was to redeem some other Christian slave from their power. In regard to the money which he had unjustly wrung from the king's subjects, to the amount of incalculable sums, he was adjudged to repay 100,000 crowns, and for the many and various offences that he had committed against the king, he was sentenced to pay a fine of 400,000 crowns, and the overplus of his effects, wheresoever they might be placed, was confiscated to the crown. He was also deprived of his offices, both public and private, and declared incapable of ever again holding them, and was likewise banished France. He was also adjudged to make amend Honorable 182 to the king, in the person of his attorney, bareheaded and ungirdled, having a lighted link of 10 pounds weight in his hands, and he was to declare, that he had falsely and disloyally restored the Christian to the Saracens, and supplied them with arms and ammunition, requesting pardon from God, from the king, and from justice. It was also declared, that the bonds of the Lords de Lafayette and de Cadillac were void, and of none effect, and that neither Jacques Coeur nor any of his heirs should receive any advantage from them, as they were now annulled. When the Chancellor had passed this sentence, he added, by command of the king, that his Majesty reserved to himself the ultimate decision of the banishment and other graces. In regard to the damsel of Morton, although her body and effects had been condemned, yet in consideration of the great services which her ancestors and husband had rendered the king, his Majesty remits the capital part of the sentence, and restores to her the effects that had been confiscated, but she is strictly forbidden, on pain of suffering the above penalties, to approach, within 2 leagues, the persons of the king or queen, and is likewise condemned to make amend honorable to the king, by proxy in her attorney, who is to declare that she had falsely and wickedly accused Jacques Coeur, Jacques Collon, and Martin Prendeuse, and to ask pardon for the same of God, the king, and justice. She was condemned to pay to the said Martin the sum of 400 livres of the current coin, and to the wife and 2 daughters of Jacques Collon, 100 livres each, amounting to 300 livres more. On the Sunday preceding Christmas Day in this year, Master Guillaume Edelin, Doctor of Divinity, Prior of Saint-Germain-en-Laye, formerly a monk of the Order of Saint Augustine, and of other orders, was publicly reprimanded on a scaffold in the city of Évreux, and condemned to perpetual imprisonment in the prisons of the bishopric, for having given himself up to the temptations and power of the enemy of mankind, that he might accomplish his carnal desires. He was particularly charged with cohabiting with a lady of birth, and, to accomplish this, had bound himself in such servitude to Satan that he was obliged to attend him whenever called upon by him. When such meetings were appointed, he had only to best ride a broom, and was instantly transported to their consistorial meeting. Master Guillaume frankly confessed that he had done homage to the enemy, under the form of a sheep, by kissing his posteriors, and that he had persevered for many years in this damnable debasement, and had been aided by the enemy whenever he required it of him, until the time of his arrest, when, having been duly convicted by the law, he was detained prisoner, and the power of the enemy was without effect. He therefore remained, according to his sentence, closely confined in a dungeon, fed on bread and water. The Inquisitor of the Faith frequently remonstrated with him on the degeneracy of his conduct from what it was formerly, when he went about preaching so well to the people the faith of Jesus Christ. During the reprimands of the Inquisitor, the prisoner was placed on a scaffold, in the presence of great crowds of people. At the end of these remonstrances, Master Guillaume, knowing how infamously he had relinquished our Creator and Redeemer, began to groan and repent aloud of his sins, asking mercy of God, the bishop, and justice, and recommending himself to the prayers of the audience. He was then chained, and conducted to his dungeon to do penance for the horrible sins he had committed. Footnotes: 182 Amend honorable. A most ignominious punishment inflicted on great offenders, who were led through the streets barefooted and bareheaded, with a burning link in their hands, unto the seat of justice, or some public place, and there to confess their offences, and ask forgiveness of the party they had wronged. Cotgrave. A.D. 1454. Chaplix. The King of France sends an embassy to the King of Spain. He builds 2 castles at Bordeaux to keep the inhabitants in subjection. The Duke of York imprisons the Dukes of Somerset and Gloucester. Other events. In the year 1454, the Reverend Father in God Master John Bernard, Archbishop of Tours, and Sir Gillet d'Estaing, Knight, Sénéchal of Rouergue, set out on an embassy from the King of France to the King of Castile, to confirm the alliances between France and Spain. In this same year, the King of France sent a large body of men-at-arms and Frank archers to Bordeaux, with orders to erect 2 castles to keep that people under better subjection. One was placed on the bank of the river, and the other at the opposite end of the town toward Béarn. The Count de Clermont, the Lord de Saint-Trailles bailiff of Lyon, the governor of La Rochelle, Sir John Bureau mayor of Bordeaux, and Sir Guichard le Boursier, were appointed to superintend the erection of these castles. They exerted great diligence to complete them, and they were so strong that they were thought impregnable, so that the inhabitants were kept in more subjection than they had ever before been. At this time, the Duke of York seized the government of England, and imprisoned the Dukes of Somerset and Gloucester 183, the first in the Tower of London, and Gloucester in Pomfret Castle. In this year also, the Count de Charolois, son to the Duke of Burgundy, married the daughter of Duke Charles of Bourbon. The King of Spain deceased, at the age of 50 years. It was a pity, for he was a good, wise, and handsome prince. In this same year died Pope Nicholas, who was but in his prime 184, and it was found, when the physicians opened his body, that he had been poisoned. Pope Calixtus was chosen in his stead 185. The King of England called a meeting of some of his lords in the month of February, and remonstrated with them on the imprisonment of the Dukes of Somerset and Gloucester, his relatives, and wished that, if they were not too heavily charged with high treason, they might be released. They consented to this, and the Mayor of London even said, that he would instantly deliver them from prison, on receiving good security for their reappearance. Soon after, these lords appeared before the Tower in great force, and took therefrom the Duke of Somerset, who soon after gained the complete government of the king. The Duke of York, seeing this, and dreading the effects of Somerset's anger, left the court as secretly as he could, and retired into his duchy. About this time, the Lord de l'Esparre was arrested, for having, contrary to his oath, gone to England, and induced King Henry to send over troops to reconquer the Bordellois. Although his treason had been manifest, nevertheless the king, at the last capture of Bordeaux, being always full of mercy, had pardoned him, on condition of his being banished Guyenne and the Bordellois. However, by the instigation of the devil in hell, he had attempted, under color of a passport, to restore those countries to the English, as a more false and wicked traitor than before. But as the Scripture says, that everything wicked, however secretly done, is at length discovered and punished, so this came to the king's knowledge, and, as I have said, he was arrested and carried prisoner to Poitiers, where, on being tortured, he confessed his guilt, and was judicially condemned. He was then delivered to the executioner, who smote off his head and quartered his body, which was hung up at different places, as is usual in such cases, to serve for an example to all others. Footnotes 183. There must be a mistake here. The Duke of York did imprison Somerset, but Gloucester was a Yorkist. 184. Pope Nicholas was said to have died of grief for the capture of Constantinople. He had reigned 8 years 19 days. 185. Alfonso Borgia, Cardinal Bishop of Valencia in Spain, his native country. He took the title of Calixtus III. Chap. LX. The marriage of the Count de Charolois with the Lady Isabella of Bourbon, the Duke of Burgundy, returns from Germany, and is most honorably received in the towns of Lille and Arras. On the last day of October, in this same year, and when the Duke of Burgundy was returned from Germany, his son, the Count de Charolois, espoused, in the town of Lille, his cousin german the Lady Isabella of Bourbon, by dispensations from the Holy Church, on account of their nearness of kindred. The Duke, being in Burgundy, was not present at the wedding, but the Duchess was. The marriage was so sudden that many said the Count knew nothing of it until the preceding day. His father would have it so, and strictly ordered him to comply, which he did like a good and obedient son. Some said, that it was against his conscience to marry so near a relative, but others, that he would rather have married the daughter of the Duke of York, and, by this alliance with England, have some claim to that crown. Whatever truth may be in these reports, he married to please his father, and behaved to his cousin in so honorable a manner that no married couple could behave better, and it was currently said, that after his marriage, he knew not any other woman. During the absence of his father in Germany, he had the regency of his states, and governed them with equity. He was only too prompt to believe the first reports that were made to him, which is a misfortune generally attached to great lords. About the middle of February, the noble Duke of Burgundy came to Lille, where he was received by his subjects with every honor. On the 24th of the same month, he went to Arras, where he was likewise honorably and joyfully received, for he had been long absent, and God had now permitted him to return from Germany in good health, and without any hindrance. Chap Alexi. The Duke of Burgundy lays heavy taxes on his estates, to defray his expedition against the Turks. 5 days after the arrival of the Duke in Arras, and when the feasts of his coming were over, he assembled the 3 estates of Artois, and declared to them the vow he had made of undertaking a war against the Turks, and of marching thither in person with his whole force, provided the king his lord would promise to keep and guard for him his estates during his absence. To accomplish this vow, he said, that it would be necessary for him to call for the aid of his good vassals and subjects, and he required that they would grant him supplies, amounting, in the whole, to the sum of 56,000 francs, royal money. The 3 estates, having consulted together, agreed to grant him 3 aids, instead of 4, which he had demanded, amounting to 42,000 francs, but on condition, that if this expedition was not undertaken, they should not be paid. The good Duke replied, that in truth, if the expedition failed, he should not want anything. The Duke then visited Flanders, Hainault, and Brabant, where he made similar requests, and those countries granted him very great supplies to carry on the war against the infidels. A.D. 1455. Chap Lxii. The Bishop of Utrecht dies. The Duke of Burgundy goes to Holland to procure the election to the bishopric for his bastard son David, then Bishop of Therouanne. In the year 1455, died the Bishop of Utrecht, which is in Holland, bordering on Germany. Duke Philip of Burgundy had for a long time thought of obtaining this bishopric for his bastard son David, then Bishop of Therouanne, and had even during the lifetime of the late bishop solicited the canons to elect this his son on the first vacancy. They, however, paid no attention to his solicitations, but elected the provost of their church, brother to the Lord de Brederode, a great baron in Holland, and a relative to Duke Philip. The Duke was much dissatisfied at this conduct, and sent to Rome, and managed so well with the Pope that he gave this bishopric to his bastard son. He had even promised him the succession before the death of the last bishop. The Duke went, therefore, to the Hague in Holland, where he endeavored, but in vain, to gain over to his interest the chapter of Utrecht by every kind means, that they might receive his son for their bishop, and for this purpose he remained in Holland from the feast of Saint Remy 186, in the year 1455, until Saint John Baptist's day in the ensuing year. Footnotes: 186 Saint Remy. This feast is on the first day of October, and Saint John's the June 24th. Chapels the 8th. The Count de Clermont, the Lord de Lahissie Marshal of France, and other captains, arrest the Count d'Armagnac, and deliver him up to the king. They put the Archbishop of Auch in possession of his archbishopric. Other events. In the month of May of this year, the King of France sent the Count de Clermont, the Lord de Lahissie Marshal of France, and other captains, into the county of Armagnac, and likewise the Count de Damerdon, the bailiff of Évreux, and several others, against the Count d'Armagnac, into Rouergue, because he had refused to put the Archbishop of Auch in possession of his archbishopric, to which he had been duly elected, and had received his bulls from the Pope. The Count had wished, contrary to all right, to place therein one called de Elestin, and had given him admittance into the city, and possession of the archbishopric, contrary to the will and orders of the king. The king, much angered at de Elestin having been installed by the Count by force, ordered his men at arms to besiege his city of Lectoure 187, whither the before named captains had marched, as well as into other parts of his possessions in Armagnac and Rouergue. Thus did the Count lose all his territories for his rebellion against the king, for, as the scripture saith, it is hard to kick against the pricks. When this was done, these captains returned to the king according to his orders. In this same year, King Henry of England, by the advice of the Duke of Somerset, summoned a parliament of his great lords, to consider the present state of affairs. For this purpose, very many came to London, and the Duke of York thought it would be advisable for him to make his appearance also, and in fact he set out, accompanied by about 1,000 armed retainers. He was, however, joined on his road by 4,000 or 5,000 more, of which the king and the Duke of Somerset were ignorant, they having knowledge of the Duke being attended by only 1,000 men. The king and the Duke of Somerset held a council with the Earl of Northumberland, and other lords, and determined to collect as large a force as they could in and about London, and march out to meet the Duke of York, in the expectation of defeating him, as they were astonished he should come in arms to attend the Parliament. The two armies soon met, and instantly came to blows, when numbers were slain but victory remained with the Duke of York. Among the slain were the Duke of Somerset, the Earl of Northumberland, and many other lords, and from 400 to 500 common men. The king was wounded by an arrow in the neck, and was for some time in great danger. The Duke of York made many prisoners, nobles, and others, whom he led to London with the king, where some were set at liberty, and others punished according to their deserts. The late government was entirely overthrown, and the whole power remained with the Duke of York as regent of the king and kingdom. At this time, the Count d'Armagnac, having lost all his possessions, retired into the kingdoms of Navarre and Aragon. Footnotes: 187 Lectoure, a city in Armagnac, of which Auch is the capital, 10 leagues from Auch. AD 1456. Chapelle xiv. The King of France is discontented with the Dauphin, for going to the Duke of Burgundy without his consent. Pope Calixtus makes regulations respecting the croisade against the Turks. In the year 1456, the King of France, learning that his eldest son had left Dauphiny, and gone to the territories of the Duke of Burgundy to consult with him, was very much displeased that he should have done this without previously informing him thereof. And because he doubted his being led away by bad advice, and acting imprudently, he determined to take possession of Dauphiny, to avoid the inconveniences that might ensue, and also to reduce him to that obedience a son owes a father. In consequence, he marched a powerful army into Dauphiny, and took full possession of all its rents and revenues, together with the castles and strongholds, to prevent his son from receiving any advantages from them, and to induce him the more speedily to return. The king sent also men at arms to guard the passages at Pontoise, Compiègne, in Brie, and other parts, and forbade the great towns to admit the Dauphin or any of his partisans, unless they should be forced thereto. He did all this, from his opinion how headstrong and obstinate the Dauphin was, as a convincing proof of which, when he left the king, he had asked leave to be absent only 4 months, and had remained nearly 10 years, to the great vexation of his father. About this time, Pope Calixtus III made certain regulations respecting a croisade, and issued indulgences to all who should carry into execution the contents of the bulls that had been published by him, and had been promulgated by different preachers throughout Christendom. Certain proposals were now sent by the Duke of Burgundy to the King of France respecting the Dauphin, and were laid before him by the Duke's ambassadors. In this season, the Hungarians made a great destruction of the infidels in Hungary, by the counsel of Sir John Capistrian 188, an ancient disciple of Saint Bernard, in conjunction with the aid of a wise and valiant knight called Sir Guillaume Blanc 189. By their means, the Turks, who were very numerous in Belgrade, were driven out of that city, and more than 15,000 were slain, indeed, none escaped being put to death. On the morrow, great armies of Turks advanced, and were valiantly fought with by the Christians, who again gained the victory, and slew 100,000 Turks between sunrise and sunset. The Soldan of Persia 190, commander-in-chief of the Turks, was there in person, and seeing the discomfiture of his army, he fled with a few of his men to a city called Boib 191, and thence into Greece. The Chevalier Blanc pursued him, and won the city of Boib, putting to death 2,000 Turks, and by the aid of God, following up their success, the Christians won very many towns and strong castles, namely, the city of Bastilians, Ulgaria, Fastigia, Emira, and a very handsome town called Angasta 192, in the latter, 15,000 Turks were destroyed. The Christians lost, at this last attack, 5,000 men, whom may God receive in paradise. Quia dignus operarius merced sua. The Christians afterwards gained St. Vincent 193, and the town and castle of Valence 194, and as they proceeded, the inhabitants were converted to the Christian faith. They continued successful, and won the town and castle of Flagus and Gonaldlo, and Porus, Stavanger, and Chastuan 195, where 4,000 Turks were put to death, with the loss of 100 Christians, whose souls may God pardon. The Christians now entered Greece with a large army, and conquered a great city called Glochus 196, where they slew 10,000 infidels. They then left behind them all walled towns, and advanced to the province of Kuldi 197, which is near to Constantinople, having gained possession of the greater part of the lands in Greece, and to the westward of it, and also of the cities of Lathyrus and Glamis 198, with many other castles and towns. The Turks that had been slain in these different battles were estimated at 200,000, with the loss of 80 cities and walled towns, 400 castles, great and small. These victories have been thus detailed for insertion in the chronicles of the times, and asserted for truth on the holy evangelists, on the oath of their priesthood, by the following venerable persons, namely, Sir John Valet, priest, Sir Patrick Turnale, priest also, and Andrew Valet, a layman, all three inhabiting the diocese of Umblanum in Dacia. The Chevalier Blanc was grievously wounded by a lance in the last battle, so that he was constrained to retire into the city of Angasta, where he died. God have mercy on his soul, he being well deserving thereof. In like manner was the Turk severely wounded, and forced to withdraw to Constantinople, where he remained for a long time very ill. These three persons having been interrogated by the chronicler of France on their oaths, how they knew what they had told to be true, deposed, that they had been personally present in arms at all these battles and sieges, and had fought at them, and, in consideration of the very great perils they had escaped from, had vowed to make pilgrimages to the shrine of Saint Denis, and to other places, which they intended to fulfill before they returned to their own country. They appeared to be well affected to the Christian faith. They said, that the Turk, when recovered, left Constantinople for Asia. On Saturday, the 4th day of December in this year, and about 3 hours before day, such an earthquake happened at Naples, in Puglia and Calabria, as the oldest persons did not remember to have seen, from which great and numberless evils ensued, a few of which shall be mentioned. In the first place, the small city of Ariano 199, in the kingdom of Naples, was so completely destroyed that 8,000 persons perished. Another city called Padula 200 was destroyed, with its 3,000 inhabitants, for not one escaped. Item, another town, called Bouchet 201, was overwhelmed, and no one who had not seen these places before this unfortunate event would have supposed they could have existed, so thoroughly changed was the whole face of the country. One half of the town of Troia 202 was thrown down, and many people perished. The greater part of the castle of Canossa 203 fell, with some of the town. The cities of Ascoli 204 and Santa Agatha 205 shared the same fate, as did the castle of Arpi 206 and several others. In the country of Molise 207, the cities of Campo Basso 208, Laurentino 209, the castle of St. Julian 210, Macona 211, the castles of St. Lou 212, Costini 213, and La Rip 214, were swallowed up by the earthquake, and many lands near to Altavilla 215, when upwards of 28,000 persons perished. The city of Naples suffered some damage, but more in the churches than in the other buildings. The earthquake lasted for 3 days, and in some places more, namely, from the 4th of the month until the 7th inclusive, when, as reported by men of truth, more than 100,000 persons of both sexes were destroyed. This earthquake ruined in one night the castles of Sanguin 216, Prisol 217, and La Roche Capo 218, where neither walls nor houses were left standing. One half of the city of Sermone 219 and the castle of Oliveto 220 were destroyed, in which last 500 persons were killed, and in the castle of Paisalo 221 600. In like manner, when the castle of Thoco 222 was overthrown, its lord and all within perished. This accident ruined also part of the port of Ancona, and such damages were done to the buildings of Capua 223, Aversa 224, and Benevento 225, and to the castle of Luzano 226, as would have been incredible but to those who saw it. The account of this unfortunate disaster was sent in writing to the Marquis of Ferrara by his brother Hercules 227, then in the kingdom of Naples with the king of Aragon, and written at Rugia 228, the 7th day of December, in the year 1456. On the first day of this same year, while the king of France was at Saint Prior, near to Lyon, Otho Castellan, a Florentine and treasurer of the king's household, was arrested on the bridge at Lyon by the provost of the palace, from informations the king had received that the said Otho had formed certain devices prejudicial to his personal safety. He had made certain images that, by diabolical arts, would assure him the government of the king, and cause him to do whatever the said Otho should please. Guillaume Gouffier was his accomplice, and was long detained in prison to obtain from him the truth of these charges. Otho was carried prisoner before the Parliament of Thalaus, where he had long acted as the king's treasurer, and Gouffier was sent to Tours. In the ensuing year, Otho was condemned by the chancellor to banishment and confiscation of his effects, but the king pardoned him, so that he only lost the places he had held, and was banished to 20 leagues distant from wherever the king should be, and was compelled to pay a fine of 1,000 crowns for the expenses of his suit. But Otho was then accused of sodomy, and brought back to Tours for trial, and then sent to Paris, as it was said that he had appealed to the Parliament, but I cannot say how this matter ended, for he was transported from one prison to another, so that I am ignorant of the conclusion. This was a great year of reign. The Duke and Duchess of Savoy came this year to the King of France, and the Prince of Piedmont, eldest son to the Duke, was married to Yolande, daughter to the King of France. An embassy now arrived in France from Spain, to confirm the alliances between the two kingdoms, and at the same time, the Prince of Navarre came to demand from the king the Duchy of Nemours and also the Cardinal of Avignon from Brittany, on his return from canonizing Saint Vincent et Van. Shortly after, the cardinal waited on the king, to require a tenth from the clergy of his realm, to carry on the war, as he said, against the Turks. Footnotes, 188 Sir John Capistrian. John Capistrian, a celebrated Franciscan monk. Nicholas V made him apostolic commissary in Hungary. He was greatly successful in assembling the army, which, under the command of the great Huniades, raised the siege of Belgrade in 1456. He died 3 months after. He was canonized, in 1690, by Alexander H. Aiken's General Biography, Maury, and c. 189 Sir Guillaume Blanc. I should suppose this must be meant for John Corvin Huniades, the greatest captain of the age, and the bitterest enemy of the Turks. See more of him in the biographical works above mentioned. 190 The Soldan of Persia. A mistake. It was Mohammed II who was wounded at this battle. 191 Boib. Q 192 Bastilians, Bulgaria, Fastigia, Emira, Angasta. Q 193 Saint Vincent. Q 194 Valence. Q 195 Flagus, Gonaldlo, Porus, Stavanger, Chastuan. Q 196 Glotuus. Q 197 Couldi. Q 198 Latharis, Glamis. Q 199 Ariano in the Principato Ultra of Naples. It never recovered the desolation caused by an earthquake 1456. Another more destructive happened in 1732. Crutwell's Gazetteur. 200 Padula, a town of Naples, in the Principato Citra. 201 Buscei. Q Bacchianico, a town of Naples in Abruzzo Citra. 202 Troia, a town of Naples in the Capitinata. 203 Canossa, a town in the country of Bari. It was destroyed by an earthquake in 1694. 204 Ascoli in the Capitinata. 205 Santa Agatha in the Principato Ultra. 206 Arpi in the Capitinata. 207 Molise, a country of Naples. 208 Campo Basso is the capital. 209 Laurentino. Q 210 Saint Julian. Saint Giuliano in Molise. 211 Macona. Q Ancona. 212 Saint Lou. Saint Lotiero in the Principato Ultra. 213 Costini Castagluini, Principato Ultra. 214 La Rip. Ripolimacera in Molise. 215 Altavilla in the Principato Citra, 17 miles from Salerno. 216 Sanguin. Q 217 Prisole. Q Presciano. Principato Citra. 218 La Roche de Capo. Q Roca de Minolfa. Molise. 219 Sermon. Q 220 Oliveto. Q 221 Pesalo. Pesola is a lake in the Basilicata. 222 Thoco. Q 223 Capua 15 miles from Naples. 224 Aversa 10 miles north from Naples. 225 Benevento in the Principato Ultra. 226 Luzano. Q 227 Borso d'Este, Marquis of Ferrara, was succeeded by his legitimate brother Hercules d'Este. 228 Rugia. Q Reggio. A seaport of Naples in Calabria Ultra. Chapelle XV. The Duke of Burgundy, with a large army, escorts his bastard son into Holland, and puts him in peaceable possession of the bishopric of Utrecht. He besieges Deventer 229, and forces its inhabitants to obey the new bishop, which they had before refused. When Duke Philip saw that he could not prevail by love and entreaties to make his son be accepted for bishop by the chapter of Utrecht, he sent to Picardy and Hainault for a body of troops, and he was soon joined by full 13,000 combatants. The chapter now changed their tone, and admitted his son as their bishop, under certain conditions, namely, that the brother of the Lord de Brederode, who had been elected, should receive for his life an annual pension, from the bishopric of Utrecht, of 4,000 francs, from the bishopric of Therouanne 2,000 francs and, for the expenses he had been put to, 50,000 lions once paid. He was also to be made first counsellor to the Duke in the affairs of Holland, with a salary of 1,000 florins of the Rhine. In consideration of this arrangement, he resigned the bishopric, which was commonly said to be worth yearly 50,000 males of the Rhine. When this had been settled, Duke Philip entered Utrecht, with his company on the 5th of August, and was most honourably received. On the morrow, his son entered in arms, grandly accompanied, and on the Sunday following, he said Mass in the cathedral. Soon after, the Duke left Utrecht, with his whole army, to besiege a considerable town in the diocese, called Deventer, because it had refused to acknowledge the new bishop. Those of the town sallied out against him, and a smart skirmish ensued, in which many were killed on both sides. In the end, they were repulsed and driven back into the town, and on the fourth day, a strong bulwark they had erected in front of the gate was so much battered with cannon that those within, foreseeing it must be taken, set it on fire, and burnt it during the night. The siege, however, lasted until the end of September, when the townsmen sent offers to the Duke to obey the bishop, as the other towns within his diocese had done. While this treaty was carrying on, the Duke of Gueldres, who had married the niece of Duke Philip, by whom he had a fair son about 16 years of age, after having promised his aid to the Duke of Burgundy, quitted his country, and abandoned his places, but nevertheless made an hasty alliance with the Frieslanders, when they assembled a great army with the intent of overthrowing Duke Philip. The Duke of Burgundy would have remained in perfect ignorance of this treachery, had not his niece been told of the wicked designs of her husband against her uncle, and instantly quitting the place she was in with her son, attended by her servants, she hastened to the Duke, then besieging Deventer, and told him of the plots against him. This caused the Duke to lose no time in closing with the offers of those in Deventer, so that the treaty was immediately concluded, and hostages were given for its performance. The Duke raised the siege the 27th day of September, and returned to Utrecht, and thence to The Hague, where he disbanded his army, leaving his son David in peaceable possession of the bishopric of Utrecht. He was under great obligations to his niece for the information she had given him, for if he had remained 2 days longer at the siege, he would have been attacked by the Duke of Gueldres and the Frieslanders before he knew anything of their intentions, and it would probably have been unfortunate to him by reason of his being totally unprepared to receive them. The Duke of Gueldres was much reproached for this conduct, considering that he had married the Duke of Burgundy's niece, and that the good Duke had sent their daughter to marry the King of Scotland, at his own expense, and had done many and very great kindnesses to the Duke of Gueldres. Footnotes: 229 Deventer on the Yssel, the capital of Over-Yssel. Chapelle XVI. The Duke of Alençon is arrested and thrown into prison. The Turks are miraculously defeated in Hungary. Other events that happened in this year of Ma'ukalvi. Soon after the Feast of Pentecost, the Duke of Alençon was arrested in Paris, by orders from the king and the Count de Dunois, bastard of Orleans, and sent to Melun. From Melun he was carried before the king, and convicted, as it was said, of having intrigued with the English to accomplish a marriage between his eldest son and the eldest daughter of the Duke of York, unknown to the king, and of having engaged to deliver up to the English his strong places, to the prejudice of the king, and particularly the Duchy of Normandy. Having confessed his guilt, he was closely confined until after the death of King Charles. When he was arrested, it was currently reported that the Duke of Burgundy was implicated in these intrigues of the Duke of Alençon with the English, which so much displeased the king that he had it proclaimed throughout the realm, that no one, under pain of death, should make such charges against his good brother of Burgundy, nor any way speak disrespectfully of his honor. In the month of June in this year, a comet with a prodigious tail appeared in the west. Having its tail pointed toward England, it continued visible for 3 months. The new wines of the season were so sour that the old ones were in greater request for their superior goodness and flavor. In this year also, the great emperor of the Turks, called Morbesen 230, besieged the strong town and castle of Belgrade, situated on the confines of Hungary. He was upwards of 4 months and a half before it, which vexed him so much that he swore, in the presence of his army, to win it by force or perish in the attempt. There were some in the Turkish army who gave information of this to those in the town, that they might be prepared, and Ovidianus 231, one of the noblest and most powerful princes of Hungary, hearing also of this intention, instantly assembled 900 cavalry and 40,000 infantry of all sorts, and entered the town by the Danube, without the Turk knowing anything thereof, for he had only besieged the place on the land side, and had neglected to post any guards on that great river, the Danube. Ovidianus entered the town on the eve of Magdalen Day, which was the day fixed on by the Turk to storm the place, and so eager was he to fulfill his vow that he ordered 1/3 of his army to commence the attack at midnight, which was done with much courage, but the besieged made so gallant a defense that they were repulsed. The attack lasted until 8 o'clock in the morning, when another division, equal in numbers to the first, advanced to renew the combat, but they also were forced to retreat. The Emperor of the Turks now advanced in person, accompanied by the boldest of his captains, and continued the combat with such obstinacy and courage that, from its commencement, at 4 in the afternoon, it lasted until the middle of the following day, which made 20 hours in the whole, a terrible fatigue to those in the town thus to support 3 renewed attacks without any respite or repose. They were at length so worn down that they could not longer help each other, and the Turks were beginning to enter the town in large bodies. Among the Christians in this town was a very devout Cordelier friar, called John Capistran, who, seeing the Turks enter the breach, seized a crucifix, and, ascending the highest part of the castle, cried aloud, O Deus meus, Deus meus! O altissime Pater! Veni in adjudarium, veni et libera populum quem redemisti precioso sanguine tuo. Veni noli tardare. Deus meus ubi sunt misericordiae tui antiqui, Veni ne terci et incredulitacunt ubi est Deus eorum. The Cordelier, in uttering these words, wept bitterly, and when the Christians heard them, they felt quite refreshed, and as if they were new men, without feeling any fatigue, and instantly fell on the Turks who were entering the town with such courage that they slew all they met, and put the rest to flight. They pursued them upwards of 8 leagues, killing or wounding all they overtook, so that more than 100,000 were slain in the whole. They gained all the artillery of the Turks, and such quantities of riches, in tents, money, and effects, as it would seem marvelous to relate. Among other things were 11 large bombards, 6 of which were of prodigious length, and of a great bore, and more than 200 smaller bombards and cannons. When news of this important victory was carried to the Pope then reigning, he ordered processions and thanksgivings to be made in all the churches of Christendom, to render thanks to God for this great victory and, among other things, to ring the Ave Maria between 2 and 3 o'clock on the anniversary of the day this miracle happened, as it is usual to ring it every evening in all churches, and this manner of ringing it after dinner is continued in several churches in France. Footnotes, 230 Morbison. Mohammed II. Surnamed the Victorious. 231 Ovidianus. Probably Huniad's John Corvin. Chaplexii. The Dauphin of France takes refuge with Duke Philip of Burgundy. Other events that happened in this year. Louis de Valois, eldest son to the King of France, and Dauphin of Vienne, had resided for 10 or 12 years in Dauphiny, because the king was displeased with him. Some said, this was owing to his ill treatment of his subjects in Dauphiny, more particularly the bishops and churchmen, whose revenues he seized against their wills, for the support of his state. Others, however, excused him for so doing, because his father had stopped the allowance he had formerly given him. It was also reported, that the king's anger arose from the death of the fair Agnes being caused by poison, of which the Dauphin was suspected, as he had frequently blamed and murmured against his father for his attachment to her. In truth, Agnes Sorel was the handsomest woman of her age, and in more favour with the king than the queen. The great lords also paid more court to her than to the queen, who was a very good and honourable lady, which had vexed the Dauphin much, and he had hastened her death. However, after the decease of the fair Agnes, the damsel de Villequier, her niece, succeeded her in the affections of the king, who, in his latter days, would have about him the finest and handsomest women of his realm. Whatever may have been the real cause of the quarrel between the king and the Dauphin, the king ordered Sir Anthony de Chabannes, Count de Damerdon, to proceed into Dauphiny with a sufficient body of men at arms to arrest the Dauphin and bring him to his presence by force or otherwise, but the Dauphin fortunately escaped, for it was then commonly believed that, had he been arrested, the king would have treated him very harshly, and would have made king his younger son Charles. The Dauphin, having had intimation of the orders to arrest him, gave public notice for a hunting party on the morrow, and ordered his dinner to be prepared at the place of rendezvous. Intelligence of this was carried to the Count de Damerdon, who posted ambushes to seize the Dauphin the moment he should arrive at the place, but, as he suspected their machinations, early on the morrow, when it was thought he was gone to the hunt, he with 6 of his most confidential attendants, mounted their fleetest horses, and set off, as fast as they could travel, for Burgundy, and never stopped until they arrived at Saint Claude, a town in Burgundy. It was well for them that they made this haste, or they would have been overtaken by the Count de Damerdon, who followed very closely at their heels. Shortly after the Dauphin's arrival at Saint Claude, he went to the Prince of Orange at Nazre 232, who received him most honourably, and on hearing him declare that he feared he should be pursued, and that he was desirous of going to the Duke of Burgundy, the prince sent off in haste for the Marshal of Burgundy, who came to him with a handsome escort of men at arms, and they instantly departed for Brabant. This conduct was truly extraordinary, for the Prince of Orange and the Duke of Burgundy were the two men in the world whom the Dauphin hated the most, for having several times repulsed, with loss, his own and the king's men, whenever they made any excursions on the Duke's territories, which he was determined to preserve from inroads, but necessity, which owns no law, forced him to seek an asylum among those he hated, and to make use of them in his time of need. The Marshal of Burgundy conducted him with such prudence through the territories of the Duke of Burgundy that he arrived safely at Louvain, whence he went to Brussels, and thence he sent one of his attendants with information to the Duke, at that time in Holland, of his arrival. The good Duke, anxious to receive and entertain him as the eldest son of his sovereign lord, hastened as much as possible the Treaty of Deventer, that he might return to Brabant. Immediately on his arrival at Brussels, he went to the Dauphin, and paid him every respect in honor to the king, and to himself personally, and no prince knew better how to do these honors. He instantly assigned him 3,000 francs monthly to maintain his estate, and begged of him to make choice of what place he should please for his residence, and he would give orders for its being immediately delivered up to him. The Dauphin asked for Genappe 233, a castle in Brabant, pleasantly situated, and a handsome residence, where he lived for a long time. In the course of this year, Sir Thibaut de Luxembourg, Lord of Fines, brother to the Count of Saint Pol, and widower of the daughter of the Lord of Anting, by whom he had several children, became a monk of the order of Cistercians, notwithstanding that in his youth he had been a very free liver. Toward the end of October, soon after the arrival of the Dauphin in Brabant, the Duke of Burgundy sent a handsome embassy to the King of France, the chief of which was the Lord de Chimay, High Bailiff of Hainault, to satisfy him as to his son's coming to his territories, and to say that he would show him every possible honor in his power. The ambassadors waited long for an audience, and while they were thus delayed, the King of France sent a body of men at arms to Compiègne and Soissons, two towns on the frontiers of the Duke of Burgundy's possessions. The Duke, hearing of this, suspected that the king intended to make war on him, as indeed did many others, and issued a summons throughout Picardy, Flanders, and Hainault, for all men capable of bearing arms to be ready in his defense in case the king should attack him. About Christmas in this year, Charles Duke of Bourbon departed this life, and was succeeded by his eldest son, who, by his mother, was nephew to the Duke of Burgundy. Footnotes: 232 Nazre. Cunazy, a village near Besançon. 233 Genappe on the Dial, 6 leagues from Brussels. Louis XI resided here, when Dauphin, with the Dauphiness, upwards of 5 years. Chapitre 8. A quarrel takes place between Duke Philip of Burgundy and his son the Count of Charolois, but is appeased by the Dauphin. The Countess of Charolois is brought to bed of a daughter. Other events that happened in divers parts. On the 17th of January, of this same year, while the Duke of Burgundy resided at Brussels, a dispute arose between the Lord de Quievrain and the Lord d'Eymeries, both chamberlains to the Count de Charolois, each of whom, during the absence of the Lord d'Oxy his first chamberlain, would take the precedency of the other. The Count was desirous that the Lord d'Eymeries should have the preference, which, coming to the knowledge of the Duke, he sent for his son, and commanded him to prefer the Lord de Quievrain. The Count replied, that he would do no such thing, and that the house of Croy should not govern him, as he had suffered them to do in regard to himself. The Duke was so exceedingly irritated at this answer of his son that he would have struck him, and commanded him to quit his territories instantly. The Count, therefore, departed, much angered and grieved. When night came, the Duke, equally troubled, called for a horse, and, having mounted it, rode alone into the fields, although it was then raining very hard. He soon after entered a forest, and lost his road, so that he knew not whither to direct his horse. Luckily he came to the house of a poor man, who received him, and he lay there that night. On the morrow, at the earliest dawn, he made his host conduct him straight to Genappe, and on his departure gave him 8 florins of the Rhine. The attendants of the Duke sought him during the night, so that on the morrow he was grandly accompanied, and thus returned to Brussels. He shortly after pardoned his son, at the request and entreaties of the principal lords of his household, and especially at the entreaties of the Dauphin, but he banished from his territories 2 of the Count's attendants, because he suspected them of having advised his son to act in the manner he had done, respecting the 2 chamberlains. It happened, that not long after, as the Dauphin and the Count de Charolois were hunting in a forest, toward evening they separated, and the Dauphin, with only 2 attendants, lost his way in the thickest part of the forest. The Count, imagining that he was returned to Brussels, came home without him. The Duke, seeing him return without the Dauphin, was much angered, and ordered him to remount, and sent him, with many others, with torches and lights, charging them withal to seek diligently and find him. They made such haste that they met him full 8 leagues from Brussels under the guidance of a peasant, to whom he had given a golden crown. By this means they had so soon found him, and were much rejoiced thereat, as was the Duke, when he saw him arrive in safety. On the 13th of February, in this year, the Countess of Charolois was brought to bed of a daughter in the town of Brussels. At her christening, the Dauphin, the Duchess of Burgundy, and the Lady of Ravestein were sponsors. The Dauphin named her Mary, in honor of the Queen his mother, who bore that name. Great feasts took place on this occasion throughout the Duke's territories, and in the great towns there were illuminations, and thanksgivings were offered up to God. A short time after this event, the Duke of Burgundy sent again the same embassy, namely, the Lord de Chimay and Sir Simon de Lalaine, to assure the King of France, that the Dauphin had come to him of his own accord, and to find means of satisfying the King on this subject. About this time died the Patriarch of Antioch, brother to the Chancellor of France, Juvenal de Ursins, to the Archbishop of Reims, and to another knight-at-arms, who were 4 brothers much in the good graces of the King of France. A.D. 1457. Chapelle XIX. An embassy from the King of Hungary arrives at Tours, and is honorably received by the King of France. The King of Hungary dies. The French take the seaport of Sandwich by storm. In the year 1457, the King of France, anxious to attack his enemies, more particularly the Saracens and other unbelievers in the Catholic faith, made an alliance with the potent King of Hungary, who was sovereign of 3 kingdoms, namely, Hungary, Poland, and Bohemia. In consequence of this alliance, the King of Hungary was to espouse the Princess Magdalene, the King of France's daughter, and very many great barons, knights, and lords of the 3 kingdoms were sent as ambassadors to France to be present at the betrothing. Even churchmen were of this embassy, such as the Archbishop of Cologne and the Bishop of Passau, to the amount, in all, of 600 horse. When they arrived at Tours in their various dresses, the king was at Montilz-les-Tours, a place hard by, but the queen and princess were in Tours. The ambassadors presented to the queen a rich robe of cloth of gold, embroidered with pearls and jewels, and another, equally sumptuous, to the princess, together with a splendid wagon hung on springs 234. Many of the principal lords of the king's household went about a league from Tours to meet them. They were handsomely received by the king and his court, and great entertainments were made for them, especially by the Count de Foix, who gave a grand feast on Thursday before Christmas, in the Abbey of Saint Julian at Tours, where all the princes and lords of the court were present. The tables were served, in the utmost abundance, with all sorts of delicacies, such as pheasants, partridges, bustards, cranes, wild geese, rabbits without number, fat capons, 60 quarts of hippocras, as well white as red, removes Morris dances of children dressed as savages issuing from a rock, singers, trumpets, clarions, and various devices, insomuch that this dinner cost 1800 crowns, besides the rich presents to the guests. These feasts were continued to the ambassadors waiting for the betrothing of the princess to the King of Hungary, by procuration, soon after Christmas. But it has been truly said, that often man proposes, and God disposes, for on the morrow of Christmas Day, the melancholy news of the King of Hungary's death was brought to the King of France, which caused great sorrow to him and his whole court. The king ordered a general mourning, and a grand funeral service to be performed, in honor of the potent King of Hungary, in the metropolitan church of Saint Gratian in Tours, with ringing of bells, illuminations of wax tapers in the greatest profusion, befitting the obsequies of so noble a prince. The Hungarian ambassadors took their leave of the King of France on the morrow after New Year's Day 235, and departed for their own country, taking their road through Paris, where they were grandly received, and all the nobility then in the town went out to meet them as far as the windmill beyond the gate of St. James. They had people appointed, however cold the weather was, to lie upon their carriages, which were chained up with great chains. This was a novel sight, and the chains were fastened with a lock, the key of which one of their governors carried with him when he went to sleep. A grand funeral service was performed in the church of Notre Dame, with a great display of torches and wax lights. During the stay of the Hungarians in Paris, the frost was so intense that they could not walk or ride by reason of the slipperiness of the streets, but went about in a traîneau, made of wood, square and without wheels, wherever business or pleasure led them. They visited the noble and royal church of Saint Denis, and were received at the gate of the church by the convent in their copes, but the abbot was absent. They were presented to kiss a cross of gold set with precious stones, that contained within it a part of the true cross, and they were besprinkled with holy water and incense. In short, their reception was similar to that which would have been given to the late King of Hungary, had he been there in person. The treasures and sacred vestments of the church were displayed to them, and they saw the bodies of the saints that had been interred in separate chapels, and the sepulchres of the kings and queens of France, all of which gave them much pleasure, for they had for interpreter one of the king's pursuivants, who understood their language, and had been ordered by the king to attend on them. After their return from Saint Denis to Paris, they departed for Hungary. On the 21st day of August, Sir Pierre de Brézé, Lord of Varennes and Count de Maulevrier, accompanied by Robert de Flocquet, bailiff of Évreux, with many other lords, men at arms and archers, sailed from Honfleur, to the number of 4,000 combatants. And on the 25th of the said month, the lords de la Fosse and de Elier put to sea, and sailed for several places without meeting any adventures, nor being able to land from the roughness of the weather. On the following Sunday, the 28th of the month, from 16 to 1800 combatants made a descent, 2 leagues from Sandwich in England, about 6 o'clock in the morning, and formed themselves into 3 battalions. They marched on foot 2 long leagues through very bad roads, until they came to a bulwark that had been lately repaired, the ditches of which were full of water. This bulwark had 2 towers full of archers, who were sharply attacked, and many wounded on each side. Several of the English were killed, and the bulwark was won by storm, the English having retreated into the town. The bailiff of Évreux, who commanded the rear guard, remained at his post during this attack, and, when the bulwark was won, kept his position, as it had been ordered. A division came by sea before Sandwich, to the great joy of their companions on foot, seeing their handsome appearance, while the English were as much cast down. In this division was a guidon of the Count de Dunois, borne by Galiot de Genouilhac. there were in the port of Sandwich a large carrack and 3 ships of war, into which many English had retreated, and would have continued to do much mischief to the French, if the Grand Seneschal of Normandy had not sent them orders to cease shooting or he would burn their vessels. It was then agreed, that they should retire in safety from these vessels, provided they ceased from hostilities, which was fully complied with. This same day the Seneschal had it proclaimed through his army, that no one, under pain of death, should touch the effects of the churches, or violate the honor of any woman, or set any house on fire, or kill any one in cold blood, all of which commands were most honorably observed. The infantry now entered the town by the gates, and the division by sea the harbour when the English gave them full employment, for they attacked them in every square when they rallied after being defeated in another place. However, the French, but with great difficulty, drove them out of the town, and displayed their banners from the gates, under which the French formed themselves in battle array. Indeed, they had need so to do, for the English were increasing in strength from all the adjacent parts. They had heard that the French intended to attack Sandwich, but, from pride, they said they would not believe it until they should see them. The English, thus increased, kept up the skirmishes before the gates for 6 hours without intermission, when many were killed and wounded on each side. 30 new knights were created on this occasion, namely, Robert de Floquet, called Floquet, bailiff of Evreux to Beaudetermes, bailiff of Chartres John Charbonnel, lord of Chevry-Uzes, and others, who behaved very valiantly. When it was about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the French, perceiving no end to skirmishing from the numbers of the enemy constantly increasing, and that their own men were greatly fatigued from their sufferings at sea, as the weather had been against them, determined on making a retreat, for they thought they should be unable to continue the engagement during the night, considering that they had many killed and wounded, that their men had little or no refreshments during the whole day, and that the English were hourly receiving reinforcements. In this retreat, the French suffered no other loss than that of a boat, in which were 12 men at arms, that sunk, and 9 of them were drowned. It was a pity, for they had that day well done their duty. May God grant them his pardon, and show mercy to all the others who fell. If it had not been for the great quantity of wine in Sandwich, of which many archers took more than was necessary, the Seneschal would have tarried there with his whole company that night. They, however, carried off much wealth, and numbers of vessels, of different sizes, that were in the harbour. In the number were 3 large ships of war, which cast anchor in the road, 2 leagues from Sandwich, and remained there until the Wednesday following. The English all the time were drawn up in battle array, about a cannon shot distant one division from another. The Seneschal departed with his fleet on the Thursday, with numbers of prisoners and much wealth. On his arrival at Honfleur, the prisoners were ransomed, and the plunder divided. This was a year of great scarcity in France, and of great mortality in other places. Footnotes: 234 I have said a wagon hung on springs, as it is in the original chariot branlant. 235 The commencement of the year seems now to take place 7 days after Christmas. Chapelle XX. Duke Philip of Burgundy carries the Dauphin to Bruges, where he is joyfully received with many honors. Other events mentioned and repeated. Soon after Easter in this year, the Duke of Burgundy, accompanied by the Dauphin, set out from Brussels for Bruges, passing through the towns of Oudenarde and Courtrai. In both these towns, the Dauphin was received most honorably. Thence they proceeded to Bruges, and the principal inhabitants, to the amount of 800, very richly dressed, came out to meet them, with a great concourse of common people, to do honor to the Dauphin, and to please their lord. On the 1st day of July, in this year, a meeting was held between Saint Omer and Gravelines, by the Count d'Estampes and the Bastard of Burgundy, on the part of the Duke of Burgundy, and the Earl of Warwick for the King of England, to repress and check the enterprises of the English on several parts of the Duke's territories. The matter was so well managed that a truce was settled between them for 8 years. The 10th of this month, the Lady Charlotte of Savoy, daughter to the Duke of Savoy, and married to the Dauphin, was conducted to him in the town of Namur by the Lord de Montague, whom he had sent to escort her, and then the marriage was perfectly consummated, for although they had been married 5 years, it was said that they had never lain together. Duke Philip was not then at Namur, but in Picardy, whither he had gone to learn the intentions of the towns on the Somme, namely, Saint Quentin, Corbeil, Amiens, and Abbeville, for it had been rumored that the King of France had raised a large army, but no one knew how he intended to employ it, and it was also reported that the king was much displeased with the Duke of Burgundy, for detaining his son, as he thought, against his will, and out of contempt to him. The Duke had therefore gone to these towns, which belonged to him by the Treaty of Arras, to put them on their guard, and to entreat them not to admit any men of arms that the king might send to their towns. But should the king come in person, they were to admit him with every honor, as their supreme lord. These requests the several towns willingly complied with. About the end of this month of July, upward of 2,000 houses were destroyed by fire in the town of Dordrecht in Holland. Many persons were also burned to death, which was a most melancholy case. The latter end of August, a large body of French sailed from Normandy, giving out that they were going to aid the Scots against the English, but they made a descent near to Sandwich, which they took by storm, before the country could be raised to oppose them. They, however, only stayed there one tide, for had they remained longer, they would not have returned, from the great numbers of English that were hastening thither from all quarters. The commander-in-chief of the French was the Lord de Varennes, Sénéchal of Normandy, and new knights were made, to the number of 20 gentlemen, among whom were Floquet, Charlotte de Marrays, Porrestelix, and others. At this attack, 300 English were killed, and about 30 French. They sailed back to Normandy with their plunder, which was very considerable. Some short time before this, a party of Bretons had invaded the English coast, and burnt and pillaged some villages. They made no long stay, for the English assembled in force to destroy them, had they not departed. In the month of September, of this year, the King of France sent the Bishop of Constance and a few others, as his ambassadors to the Duke of Burgundy at Brussels, to remonstrate with the Duke on several matters, especially on the Dauphin's remaining so long with him, to the great displeasure of the king. Chapelle XXI. A coolness between the Duke of Burgundy and the Count of St. Pol. Other matters. In the preceding year, the Duke of Burgundy, as Earl of Hainault, had taken possession of the lands of Enguerrand, belonging to the Count de St. Pol, and situated in the country of Hainault, although he had not touched any other lands of the Count, situated in France or in the other territories of the Duke. The Count de St. Pol was much displeased at this conduct, but, wishing to avoid an open rupture with the Duke, he sent to require, if it were his good pleasure, that he might appear in his presence to hear what he had been guilty of, and to make such answers and defense as became him, and for this purpose he demanded a passport from the Duke. The Duke replied, that he had no occasion to require a passport, unless he reputed himself his enemy. The Count, in answer, said, that so far from reputing himself his enemy, he was his true and loyal subject, but that he had demanded a passport for the security of his person, to avoid the effects of the anger of his prince, for that he was surrounded by counsellors who loved him little, and who were seeking to create trouble between the Duke and him, and he had, therefore, been advised not to appear before him without first having a passport. The passport was at length sent him. It was reported that the Count de Saint Pol considered the Lord de Croix, first chamberlain and principal minister to the Duke, as his chief enemy, although, a long time before, a marriage had been agreed to between the eldest son of the Lord de Croix and the daughter of the Count de Saint Pol, and the Lady of Croix had received the damsel, and had educated her as her own child, because she was too young for marriage. I know not whether the Count repented of this match, but he wanted to have his daughter again, probably to match her more nobly, and he sent secretly one of his sons to the place where she was, to bring his sister back, but the Lord de Croix, having had intimation of this, managed matters so dexterously that the young couple were married and bedded before the Count de Saint Pol could provide a remedy. This was the cause of their hatred. The Count, having received his passport from the Duke, came to Brussels grandly attended by noble men, and by more than 200 horse. The next day, which was about the middle of September, he had an audience of the Duke, and was accused of having slain, or caused to be slain, certain persons, and of having taken, or caused to be taken, effects wrongfully and contrary to justice. It was on these grounds the Duke had laid hands on the lands of Enguerrand, and he was told that he made but a sorry return for the numerous acts of kindness that had been done to him and to his family by the Duke and his predecessors. To these charges the Count replied, that he always had been, and still was, ready to serve and obey the Duke in all things, whom he considered so good and benevolent, that if there were none who had prejudiced the Duke's mind against him, he trusted he should satisfy him. As to these accusations, if it were his pleasure to hear him in private, for that he should submit himself wholly to his gracious mercy, but that if he would not hear him in private, he was ready to reply instantly and publicly to the accusations that had been laid against him. This was accepted, but, notwithstanding any defense or excuses that he made, he could not obtain the repossession of the lands of Enguerrand, and returned this time without effecting anything. In this year of 1457, a splendid embassy, consisting of upwards of 700 horses, arrived at Tours from Lancelot, King of Hungary and Bohemia. Among them were an archbishop, 12 or 13 great barons, and more than 30 gentlemen, who were followed by 26 wagons richly adorned and well equipped, to carry their baggage. Before they entered the city, King Charles sent out the principal lords of his household to meet and escort them into the town. The churchmen and people went out also to do them honor, but the king then resided at a favorite palace at Montilz-la-Tours, where he had been ill, so that the ambassadors were forced to remain 10 days at Tours before they could have an audience. The ambassadors went to Montilz-les-Tours on the 18th day of December, where they were presented to the king, the queen, their youngest son Charles, and the Princess Magdalene. When the presentations were performed, the Archbishop of Belize d'Estaing 236 made an harangue in Latin, in such terms as he had received from his sovereign, and discoursed first on the love and friendship that had always existed between the kings of France and the kings of Hungary and Bohemia, adding, that it was in consequence of their mutual affection that the King of Hungary had sent this embassy. When, continued he, peace and amity shall exist between you both, who in the world can hurt you? Thy predecessors and our sovereigns, the kings of Hungary and Bohemia, have been in alliance. Thou art the column of Christianity, and my sovereign lord is the shield. Thou art the house of Christendom, and my sovereign is the wall. Many other fine compliments he addressed to the king, and, at the conclusion, formally demanded in marriage the Princess Magdalene for King Lancelot his lord, which had been before done in a private manner. As the king was well inclined to this marriage, he ordered his ministers to confer on the subject with the ambassadors, but the first days were employed in feasting the ambassadors, which was done by grand and plentiful entertainments given them by one lord after another. At these feasts, all the nobles of the court of France were present in the most sumptuous dresses, so that it was a splendid sight to view the dukes, counts, barons, knights, esquires, ladies, damsels, heralds, pursuivants, minstrels and trumpets out of number. But above all these entertainments was the first given by the Count de Foix, which, in variety and magnificence surpassed them all. The first ornament was a castle having 4 small towers at the corners, and in the middle a larger one with 4 windows. In every window was seen the fair countenance of a damsel with her yellow hair, like fine gold, scattered over her shoulders, and no other parts of her form were seen. On the summit of this tower was displayed the banner of King Lancelot, having his arms properly emblazoned, and around the smaller towers were attached the arms of the principal ambassadors. Within this large tower, but unseen, were 6 boys singing so very melodiously that they were supposed to be damsels. The second pageant was the resemblance of a tiger, a horrible beast, with a short thick body, 2 small pointed horns on his forehead, and with tusks of a wild boar. A man was concealed within the beast, who moved him at his pleasure, to appear as if alive, and he was borne by 4 gentlemen dressed in the fashion of the country of Béarn, and dancing after their manner. The third was the resemblance of a great rock, on which were a fountain and great plenty of rabbits and other animals. From the rock issued 5 small children dressed as savages, who danced a morris dance. The fourth interlude was the appearance of a very able esquire as if on horseback, but the head and housings only were fastened to him, with which he pranced about the hall, holding in his hand a pot painted in various colors. From this pot there sprang roses, daisies, and other flowers, and, rising above all, was a handsome lily, loaded with flowers de luce. Having placed this pot on the table, another gentleman arrived with a live peacock in a dish, which he also put on the table, in order that all who wished to make any vows might then do so. Upon which, 2 knights of the embassy did make vows to perform a deed of arms, and the other to hold a tourney. At length, dishes full of spices and all kinds of sweetmeats were brought to the great table, under the figures of stags, wild boars, bears, monkeys, lions and other beasts, and on each dish were the arms of those who were present at this dinner. When the dinner was ended, the dancings began. Footnotes, 236 Belize d'Estaing. Q. In the former account of this embassy, the Archbishop of Cologne and Bishop of Passau, according to M. Ducange, are mentioned. Chapels CI. The death of Lancelot King of Hungary, which causes great mourning at the court of France. The deaths of John of Coimbra, King of Cyprus, and of the Duke of Brittany, which last is succeeded by his brother Arthur Count de Richemont. On Christmas Eve, in the year 1457, news arrived at Tours of the death of Lancelot King of Hungary, while his ambassadors were feasting, as has been said. This sad event changed their feastings into sorrow, and their grief moved the compassion of all, for they well knew the ardent desire their king had to marry the daughter of the King of France, not through any wish of obtaining lands or money with her, but through a strong passion to connect himself by marriage with the King of France, as he was then but 18 years old. They also perceived, from the great respect and attentions that had been shown them in France, that the king was equally desirous of this match. You may therefore suppose that their grief was very great. This event was concealed 6 days from King Charles, lest it might increase his disorder, and in order to afford time for its being broken gently to him. Funeral obsequies were performed in the church of Saint Martin at Tours, before the king was made acquainted with it, but on that day it was told him, and he much lamented it. On the morrow, the ambassadors set out on their return, very sorrowful at the unfortunate issue of their embassy. Intelligence of the King of Hungary's death was carried to the Duke of Burgundy on Christmas Day, for which he testified his grief, for King Lancelot and he were nearly related, although he well knew that the projected alliance between the 2 kings was meant for his disadvantage, and particularly to deprive him of the Duchy of Luxembourg, which he had gained, as well by arms as by purchase. King Lancelot, it was said, claimed this duchy, and it was reported, that he had bequeathed it to the Lady Magdalene of France, and had ordered his executor, King Charles, to put her in the possession of it. Notwithstanding that Duke Philip had heard all this, he cared very little about it. Soon after Christmas, the Duke ordered a grand funeral service to be performed in the Cathedral Church of Bruges for the soul of the King of Hungary. It was rumored, that he had died of poison given him by some of his ministers, who feared, that should he marry the Princess of France, they would be dismissed from the government, and it was said, that from the time he had swallowed the poison, he only lived 3 hours. In this year, died also John of Coimbra, a Portuguese, nephew to the Duchess of Burgundy. He had married the widowed Queen of Cyprus, and in her right became king of that island. It was a great loss, for he had given great hopes of his being a good and virtuous prince. The Duke of Brittany departed this life without leaving any male heirs, so that the duchy fell to his brother Arthur Count de Richemont, Constable of France, who reigned as duke in his stead. Chapels VIII. King Charles is dangerously ill. On his recovery, he sends to inform the Duke of Burgundy that he shall take under his ward the estates of the youth of Rodemack 237. The Duke's answer of the storms of wind, frost, and snow in this season. At this period, King Charles of France was so grievously ill at Tours that it was thought he could never recover, and processions and public prayers were made and offered up in several parts of the kingdom for the restoration of his health. He shortly after this recovered, and then sent a gentleman of his household with credential letters to the Duke of Burgundy, and, having laid them before the Duke, he said, that the King of France signified to him by his mouth, that he had taken under his wardship all the lands of the youth of Rodemack, as well those in France as elsewhere. The Duke instantly replied, that the lands of that youth were not in France but in the Duchy of Luxembourg, and that, as he was his subject, the king had nothing to do with it. I would wish to know, added he, whether the king means to keep the peace of Arras, which I shall not on my part infringe. Tell him, I beg of you, to make me acquainted with his will, and recommend me to him, for I know that he has some in his council who are no friends of mine. When the Duke had given this answer, he sent off on the morrow a secret embassy to the king. This youth of Rodemack, whose estates lay in the Duchy of Luxembourg, had always been of the party of King Lancelot, in opposition to the Duke of Burgundy, and was still against him. On the other hand, the Count de Saint-Pol, in the expectation of being Constable of France, had attached himself to King Charles, so that, from these circumstances, war rather than peace was looked for between the King of France and the Duke of Burgundy. In this year, the winter was so severe and long that the frost lasted from Michaelmas Day until the 18th of February, and the large rivers were so hard frozen that carriages passed over them. At length, the frost broke up with such falls of snow and rain that the country was greatly damaged by the inundations. These miseries were increased by storms of wind that blew down many houses and steeples, and chimneys without number. Great damage was done to the vessels all along the coast. Toward the end of this year, there were such numerous pilgrimages of Germans and Brabanters, men, women and children, to St. Michael's Mount, that the like was never seen before, nor could any one divine the reason of their being so numerous at this time, but from a sudden fit of devotion that had seized them. Footnotes, 237 Rodemack. Rodemackeren, or Roadmarket town in Luxembourg. AD 1458. Chapels Ziv. The Duke of Burgundy, at the request of the town of Ghent, goes thither. A great feast is made there. On the 23rd day of April, after Easter, in the year 1458, Duke Philip of Burgundy made his entry into the town of Ghent, at the request of the inhabitants but not on their first soliciting it, for they had frequently made this request through the Dauphin and other great lords. He would not, however, agree to go thither until that day, when he made his entry with the Dauphin, for he would not, for particular reasons, take thither the Count de Charolois, nor the Lord de Croix his first chamberlain. He was there received with greater honors than any prince had ever obtained, for the whole town came out to meet him, the churchmen, in their robes and copes, as far as a quarter of a league, followed by the officers of justice, as well those of the town as of the prince, then the deacons of the different trades, to the number of 70, each attended by 10 of his trade, all variously and appropriately dressed. After them came the knights, esquires, and burghers of the town, to the amount of more than 400. When they approached the duke, the bailiff of Ghent advanced and addressed him, saying, that the inhabitants of the town of Ghent were come out to meet him, and he entreated that he would hear what they had to say. The chief magistrate of the town then stepped forth, and made the following harangue: My most redoubted lord, behold your subjects of Ghent, who request and supplicate. Here they all fell on their knees, with uplifted hands, that you would be pleased to forget and forgive all their former outrages and ill conduct, for they are ready and willing to obey you in all things, to remain your faithful servants, and, should need be, to die for you. He added other words nearly to the same purport. With the Duke were the Count d'Estampes, the Lord de Ravenstein, and others, to the number of 300 knights. When this harangue was finished, the Duke advanced to the town, the procession that had come out to meet him taking the lead, and the Duke following, preceded by his heralds and trumpets in their tabards of arms. He was surrounded by 50 archers of his bodyguard, clothed in their jackets, each having a hunting spear in his hand. When the Duke approached the gates, he found them open, for they had been thrown into the fields, and as he passed, a virgin descended by machinery, who saluted him, and said, In veni quem diligit anima mea. From this gate to the ducal palace, all the streets were hung with rich cloths, and at the windows of the houses were numberless lighted torches, and the people crying for joy at seeing their lord, and conducting themselves with the utmost humility. At each of the squares on his way were temporary stages erected, whereon very magnificent historical pantomimes were acted, and great bonfires were made in every street. So many fine shows were exhibited that the whole seemed like a dream, and the Duke was 2 hours before he arrived at his palace, from the pleasure he took in looking at such beautiful pageants. At the entrance of his palace was a man dressed in skins to represent a lion, who took his horse by the bridle and led him into the courtyard. On the morrow, the town repeated these rejoicings, and placed tables covered with all sorts of refreshments in the streets, for all to partake of who would, showing the greatest joy and humility on the occasion. Chap LXXV. The death of the King of Aragon. His bastard Fernando succeeds to the throne of Naples of Pope Pius, and the events that happened about that time, such as the death of the Duke of Brittany, and the embassy from England to the Duke of Burgundy. About St. John Baptist's day, in this year, Alfonso King of Aragon, Naples, and Sicily, departed this life in the city of Naples. He had been in his time very powerful, redoubted, and rich, as was apparent after his death, for it was commonly reported that he had left to his bastard son Fernando, besides the kingdoms of Naples and Sicily, 6 millions of florins in coin, and his chapel, which was marvelously rich, together with all his jewels, estimated at more than 1,000,000 of gold. He had formed the largest ship that had ever been seen at sea, which returned to the port of Naples the very day of his decease. It happened that in so doing she struck on a bank of gravel with such force that she was dismasted, and the mainmast falling on the deck split it into 1,000 pieces, and the vessel sunk. The mast was so thick that 5 men could not encircle it with their united arms, and the noise of its fall was horrible to hear. 8 days after his death, a very richly gilt and painted tabernacle, that was placed over the seat he usually sat on in his hall, fell down just at the same hour that the king deceased. King Alfonso had been brother-in-arms to the Duke of Burgundy, and although they had never seen each other, they were so strongly attached that they wore their different orders. Pope Calixtus, then on the papal throne, hearing that the kingdom of Naples had escheated to him from the late king's dying without legal heirs, claimed that kingdom from Fernando the Bastard, and, because he would not give it up, excommunicated him and all his adherents. However, on the death of Calixtus, which happened soon after, his successor, Pope Pius, restored the kingdom to Fernando. It was currently said, that Fernando had given to Pius a very large sum of money for his absolution, and to remain peaceably king of Naples. When Pope Calixtus had held the papacy about 4 years, he departed this life. The Cardinal of Siena, called Aeneas 238, was elected in his room. He had been secretary to the Emperor Frederick, was an eloquent man, and took the name of Pius II. The summer of this year was so dry that it scarcely rained at all from the month of April to the middle of October, and never, in the memory of man, was seen so dry a season. The wines of this year were very good, and corn at a low price, yet, notwithstanding this, a fatal pestilence reigned in many places, such as Paris, Abbeville, and in other great towns. About Martinmas of this year, an embassy from England to the Duke of Burgundy came to him at Mons in Hainault. It was reported, that the object was to propose a treaty of alliance by a marriage, and that the Duke had replied, he could not agree to it, according to the articles of the Treaty of Arras, without the knowledge and consent of the King of France, who was equally debarred from making any treaty with England without the consent of the Duke. After this answer, they went to the King of France. Footnotes, 238 Aeneas. Aeneas Silvius Piccolomini. Chapelski. The Duke of Burgundy makes his entry into Ghent, and is magnificently entertained by the town. The King of France sends to summon the Duke of Burgundy to attend the trial of the Duc d'Alençon. The most excellent and potent prince, the Duke of Burgundy, made his public entry into Ghent on Sunday after Easter, the 23rd day of April, in the year 1458, about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It was grandly conducted, and in the following order. First, the churchmen led a procession out of the town, after paying each their devotions in their respective churches. Then the bailiff and sheriffs, with some of the burghers on horseback, clothed in black, went out to meet their lord, and received him with the greatest humility, the other sheriffs remaining at the gate of the town. At each place they paid him every reverence by kneeling on the ground, offering him at the same time their persons and effects. Then the deans of the guilds came forth in handsome array, each with a torch in his hand, and a deputation from the different trades, amounting to upwards of 200, clad in sky-colored mantles, and as many in white mantles, sweeping the ground. Without the gate, and on both sides of the street on the other side of the river, were figures representing the prophets. The one that looked toward the Duke displayed a roll, on which was written in large letters, Ecce nomen Domini venit de longínquo, Isaiah XXX. The other figure pointed to the trumpets over the gate, and on his roll was written, Cani turbo peritor omnes, and see, near to the gate was a sort of orchard or garden, in which was a young girl about 10 years old, with her hair hanging down, and simply dressed in a damask mantle. On the Duke's approach, she flung herself on her knees, and displayed a roll with uplifted hands, on which was written, In veni quem diligit anima mea, Cantic. 3. The portal and inside of the gate were hung with black, grey, and crimson cloths. On the cloth over the portal at the barrier, the following was written in letters of gold, Venit nobis pacificus Dominus, utera servitio nostro sicut placuerit tibi, Judic. 3. On the cloth over the great gateway were the arms of the Duke, emblazoned with helmet and crest. The streets, from the gate to the palace of the Duke, were hung on each side with cloths of the before-mentioned colors, namely, black, grey, and crimson. On the black was written, in letters of silver, Venit nobis pacificus dominus, on the grey, Udera servitio nostro, and on the crimson, Sicut placuerit tibi. Above these cloths were 500 or 600 torches, including those in the front of the houses, so that, comprehending all that were illuminated in the streets and in the boats on the river, there were from 15 to 16,000 torches. Near the gate of entrance, and within the city, was a pageant representing the prodigal son after he had been forgiven by his father, and on a roll over it was written, Pater peccavi in caelum et coram te, Luke. 15. Not far distant was the figure of a prophet holding a roll, on which was written, Lex clementii in lingua aegis, proverb. XXXI. A little farther was a scaffold, on which was acted a representation of the Emperor Caius in the midst of 12 senators, and before him stood Marcus Tullius, who harangued the emperor on his clemency, in liberating many prisoners on his capture of Rome, beginning, Dio turni silentii, and c. In this oration is the following expression, among others, nulla de virtutibus tuis major clementia est. These words were written on the folds of the robes of the figure. The next pageant represented a black lion holding in his paw the banner of the arms of the Duke, before him was a white lioness humbly couched on the ground, and between them lay 3 young lion cubs half dead, but on the roaring of the lion, they recovered strength, life, and activity. There was a roll over them, with these words, Quasi Leo Rugiens, et formidabunt filii aegis, Hosea 11. Further on was another prophet, displaying a roll with these words written thereon, Ecce venit desideratus cunctus gentibus et replebitur gloria aegis domus domini, Haggai 2. Near to this last pageant was a representation of David's indignation against Nabal, which was appeased by Nabal's wife, and over it was written, Benedictus Dominus Deus Israel quaniam te missit, Sam XX. The second gate was hung with black and grey cloth, on which were the arms of the Duke properly emblazoned, with the arms of all the knights companions of the Golden Fleece. A scaffold was erected close to this gate, having in the center a fountain, and surrounded by a representation of the triumphant state of the church, with the figure of a shepherd having recovered his lost sheep. He displayed a roll, which had written on it, Congratulaminae me Ikea in vini ovem quam perdideram, Luke. 15. Near the bridge was the figure of Pompey, governor of Rome, after having made the king of Armenia prisoner for his rebellions against the Romans, but, seeing his great submission and humility, he had restored him to liberty, which showed that he thought he gained as much glory by pardoning as by conquest. Over him was written, Ec pulchrum est vincere regis, and C. Valerius, v.c. There was the representation of another prophet near the bridge, pointing with one hand to the water, and holding a roll in the other, whereon was written, Respice Domini in servos tuas, Psalm. 6. In the river were the figures of 6 apostles, among whom was Street John, who addressed Street Peter in writing, Dominus est, Matt 14. Saint Peter, seeing our Lord walking to him on the water, and fearing to be drowned, said also in the roll which he extended, Domini salvum me fac, Matt 14. Our Saviour held out to him a roll, whereon was written, Modus fide quaer dubitasti. Matt 14. On this same river was a very large boat full of burning torches, and adjoining it another figure as a prophet, with a roll in his hand, pointing also to a large figure. It was written on the roll, Exultabunt omnia ligna silvarum a facie domini quaniam venit, Psalm. 15. Facing this last prophet was a large platform, on which was erected a fortress with 2 small towers, on the battlements of which were suspended shields, having emblazoned on them the arms of all the countries under the dependence of the Duke of Burgundy. At the gate of this castle was the personage of a giant, called Mars, and surnamed the Victorious, having a lion by his side. In front of this castle was a wood, in which were dragons, wolves, foxes, and all sorts of wild beasts, that attempted to enter the gate and gain the castle, but were always repulsed. In the center of the gate was a man who represented the three conditions of men in the states of the Duke, and was dressed, as to his head, like a priest. His right side was clothed with a long robe of cloth of silk for the gentry, and the left side was attired as the laborers in the field. There was written above him, Diligam te domini fortitudo mea. Et nisi custodia recivitatem frustra vigilat qui custodit eam. Psalm. XXV. On each side were the figures of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, over whom was written, Major est gloria tua quam rumor quem audivi, reglcx. On another part of the platform was a representation of Gideon after he had obtained the victory, and the Israelites humbly addressing him with these words, Dominare nostri tu, hic est filius tuus et filii tui quia liberasti nos, Judic. 8. Not far off was an elephant bearing a castle, in which were 2 men and 4 children who sang melodiously a new song, the words of which were as follows. Long live the valiant Burgundy! With heart and voice we loudly cry. Henceforth no other lord we own, but place our trust in him alone. Long live the valiant Burgundy! Who now from sorrow sets us free, whilst on his entrance thus we cry, Long live the valiant Burgundy! This entry was more grand and magnificent than ever prince made before, for by the side of the Duke on horseback, with his hood thrown on his shoulder, was the bastard d'Armagnac, marshal to the Lord Dauphin, and he was preceded by the ushers at arms, his first master of the horse bearing his sword. Immediately before him, his kings at arms, heralds, and pursuivants, clothed in their tabards of arms, were in great numbers, and before these heralds were from 12 to 14 clarions and trumpets, who followed the Count d'Estampes and Sir Thibaut de Neuchâtel Lord de Blancmont, Marshal of Burgundy. These were preceded by the lords and gentlemen of the Dauphin, the 2 sons of the Lord de Croix, and the 2 sons of the Marshal of Burgundy. Before them rode the Lord Adolphus of Clovis, the Lord Bastard of Burgundy, and Sir Philip Pole, all richly dressed, themselves and their heralds. They were preceded by the great lords of the court, and before them other lords and gentlemen, 2 and 2, without varlet or page. Before these gentlemen were the principal burghers and gentlemen of the town in great numbers, dressed in black. Immediately after the Duke were 50 archers of his bodyguard on foot, dressed in their jackets, each having a hunting spear in his hand. Behind the Duke were 15 pages and numbers of gentlemen. The horses that were at this entry were estimated at more than 200, without including those of the pages, varlets and other attendants, which were already in the town. In short, it was the most triumphant entry that ever lord made into a town for these 500 years past. The illuminations were continued on the following night, and the townsmen acted many mysteries in the town house, expressive of the praise of their lord, and of their own ill conduct. They did the same on the Tuesday evening, but without illuminations, for it was said that the Duke had desired they might not be longer continued. One of the burghers had covered the outside of his house with gold and silver, and had placed a great number of torches and lanterns before it. In like manner did many others in the different streets ornament their houses with rich hangings and splendid illuminations, at a great expense, during the 2 days the feast lasted. On the Tuesday, the municipal officers, and principal burghers, waited on the Duke at his palace, to thank him humbly for having come to his good town of Ghent, and to make offer of their lives and fortunes, for which he expressed his obligations. Then, on their knees, they supplicated him that he would be pleased to sup with them, in the manner of a banquet, at the town on the following Sunday, the last day of April, which he granted. It was rumored that this banquet would be free to all comers, like an open court, and that it would cost more than 10,000 crowns of gold. On the morrow, the managers of the feast dispatched purveyors 9 leagues round Ghent, to collect every delicacy they could lay hands on, so that a small chicken was sold for 2 patters 239. Toward the end of April, the King of France sent ambassadors to the Duke of Burgundy, to signify to him that he intended to give judgment on the Duke of Alençon on the 10th of the ensuing month of June, in the town of Montargis, and to summon him to attend at the above place and time with the peers of France, of whom he was one, and dean of the said peers, and also to consider on other matters touching the welfare of the realm. The Duke instantly replied to these ambassadors, although my lord the king, by the treaty of Arras, has no right to command me in anything, and notwithstanding I am personally exempted from my dependence on him, nevertheless, I will, if it please God, be personally present at the time and place he has fixed on, to give sentence on the Duke of Alençon, and respecting the matters touching the welfare of the kingdom of France. When the ambassadors, on receiving this answer, were departed, the Duke sent Golden Fleece, the king-at-arms of his order, to King Charles, to deliver a certain message he charged him with. He then had it proclaimed in all his great towns, that all who had been accustomed to bear arms, and by their fiefs and oaths were bounden to serve him, should prepare themselves to be in readiness to accompany him, the 1st day of June, on his journey to the King of France at Montargis, whither he had been by him summoned to attend, and it was his intention, if it pleased God, to appear there with the greatest possible force he could raise. On the other hand, the King of France had ordered the arrière-ban of his realm to hold themselves in readiness the 1st of June, which made many suppose that a renewal of war was about to take place, and it was currently reported in France that these preparations were made to oppose the English, who were intending to invade France. During this interval, those of Utrecht rebelled against their bishop, which caused the Duke of Burgundy, his father, to send Sir Anthony his bastard to Holland, with 80 lances, and from 700 to 800 archers. But the rebels, hearing of this, made up their quarrel, and returned to their obedience to the bishop as before, and this armament marched back to the Duke of Burgundy. Footnotes: 239 patard, a Low Country coin, worth about 1 penny English Cotgrave. End of vol. 9 H. Breyer, Printer, Bridge Street, Blackfriars, London. Notes and emendations. Page 5. Line 7. From the bottom. Household. Charles Lord de Coulant and Châteauneuf, elder brother of the Marshal de Jalloins, mentioned p. 335, was appointed Grand Master of France in 1449. Page 5. Line 8. From the bottom. Combatants. Florent, Lord d'Illiers d'Entragues, was distinguished for valor, and for his great retinue at the siege of Orleans, and on several subsequent occasions. His father Geoffrey Lord d'Illiers was grandson of Philip, one of the sons of Bouchard Lord of Vendôme, who married the heiress of the Antient House of Illiers, and assumed his wife's family name on account of a stipulation in the marriage contract. Page 18. Last line. Sir Thomas Hose. Q. Who. Sir Thomas who, knight, in 1436 suppressed a rebellion in the Pays de Caux. In 1442 he obtained a grant of revenue from the crown in consideration of his great services in war. In 1448 he was created Lord Who and Hastings, and Knight of the Garter, and was summoned to Parliament from 26H6 to 31H6 inclusive. Thomas, his only son, died in his lifetime without issue. Page 28. Line 10. Viscount de Longmain. should be low magna. Page 28. Line 13. John Lord of Lorraine. John Lord of Lorraine. Chew page 31. Line 12. Roche-Guyon. Guy 7, Lord de la Roche-Guyon, son of Guy 6, who was killed at Agincourt, and of Perret de la Riviere died in 1460, leaving issue one daughter only, who by marriage, conveyed Roche-Guyon to the house of Scilly. Page 35. Last line. Sir Richard Frongville. Q. Frecheville, Sir Ralph Frecheville, who served under John of Gaunt in the wars of Edward III. Left descendants. Page 43. Line 10. Counts de Comminges. Matthew, Count of Comminges, one of the uncles to the Count de Foix. See note to page 334. Volume 8. Page 43. Line 11. Viscount de Lautrec. Peter Lord of Lautrec, brother to the Count of Foix, see note to volume 8 p. 335, married Catherine, daughter to John II. Lord d'Estarac, or Astarac, by whom he had one son, John, afterwards Lord de Lautrec. The house of Astarac is derived from Garcia Sanchez, Duke of the Gascons, who lived in the 10th century, from whose youngest son, Arnaud the Unborn, so called by a quibble similar to that of the witches respecting Macduff, they trace 18 descents to Martha, the heiress of the family who married Gaston II, Count of Candle, or Kendal, in whose house the title afterwards remained. Page 43. Line 4. From the bottom. Froissart. D'Estract. D'Estarac. See above. Page 46. Line 12. From the bottom. Lord de Luce. Lux is the name of a sovereign county in Lower Navarre, which passed in 1593 into the house of Montmorency-Fosserx. It was François de Montmorency, Count of Lux, of whom the court of Louis XIII. Judged it proper to make a memorable example by way of preventive to the epidemical rage for duelling then prevalent. He was beheaded in 1627 for the honorable murders of the Count de Thorigny and the Marquis de Bussy in 2 successive rencounters. Page 74. Line 4. From the bottom. Thomas Corson. Thomas Curzon, ESQ Captain of Harfleur. Sto. Page 77. Line 13. Chancellor of France. Afterwards also Viscount of Troyes. He was Chancellor from 1445 to 1461 and again from 1465 to 1472, when he died. Page 94. Line 10. Thomas Ormigan. Sir Thomas Orringham, Q.U. Erpingham. Sto. Captain of Harfleur in conjunction with Curzon. Page 98. Line 1. From the bottom. Daughter. Monstrelet is remarkably tender of the reputation of the fair Agnes. She had, as all other historians allow, not one only, but 3 daughters by the king. Margaret, married to Olivier de Coëtevy, Sénéchal of Guyenne; Charlotte, married to James de Brézé, Sénéchal of Normandy; and Jane, to Antony de Bueil, Count de Sancerre. Of these, Charlotte unfortunately followed the example of her mother's incontinence without the excuse of an illustrious lover. Her tragical history will be found recorded in the next volume. By a species of retributive justice, Louis, the son of this James de Brézé, submitted voluntarily to the same disgrace which his father thought that blood only could remove. His wife was the famous Diana of Poitiers. In these days, nobody of consequence could die in his bed without the suspicion of poison. The death of Agnes was attributed to that cause, and the Dauphin is charged with having been the perpetrator. Of this accusation all that Duclos says is what follows: Le pou de union chu ily of what entre Charles sept et le dauphin, fut cause que celui-ci fut soupçon d'avoir fait empoisonner Agnes Sorel qui mourut, regretté du roi, de la cour, et de pupils. Elle n'abuse jamais de sa faveur, et réunit les rares qualités d'amante tendre, d'ami sure, et de bon citoyen. He adds, I can't tell why Alain Chartier, the court poet, is so strenuous in defending her chastity, seeing that she died in childbed. The Dauphin was not the only person charged with this imaginary crime. Jacques Coeur, superintendent of the finances, was also accused of it, but his innocence was established by public trial. See note to page 196. Volume 9. Page 113. Line 7. From the bottom. Godfrey de Boulogne, Lord of Montgascon. Page 113. Line 4. From the bottom. Lord de Saint-Sever. John de Brasse, Lord of Saint-Sever, afterwards Count of Penthièvre, and c. son of the Marshal de Bouzac. See before page 2. Page 113. Line 3. From the bottom. Lord de Calençon. Louis Armand de Calençon, Viscount of Polignac, married Isabel, second daughter of Bertrand III. Lord of Latour, and his wife Mary Countess of Auvergne and Boulogne. Page 121. Line 7. Lord de Laval. Guy XIV, Lord, and in 1429 Count of Laval, son of John de Montfort Lord of Kergolay, who by his marriage with the sister and heir of Guy XII, became Lord of Laval, assumed the name of Guy XIII, and died in his passage from the Holy Land in 1415. Guy XIV. Married first, Isabel daughter of John VI, Duke of Brittany, and secondly Frances the widow of the Lord Giles, of whom see page 136. Volume 9. Page 121. Line 9. Lord de Touteville. Chu Estouteville. Louis, Grand Butler of France. Page 133. Line 4, from the bottom. Maine. Charles of Anjou, Count of Maine and Provence, mentioned before. Page 128. Line 10. From the bottom. Duke of Somerset. Edmund Beaufort, younger brother of John Duke of Somerset, who died in 1444, leaving no male issue, was in 1431 made Earl of Morton, under which title he is named in some preceding parts of this history, Earl of Dorset in 1442, Marquis of Dorset the year following, and Duke of Somerset in 1448. He was the great support of the Lancastrian party, and was beheaded after the fatal Battle of Hexham in 1463. Page 134. Line 9. Andrew Troslet. Andrew Trollope and Thomas Cotton, Esquires, were captains of Falaise, for the Earl of Shrewsbury, according to Stowe. Page 136. Line 5, from the bottom. Death. Francis I Duke of Brittany, left 2 daughters by his second wife Isabel, daughter of James I of Scotland. The eldest of these was Margaret, married to Francis II, her cousin, the youngest Mary, married to the Viscount de Rohan. Francis I was succeeded by his next brother, Duke Peter II. Page 133. Line 3. Arthur of Montauban. Arthur of Montauban, bailiff of the Cotentin, and second son of William Lord of Montauban, Chancellor to Queen Isabel of Bavaria. So far from being hanged, which must be a mistake of the chronicle from which the following account has been taken, This Montauban, having professed at the convent of the Celestins, at Marquesas, advanced himself in the church, became Archbishop of Bordeaux, and died in 1468. See Maury Art. Montauban. Page 138. Line 11. Others. This is perhaps a more probable statement, as well as more favorable to the memory of the Duke, than that given by some other chroniclers, and hinted at in the ensuing paragraph. The Lord Giles of Brittany, the youngest of the children of John VI, was brought up in the court of England, and he was accused, perhaps justly, of having imbibed prejudices contrary to the French interest from his earliest years. On his return to Brittany in 1442, his wife, the beautiful heiress of Chateaubriand and Beaumanoir, is said to have excited the desire of Arthur de Montauban, the wicked favorite at court, who, finding all attempts to subdue her chastity ineffectual, contrived by intrigues, insinuations, and at last by open charges, to render the Lord Giles suspected by his brother. On the other hand, he stimulated that unfortunate prince to demand an extension of revenue and of power, which he took care the Duke should deny him. The two brothers being by these arts alienated from each other, an open rupture ensued, which the Constable de Richemont, their uncle, in vain endeavoured to heal. The Lord Giles, apprehensive for his personal safety, fled to the castle of Guildo, and most imprudently trusted its defence to a company of English men at arms. This circumstance was soon conveyed with all possible aggravation to the King of France, who thereupon gave orders to the Admiral de Coëtevy to arrest him. The Admiral for some time neglected this order, but at last was obliged to perform it, and the Lord Giles was brought before the Parliament, or Assembly of the States at Rennes, where his case was fairly investigated, and himself about to be honourably acquitted, when a letter to the King of England, said to be artfully forged by Montauban himself, was found on his person, and he was immediately committed to the castle of Moncontour. While a prisoner in this place, his persecutor resorted to every wicked contrivance to remove him without suspicion of violence. But his constitution resisted the effects of repeated poisons, and a charitable old woman found means long to preserve him from those of starvation. At length, however, his health gave way to the continual assault of his enemies, and he charged a priest, who attended privately to receive his confessions, to repair to the Duke his brother, and summon him within 40 days to appear before the tribunal of God and answer for all his injustice towards him. Still his jailers thought the end of their charge too slow in its approaches. They therefore strangled their unhappy victim, already dying, and gave out to the world that he had died of a cold. He was at that time not 30 years of age. The confessor executed his commission as he met the Duke returning from the siege of Avranches, and Francis, struck to the heart by terror and repentance, actually died on the 40th day from the date of the summons. Montauban and Olivier de Mille, his principal agent in the murder, fled upon the Duke's death, to a convent of Celestins, but they were both dragged from their sanctuary by the orders of Duke Peter, and of the Constable, and hanged at Vannes. Frances, the widow of the murdered prince, and the innocent cause of his death, brought him no children and was afterwards married again to Guy XIV, Lord of Laval. Such is the account of some chronicles, as abridged by Maury in his dictionary, Art. Bretagne. Page 139. Line 10, from the bottom. Sir Pregent de Coëtevy, Lord of Rice. Pregent de Coëtevy, Admiral of France, was Lord of Retz in right of his wife, Mary, the daughter of the Marshal de Retz. See before page 211. Volume 8. Page 140. Line 12. Thomas Gouville. Q. Thomas Gonville, ESQ Captain of Cherbourg. Sto. Page 160. Line 11, from the bottom. Captal de Book. Gaston, Count of Longueville and Benangis, second son of Archambaud Count of Foix, enjoyed this title and transmitted it to his son John, who married a niece of the great William de la Pole Duke of Suffolk, and was created by King Henry VI. Earl of Kendal. Page 160. Line 6. Labussière. Descended from a younger son of Matthew, Lord of Beauvau, who died about 1400. He was killed soon afterwards at the siege of Castillon. Page 163. Line 4, from the bottom. Count d'Albret. Charles II. Count of Dreux, and C. of the House of Albret, son of the Constable, John Viscount of Tardez, his eldest son, who died before his father, leaving Alan, Lord Albret, his only son and heir, and Arnaud Emmanuel, Lord of Orville, his third son, afterwards Lieutenant General for the King in Roussillon. The second son of the Count, was Louis Cardinal Bishop of Cahors. Page 168. Line 7, from the bottom. Viscount de Turenne. Agni III. De la Tour, Lord of Oliergues, of a younger branch of the family of La Tour Counts of Auvergne, and C. became Viscount of Turenne and Count of Beaufort, in 1444, by marriage with N., daughter of Peter Count of Beaufort, who possessed those dignities by the donation of his cousin Eleanor, heiress of the famous Marshal Boucicaut. Page 168. Line 21. Lord de la Rochefoucauld. Foucauld III, Lord de la Rochefoucauld, who married the sister of the Lord of Rochefoucauld. Page 168. Line 23. Sir John de Rochedroart. Rochedroart. Q. Rochefoucauld. Foucauld, Lord of Rochefoucauld, was about this time governor of La Rochelle. Page 168. Line 5, from the bottom. Lord de Grimaud. Chu Grimord. Antoine du Roure, Lord of Grimord, and Gage de Grimord de Roure, Lord of Beauvoir in the Gevaudan, were the heads of two distant branches of this family. Page 168. Line 4, from the bottom. Sir Pierre de Montingrin. Montingrin. Q. Montmorin. Peter, Lord of Montmorin, bailiff of Espierre le Moustier, and a chamberlain of the king, was one of the knights made on his occasion. Page 181. Line 16. Lord de Noailles. Francis, Lord of Noailles and Noailles, who died after the year 1472, had but one brother of whom Maury makes mention, viz. John de Noailles, Lord of Chambers and Montclar, who became also Lord de Noailles after the death of his nephew, the son of Francis, in 1479. Page 190. Line 8. Emperor Frederick. The Emperor Frederick III. Married to Eleanor, eldest daughter of Edward, King of Portugal. Their only issue were Maximilian, afterwards Emperor, and Cunegunda, married to Albert, Duke of Bavaria. Page 197. Line 12. Realm. Jacques Coeur, son of a merchant at Bourges, whose enterprising commercial genius raised for him within a short time a prodigious fortune. The ignorance of the age attributed his success to the discovery of the philosopher's stone. He was made argentier, that is to say, superintendent of the finances, to Charles VII, and master of the mint at Bourges. Through his influence his son obtained the archbishopric of his native city, and his brother the bishopric of Lucan. The conquest of Normandy was achieved, in great measure, by the sums which he supplied out of his private purse. All these services did not guard him against the consequences of malevolence and envy. Besides the accusations here mentioned, he was charged with having procured the death of Agnes Sorel by poison, but although his principal accuser on this point, Jane de Vendôme, Lady of Mortagne, was condemned to perpetual banishment for her calumny, which was fully proved, Jacques Coeur did not escape from the charges of peculation, and which were probably equally unjust with the former. He was condemned, chiefly, as was supposed, through the influence of Anthony de Chabannes, Count of Dammartin, the court favorite of the time, who certainly enriched himself considerably by his fall. By a decree of the 19th of May, 1453, he was immersed in a sum of 400,000 crowns, equal, says Duclos, to 4,228,360 livres tournois of his time. On pretend, put être sans fondement, que Jacques Coeur, après sa condamnation, passe dans l'île de Chypre, ou son crédit, son habilet, et sa réputation, que ses malheurs en avoyant point tourné, lui firent faire unfortune aussi considerable qu'être celle il vinoit de perdre. Duclos. Page 204. Line 5, from the bottom. Thibaut and James. Thibaut, second son of Peter, and brother of Louis, Count of Saint Pol, was Lord of Fines, and married Philippa of the house of Melun. James, the third brother, was Lord of Richebourg, and married Isabelle de Roubaix. Page 204. Line 4, from the bottom. Duke Cornille. This is falsely stopped. It should run thus: Adolphus of Clovis, nephew to the Duke Cornet, bastard of Burgundy, and Sir John de Croix. Cornelius, the eldest of the numerous illegitimate progeny of Duke Philip, died unmarried, but left a bastard son, John Lord of Delve Riding. See the genealogical tables affixed to Pontus Euderus. Page 212. Line 3, from the bottom. Sir Philip de Lalaine. Afterwards killed at Montlhéry. Page 213. Line 3. Sir James. Killed soon after at the siege of the castle of Poulcres, p. 262. Page 213. Line 17. Bastard de Cornille. Not the bastard de Cornille, but Cornet the bastard. See before p. 204. Page 214. Line 11. Lord de Fines. Brother of the Count of Saint Pol. See before p. 204 note. Page 244. Line 7. Sir Anthony the Bastard. Anthony, second of the illegitimate sons of Duke Philip, by Iolanthe de Prisle, was Lord of Beverin, and married Mary de Viavalle, by whom he had two sons, the Lords of Vere and of Chapelle, and from these followed a long line of descendants. See Pontus Euderus, Genealogical Tables. Page 259. Line 16. Lord de Rubempré. Anthony, Lord of Rubempré, a great favourite of Philip Duke of Burgundy, married Jacqueline de Croix, Lady of Beauvais, daughter of John Lord de Croix, Grand Butler of France, by whom he had issue John de Rubempré, Lord of Beauvais, who was strongly attached to Duke Charles, and perished by his side at the Battle of Nancy. Page 260. Line 3, from the bottom. Dormnest. Chu Dommert. Anthony de Cruin, Lord of Dommert, son of James Lord of Dommert and Jane de Fosserix, was laid under confiscation by Louis XI, for his adherence to the Duke of Burgundy. Page 262. Line 4, from the bottom. Dead. See Volume 7. p. 130. James Lord of Lalaine, killed at this siege, was the eldest son of William Lord de Lalaine there mentioned. He was succeeded in his title and estates by his next brother, John, who sold Lalaine to Jossy the son of Simon Lord of Montigny, younger brother of the Lord William. Philip, the third son of William, was killed at the Battle of Montlhéry, and Anthony, the fourth son, lost his life in Switzerland, both under the command of Duke Charles the Bold, so that there is no want of foundation for the honourable testimony given by Cummins to the merits of the family. Page 267. Line 17. Sir John de Hout. Q. Sir John Holt. Page 291. Line 17. Sir Adolphus of Clovis. Son of the Duke of Clovis, and often mentioned before. He was Lord of Ravestein, and not only nephew, but also son-in-law to the Duke of Burgundy, having married Anne, one of his bastard daughters, the Lady of Ravestein mentioned below. Page 299. Line 9. La Marche. Louis de Puy, Lord of Coudremerlin, Baron of Belfay, and son of Geoffrey du Puy, who was killed at Agincourt. He married a daughter of Antoine de Prie, Lord of Buzencaeus, before mentioned. Page 299. Line 15. Lord de Montauban. See before, note to p. 133. Page 303. Line 4. Sir Hedwell Hall. Sir Edward Hull. Stowe. Page 303. Line 14. The Lord Lisle. The children of the great Lord Talbot were, by his first marriage with Maud Neville, 3 sons, viz. Thomas, who died in his lifetime, John, who succeeded him as Earl of Shrewsbury, and Sir Christopher Talbot, Knight. By his second marriage with Margaret, daughter of Richard Beauchamp, Earl of Warwick, he had John, Viscount Lisle, so created in reference to the titles of his mother's family, who being already signalized by his valour on many great occasions, fell gloriously, together with his father on this day. He served with 2 bannerets, 4 knights, 73 men at arms, and 800 archers. He left issue Thomas Viscount Lisle, who, in 1470, was slain in a private feud with the Lord Berkeley, at Wotton-under-Edge in Staffordshire. Page 303. Line 8. Prisoner. William Lord Malins, who was killed before Orleans in 1429, left only a daughter, who was married to Robert Hungerford, Esq. grandson of Walter Lord Treasurer Hungerford, in 1441. This Robert Hungerford, Lord Molins in right of his wife, was eldest son to Robert Lord Hungerford, son of Walter, and served in this year, 1453, with 1 banneret, 2 knights, 56 men at arms, and 600 archers. He remained a prisoner for 7 years, after which, siding with the Lancastrians, he was attainted 1 EDW4. And beheaded after the Battle of Hexham, 2 years afterwards. Page 304. Line 1. Count de Candle. John Captal de Buch, see before p. 160, was created Earl of Kendal by King Henry VI, and his descendants retained the title metamorphosed into that of Candle for several generations after they had submitted to the crown of France. Page 306. Line 12. Lord de Lavedan. Probably, Raymond Garcias, Lord of Lavedan, who married Bellegarde, daughter of Rcnv, Lord of Montesquieu. Page 310. Line 10. Lord Camus. Probably, Camy. The male line of this barony was extinct in the time of Henry V, but Dugdale adds, of this family, without doubt, was also Sir Roger de Camy's knight, who in 22H6, 1444, was taken prisoner in the wars of France, and there detained in great misery. Whereupon, Isabel his wife, had an assignation of 40 L. per annum for her life, to be paid by the Mayor and Commonalty of the City of London. Chew. Is this the same Sir Roger de Camus, released from captivity? Page 310. Line 20. Lord Clinton. William, Lord Clinton, cousin and heir of John Lord Clinton, who distinguished himself, on the expedition of Thomas Woodstock, 1380, and is noticed by Froissart, was in all the wars of Henry IV, v. and 6, in 4H6 he served in France with 25 men at arms and 78 archers, in 9H6 with 1 knight 38 men at arms and 300 archers. He died 10H6, 1432, leaving his son and heir, John Lord Clinton, the nobleman here mentioned, who was made prisoner in the year 1441, and after remaining in prison for 6 years, was ransomed at the sum of 6,000 marks. He afterwards took part with the House of York during the civil wars and served King Edward in many of his expeditions. Dugdale. Page 332. Last line. Sagripoke. Q. Salonici. Page 332. Last line. John Waywoda. Q. John Corvinus Huniades, Waywode of Transylvania, who is also, most probably the person meant by Leblanc, Knight Marshal of Hungary, in the following chapter. Page 335. Line 7. Sambrin. If in a narrative so full of confusion and so crowded with errors, it is allowable to form a conjecture that may tend to reconcile at any degree with fact, I should suppose this Knight Marshal to be the great Huniades, and the action to refer to the famous siege of Belgrade which was raised by the exertions of that heroic general. John Corvinus Huniades was of ignoble birth, the son of a Wallachian father by a Greek mother, so far the account of Monstrelet tallies with the reality. He was appointed by King Ladislaus to the government of Upper Hungary, and the command-in-chief of his armies. The operations for the relief of Belgrade were carried on by a fleet on the Danube, as well as by land, so that the mistake is natural enough, of calling the place a port, unless, from the greater similitude of name, the reader should prefer Zarna, to which Mahomet afterwards retreated, as the representation of Sambrina. See Bonfanius Rare. Ungar. Page 337. Last line. Hecuba. Rather I should imagine, Hesian. Page 347. Line 12. Sir Gillet de Stan. This should be Desting or Destang, the name of a very ancient and noble family in Rouergue. William II, son of John I Viscount d'Esting et de Caylane, was distinguished in the English wars, and rewarded by the government of Rouergue, and by the posts of Councillor and Chamberlain to King Charles VII. His will bears date 1471. His grandson, William d'Estaing, succeeded to the possessions of the elder branch of the family about AD 1500, and became ancestor of the Counts of Estaing of later date. Page 348. Line 14. From the bottom. Gloucester. There was no Duke of Gloucester at this time, for Humphrey Duke of Gloucester, the king's uncle, died under arrest, in the year 1447, and Richard III, son of the Duke of York, was not created till the 1st of EDW4. Stow in An 1454 the Duke of York with his friends wrought so effectually, and handled his business so politically, that the Duke of Somerset was arrested in the Queen's great chamber, and sent to the Tower, where he kept his Christmas without great solemnity, against whom in open Parliament, were laid divers articles, beginning thus, N.C. Page 348. Line 9, from the bottom. Duke Charles of Bourbon. On the 13th of November, She was already his first cousin, being daughter of Duke Charles by Agnes, sister of Philip the Good. Her name was Isabella. Page 348. Line 4, from the bottom. Prince John II, King of Castile, and succeeded his father Henry III. In the year 1406, and died 1454. By his first wife, Mary of Aragon, he had one son, Henry IV. His successor. By his second marriage with Isabella of Portugal, he had a son Alfonso, who died without issue, and a daughter, Isabella, who succeeded her half-brother, Henry, and, by her marriage with Ferdinand of Aragon, united the two principal crowns of Spain. Page 350. Line 4. Duchy. Whilst King Henry lay sick, Ric D. of York bare all the rule, and governed as regent, and did now discover the sparks of his hatred hid under dissimulation, against the Duke of Somerset, but when the king had recovered his strength again, and resumed to him his princely government, he caused the Duke of Somerset to be set at liberty, and preferred him to be captain of Calais, wherewith not only the commons, but many of the nobility, favourers of Richard Duke of York, were greatly grieved and offended, saying, that he had lost Normandy, and would lose also Calais. Stowe, U.B. Sup. Page 355. Line 6. Bishop, of Utrecht. Adolphus of Diepenholt. Upon his death, the electors being solicited on one side by this duke for his son David, and on the other by the Duke of Gueldres for Stephen of Bavaria, in order to offend neither exasperated both, by choosing Guisbert, a brother of Reginald Lord of Brederode, for their bishop. But, upon endeavouring to get their election confirmed by the Pope, they found themselves anticipated by the Duke, who had already obtained the papal sanction in favour of his son. The matter was afterwards compromised as related in chapter LXV. And David held the bishopric of Utrecht for 40 years. Heuterus. Page 360. Line 3. Kingdom. This battle is called by the English historians the First Battle of St. Albans, and was fought on the 22d of May 1455. Besides Edmund Beaufort, Duke of Somerset, and Henry Percy, Earl of Northumberland, there were slain, on the king's side 2 lords, 5 knights, and many gentlemen of good account. Humphrey Duke of Buckingham, and his son Humphrey Earl of Stafford were wounded besides the king. The victory, as appears by the text, was decisive in favour of opposition. The Duke of Somerset left issue, by his wife Eleanor, daughter of Richard Beauchamp Earl of Warwick, Henry Duke of Somerset, beheaded in May 1464, Edward Duke of Somerset after the death of his brother, also beheaded 1472, and John, killed at Tewkesbury, but none of these left any legitimate descendants. Henry alone left an illegitimate son, Charles Somerset, who was afterwards created Earl of Worcester, and is the ancestor of the present Duke of Beaufort. Page 362. Line 9. Season. The relation which follows, is evidently that of the famous siege of Belgrade, at which Huniades commanded, and Capistranus acted as his lieutenant. The Soldan of Persia here mentioned, may very possibly mean the Bashaw of Asia Minor, Bassus Asiaticus, who is spoken of by Bonfanius as having a high command in the Turkish army. He was killed in the siege. Huniades was attacked by a fever, the consequence of his exertions, and with difficulty removed as far as Semlin, where he died on the 4th of September 1456. His faithful companion, Johannes Capistranus, attended at his bedside during his last illness, and supported him at the moment of his dissolution. His affection followed him beyond the tomb, for from that hour he was never seen to smile, and, not many weeks after, was summoned from the world himself. The great Huniades left two sons, Ladislaus and Matthias Corvinus. The first, though deserving of a better fate, became the victim of state intrigues, and perished on a scaffold. The second was elected King of Hungary in 1458. Page 365. Line 16. Battle. This does not appear to have been the case. Bonfanius calls his disorder a fever brought on by excessive fatigue. See before. Page 368. Line 2. Laurentino. Q. Perhaps Larina, the name of a town in the Molise. Page 368. Line 8, from the bottom. Ancona. 2. This is hardly probable, for all the others are names of places in the Molise or one of the Principati. Macchia has the nearest resemblance in sound of any town in this neighborhood. Page 368. Line 2, from the bottom. Sanguine. 2. Castel del Sangro, in Abruzzo. The river on which it stands is also called the Sanguine. Page 369. Line 10, from the bottom. Sermone. 2. Isernia, a bishopric in the Molise. Or Sulmona, another city in Abruzzo. Page 369. Line 9. Oliveto. 2. Alifi, in the Terra di Lavoro. Page 371. Line 14. Duke and Duchess of Savoy. Louis, Duke of Savoy, son of Amadeus the First Duke, and Andalusignan, daughter of James, King of Cyprus. The Prince of Piedmont was their son, Amadeus afterwards Duke of Savoy, the second Duke, and ninth Count, of the name. By this marriage with Yolande of France, he had a numerous issue, but no descendants in the third generation. Page 371. Line 5, from the bottom. Duchy of Nemours. This claim of Charles of Navarre, Prince of Viana to the Duchy of Nemours, must have been grounded on a grant made by King Charles VII. To his grandfather Charles the Noble, King of Navarre, which grant was held to have been only personal, and to have terminated with the death of the donnee. The prince was therefore unsuccessful in his application. Page 371. Line 2, from the bottom. Saint Vincent. This saint is not the ancient deacon and martyr of that name, but Saint Vincent Ferrier, a Dominican, of Valencia in Spain, and a great converter of Saracens and worker of miracles. He died in 1419, and was canonized by order of Pope Calixtus in 1455. He was buried at Vannes, the place of his death, and the miracles which were attested to have been wrought on his tomb, were the occasion of the distinguished honors conferred on him. Page 375. Line 3, from the bottom. Duke of Gueldres. Arnold of Egmont, Duke of Gueldres, was married to Catherine, daughter of Adolphus, Duke of Clovis, by Mary, a sister of the Duke of Burgundy. In the note to p. 355. A sufficient reason will be found for his hostility, of which, however, Heuterus takes no notice, saying only, that the matters in dispute with the Daventrians and Frieslanders were settled through the intervention of the Duke of Clovis. Page 378. Last line. John Corvin. If so, then Le Chevalier Blanc could not mean Huniades, since he is already disposed of in p. 362. The truth is, that nothing can exceed the confusion and misrepresentation with which Monstrelet's accounts from these distant countries abound, and it is labor lost to attempt at finding a meaning where there probably never was any. Capistran, who is mentioned in the next page, died also immediately after, or very soon upon his friend Huniades. I rather suspect that this is a mere repetition of the preceding account, as the reader will find the relation of the embassy in chapter LXIX. Repeated again in chapter LXXI. Probably towards the conclusion of his history Monstrelet set down events without order or method, as he heard them in conversation or otherwise, and did not live to arrange the unconnected notes. Page 385. Line 2, from the bottom. Him. The motive assigned by Heuterus for this extraordinary display of friendship in the Duke towards the Dauphin, is the hope that this young prince, bound by the immensity of the obligation, would, on his accession to the throne, be the firm friend of his son Charles, and of the Belgian states. But, adds the historian, it is in vain that benefits are heaped on men of a depraved disposition, as King Charles himself prophesied in the following words. You know not, Duke Philip, the nature of this savage animal. You cherish a wolf who will one day tear your sheep to pieces. Remember the fable of the countryman, who in compassion to a viper which he found half frozen in the fields, brought it to his house, and warmed it by his fireside, till it turned round and hissed at its preserver. Heuterus. Page 386. Line 6. Count of Saint Pol. Thibaut de Luxembourg, Lord of Fines, younger son of Peter I Count of Brienne and Saint Paul, married Philippa of Melun, daughter of John Lord of Anting, by whom he had issue James Lord of Fines, and Count of Gour, and C. Philip, Cardinal and Bishop of Mans, Francis Viscount of Martigues, and several daughters. It may be doubtful from what motive he embraced the ecclesiastical profession, since a life of poverty was certainly not included in his intention. He was made Bishop of Mans and Abbot of Igny and Orcan and was prevented by death from wearing the cardinal's hat, which was designed for him by Pope Sixtus IV. September 1, 1477. Page 387. Line 13. Duke of Burgundy. Charles Duke of Bourbon, by his marriage with Agnes of Burgundy, daughter of John the Fearless, had a numerous issue, of whom the eldest succeeded to his duchy by the title of John II, and was surnamed the Good. Of the other children, Charles was Archbishop of Clermont, Louis, Bishop of Liege, Peter was Duke of Bourbon after the death of his brother, John II. His 5 daughters were married respectively to the Dukes of Calabria, Burgundy, Gueldres, Savoy, and the Prince of Orange. Page 388. Line 12. Lord de Quievrain. Philip de Croy, Lord of Quievrain, eldest son of John Count of Chimay. Page 388. Line 13. Lord d'Eymeries. Anthony de Roland, Lord of Eymeries. A particular account of this dispute is given by Heuterus, by which it appears that Monstrelet's statement is very correct. Page 390. Line 5, from the bottom. Safety. In Volume X Chapter 15. The very same accident which is here made to befall the Dauphin, is also recorded to have happened to the Count de Charolois when hunting with the Dauphin after his accession to the throne. Chu has not Monstrelet made the 2 stories out of one? Page 392. Last line. Horse. And Bonfanius, in his Decades, says nothing of the Archbishop of Cologne, but mentions, as at the head of this embassy, the Bishop of Passau. Udalricus Pataviensium Pontifex, Apibus, Octoritate, Moribus, et Doctrina Praecellens. He says that it was by far the most magnificent embassy remembered in his time, and that out of Hungary, Bohemia, and Austria, and the bishopric of Passau, there were chosen 700 noblemen to attend it, such as qui forma, habitu, nobilitate, apparatuk polarant, et quis regno dignus videritur. The greatest expectations were entertained on the subject of this projected alliance, and the preparations made for celebrating it at the imperial court exceeded everything of the kind before known. In the midst of these preparations, Ladislaus, then only 22 years of age, and a young man of the most promising character and attainments, was taken suddenly ill while presiding at an assembly of the states, with symptoms, as it is stated, of the plague, according to others, of poison, and he lived but 36 hours after. Dying without issue, George Podiebrad was elected by the states of Bohemia, and the great Matthias Corvinus by those of Hungary, to succeed him in his respective dominions. Page 396. Line 5, from the bottom. Count de Maulevrier. This nobleman is called, by Stowe, Sir Piers Bressy, captain of Dieppe. The same historian mentions that a second division of this expedition sailed to the coast of Cornwall and burned the town of Fowey, under the command of William Lord de Pomiers. Page 398. Line 7. Galiot de Genouillic. James Ricard de Genouillic, called Galiot, Lord of Brussac, and Sea Master of Artillery in 1479, Séné's Chal of Beaucaire in 1480, son of Peter Ricard Lord of Gordon, and brother of John Ricard Lord of Gordon, and of John Ricard Lord of Acier and Courcy. This last lord had a son who was also called Galiot, and distinguished himself at the Battle of Fornova and upon other occasions. Page 402. Last line. Earl of Warwick. This is Richard Neville, the kingmaker, who, and his father the Earl of Salisbury, were now the principal supports of the York, or opposition, party. Richard Neville the father was brother of Ralph Neville, Earl of Westmoreland, and became Earl of Salisbury by marriage with Alice, only daughter and heir of Montacute Earl of Salisbury, who was killed at the siege of Orleans. Richard Neville, the son, married Anne, sister of Henry Beauchamp Duke of Warwick, and King of the Isle of Wight, and heir by descent from her father to the earldom, which was conveyed by marriage to her husband. Page 408. Line 14. Together. This marriage was contracted by the Dauphin without the consent of his father, who prevented the young couple from coming together for 5 years after they were betrothed to each other. Their union was at last brought about by the Duke of Burgundy, who sent the Lord of Montague into Savoy, to bring away the princess. She, it is added, was very ready to obey the mandate, and the solemnity was shortly after concluded with great pomp at Namur. This transaction by no means tended to reconcile the king to his son. See Vander Birch, Histori Principum Sabottinum. Page 405. Line 15. Bishop of Constance. Chukutansis. Page 413. Line 13. So. See a particular account of this strange ceremony of swearing on the peacock, or pheasant, in M. de Saint Palais Memoirs sur l'ancienne chevalerie. Page 415. Line 4, from the bottom. Duchy. In right of his mother, Elizabeth Duchess of Austria. See the genealogical table and note in the present volume page 416. Line 15. Duchess of Burgundy. John Duke of Coimbra, son of Peter, brother of Edward King of Portugal. He married Charlotte, only daughter and heir of John III. King of Cyprus, but it seems to be a mistake of Monstrelet's, where he calls her the widowed queen. She survived the Duke of Coimbra, and married for her second husband Louis Prince of Savoy. The crown of Cyprus was usurped by James, the bastard son of John III, and never enjoyed either by Charlotte herself or by either of her husbands. Isabella, Duchess of Burgundy, was sister of Edward King of Portugal and of Peter Duke of Coimbra. Page 424. Line 11. Naples. This great prince was succeeded in his hereditary dominions of Aragon and Sicily by his brother John, who was already king of Navarre in right of his queen, Blanche the daughter of Charles III. Alfonso claimed the right of conquest in disposing of his kingdom of Naples in favor of his bastard, Ferdinand. The succession of Aragon and Castile, and union of crowns in the person of Ferdinand, the Catholic, will be easily comprehended by the following table. Page 435. Line 3. Bastard d'Armagnac. John d'Armagnac, Lord of Gordon, bastard son of John IV. Count of Armagnac, and brother by the same mother of another John d'Armagnac, called also de Lescun, Archbishop of Auch. He was advanced by the Dauphin, after he became king, to several high offices of trust and favor, and was made Marshal of France in 1461. He married Margaret, daughter of Louis I Marquis de Saluces, by whom he had one daughter, married into the house of Amboise, and died AD 1472. Page 435. Line 14, from the bottom. Marshal of Burgundy. Thibaut IX, Marshal of Burgundy and Bailiff of Franche-Comté. He died in 1469, leaving by Bona of Chateauvillain his wife, Thibaut Lord of Héricourt, who died without issue, and Henry Lord de Neuchâtel, who was made prisoner at the Battle of Nancy, and died in 1503, and he was brother of John de Neuchâtel, Lord of Montague. This lordship of Neuchâtel in Burgundy must be carefully distinguished from the county of Neuchâtel in Switzerland, with which it had no connection whatever. H. Breyer, Printer, Bridge Street, Blackfriars, London. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook. The Chronicles of Enguerrand de Monstrelet, Vol. 09 of 13. Updated editions will replace the previous one. The old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the General Terms of Use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an e-book, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this e-book, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances, and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start, full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works, by using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg. You agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Trademark Electronic Works 1.a. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLOF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying, or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg, 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg trademark license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4 Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark. 1.e.5 Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark license. 1.e.6 You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee, or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7 Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8 You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works provided that, you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark works. 1.e.9 If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f.1.f.1 Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects, such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2 Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs, and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive, or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3 Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4 Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5 Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6 Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion, and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs, and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark work, and C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark. Project Gutenberg trademark is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers including obsolete, old, middle-aged, and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, Utah 841-16801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork, and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways including checks, online payments, and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the U.S. unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks. Contents Chap I Footnotes, Chap 2. Footnotes, Chap 3. Footnotes, Chap 4. Footnotes, Chap V. Footnotes, Chap 6. Footnotes, Chap 7. Footnotes, Chap 8. Footnotes, Chap 9. Footnotes, Chap X. Footnotes, Chap 11. Footnotes, Chap 12. Footnotes, Chap 13. Footnotes, Chap 14. Footnotes, Chap 15. Footnotes, Chap 16. Footnotes, Chap 17. Footnotes, AD 1450. Footnotes, Chap 19. Footnotes, Chap XX. Footnotes, Chap XXI. Footnotes, Chap XXII. Footnotes, Chap XXIII. Footnotes, Chap XXIV. Footnotes, AD 1451. Footnotes, Chap XXVI. Footnotes, Chap XXVII. Footnotes, AD 1452. Footnotes, Chap XXIX. Chap XXX. Footnotes, Chap XXXI. Footnotes, Chap XXXII. Chap XXXIII. Chapter Civ. Chap XXXV. Footnotes, Chap 30. Chap XXXVII. Footnotes, Chap 38. Footnotes, Chap 36. Chap XL. Chap XLI. Footnotes, AD 1453. Chap Slyin. Chap XLIV. Footnotes, Chap XLV. Footnotes, Chap XLVI. Chap Slayi. Chap Slayiath. Footnotes, Chap XLIX. Chap L. Chapli Chapli. Footnotes, Chap LIII. Chapliv. Footnotes, Chap LV. Footnotes, Chap LVI. Footnotes, Chap LVII. Footnotes, Chap Layin. Footnotes, AD 1454. Footnotes, Chap LX. Chap LXI. AD 1455. Footnotes, Chapel VIII. Footnotes, AD 1456. Footnotes, Chap LXV. Footnotes, Chap LXVI. Footnotes, Chapelxi. Footnotes, Chapelxi VIII. AD 1457. Footnotes, Chap LXX. Chap LXXI. Footnotes, Chapels ZI. Chapels Z8. Footnotes, AD 1458. Chap LXXV. Footnotes, Chapels XI. Footnotes, Notes and Emendations. The full Project Gutenberg license.